Ruth Donathos had an incredibly talented older brother. He loved Ruth foolishly, but now he was dead. He died just moments ago while protecting him. Ruth had no time to think. Wyverns swarmed from nowhere. They smelled the blood. One of Ruth's arms and a leg were crippled. There was no escape. He decided to take some of these bastards with him, but as he readied himself to fight, he saw a strange sight. A brilliant light flared. A mysterious figure appeared. The wyverns saw him. They immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Ruth couldn't help but tense up. Judging by the aura and presence, he was the king of the dragon tribe, but his comrades had just sacrificed themselves. His brother dealt the final blow. All the dragon emperors should have been wiped out. But if he was a dragon emperor, why couldn't Ruth feel any power from him? It was like looking at an illusion, a vague existence. The mysterious man opened his lifeless eyes. He scanned the area. His gaze landed on Ruth. He spoke in an equally empty voice. "You're the only one left? How troublesome." Ruth's mind reeled. His instincts were screaming. This man was extremely dangerous, maybe even worse than the 7 dragon emperors. Who was he? It didn't matter. Ruth had to kill him, no matter the cost. Ruth didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and charged at the mysterious man, but he only heard the man say one thing. "Should I wait a little longer?" Then, his vision was consumed by a flash of white light. And then, he was back in the past. It was the entrance ceremony for new students. At the Dragon-Slaying Academy, Iridium, an academy with 750 years of history. It provided the best education and knowledge for destroying dragons.
The image of dragon slayers, or warriors specially trained to slay dragons, is not just a concept existing in the fictional world of the Iridium Academy. From a cultural and historical perspective, the dragon slayer motif has been deeply rooted in the human psyche since the dawn of civilization. Based on archaeological evidence, the oldest records of humans fighting dragons are found on cuneiform clay tablets from ancient Mesopotamian civilization. In the famous epic Enuma Elish, inscribed on 7 clay tablets from around the 18th century BC, the god Marduk defeats Tiamat, a primordial entity representing chaos, often depicted as a giant dragon. From an academic perspective, this epic reflects the ancient Babylonians' desire to establish order in the face of unpredictable natural disasters. Looking at the historical context of Europe, the dragon slayer symbol is strongly individualized through the figure of St. George. According to historical records, St. George was a real person, a Greek-Roman soldier who was martyred in 303 AD during the reign of Emperor Diocletianus. However, according to local legends recorded in the 13th century work Golden Legends, he became a symbol of bravery for slaying a vicious dragon to protect the city of Cyllene. Although the detail of slaying the dragon is not historical fact, the folk association of the dragon as a symbol of calamity and the recognition of this real soldier as the dragon slayer reveals a unique cultural perspective. Whether in the real world or the magical world, humanity has always needed a powerful symbol to fight against destructive disasters. Returning to the setting of Iridium Academy, when Root, driven by a fierce will to survive, travels back in time, he realizes that the dragon-slaying experiences he gained at the cost of his life are now the only key to confronting reality.
Ruth was confused. What about the battle? The dragons? Was this a dream? But this feeling was too real to be fake. Had he really returned to the past? But why did it happen? No spell could turn back time. Even if one existed, a dragon could never use such a spell. So, was the thing he just fought really a dragon? Anyway, whether it was a dragon emperor or some kind of monster, whatever its plan was, this time, Ruth would kill all the dragons. He wouldn't let anyone die. With firm resolve, Ruth headed straight for the hall. After a few steps, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, you!" The girl with fiery red hair called out to him. "Are you sick or something?" Hennis Harpulia. Ruth instinctively called her name. Hennis was one of his fallen comrades. Hennis was surprised Ruth knew her name. "Do you know me?" Ruth then realized this was their first meeting in this timeline. He quickly made an excuse. "You're the top student of our year. Of course, I'd recognize you." Hennis found this reasonable. She didn't suspect a thing. Ruth then asked irritably, "Why did you ask if I was sick?" Hennis casually replied, "You were just talking to yourself and cursing. I wondered if you had mental problems or something. It's rare for crazy people to get into Iridium, isn't it? Everyone here is an elite. But this is my first time seeing a madman." Ruth forced a smile. This girl still had the same sharp tongue as ever. Hennis looked at Ruth with disgust. "Why are you smiling? Are you a pervert who likes being yelled at?" Seeing that Hennis was still just a kid, Ruth didn't bother arguing. He gave a brief apology to end it. Then he found a seat and sat down. The entrance ceremony officially began. Hennis listened to the speech for a while. She started to get bored. She turned and slowly looked at Ruth. Ruth wondered if he should be more open. After all, Hennis would just bother him if he ignored her. As expected, Hennis started a conversation. "This speech is terribly long. but I can endure it. Patience is a basic virtue for a mage. Ruth replied with a blank face. Wow, that sounds great. That's the foundation of the Harpoolia mage family. Hennis smiled, then asked Ruth his name. Ruth Donathos. I'm from a place called Zizon. It's in a remote part of the continent, so you probably haven't heard of it. This is the first I've heard of your family and that region. But you still got into Iridium, despite your special circumstances? You probably don't know about. Hennis stopped herself. She remembered her mother's words. Always remember, Hennis. Be careful talking to lower-class fools. They can't even touch the feet of the Harpoolia family. Hennis felt lucky she stopped in time. If not for her mother's words, she might have said something careless to Ruth. Hennis glanced at Ruth. He didn't seem to care about what she just said. Hennis cleared her throat and concluded, I mean, if there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. For example, the people on the second floor. They're masters of famous guilds. They're always looking for the best talent in the academy. They watch closely so they can recruit them into their guilds. Dan Hoa, Nguyet An, even the master of True Vi is here. Ruth knew them well. He knew their future achievements, and he knew how they would all die. You'll be eligible to join a guild in your 3rd year, but I've already decided which one I'll join. Before Hennis could finish, Ruth cut her off. Dan Hoa, the #1 guild, annoyed at being interrupted. Hennis said, Yes, but not just for that reason. The master of the Dan Hoa guild is my role model. The White Flame Queen, Liana Troneka, a high-level mage who uses pure white fire. Lady Liana is so amazing. Seeing Hennis gush about her idol, Ruth remained silent. After Liana's death at the hands of a dragon emperor, Hennis became the next master of Dan Hoa. In the end, she burned her own life away to avenge the senior she so admired. Ruth said just one thing. If it's you, you can definitely get into Dan Hoa. Hennis heard this and thanked him happily. Then she went on stage as the top student. She recited the oath on behalf of the freshmen. Everything was happening just as Ruth remembered. He anxiously awaited the next moment. Because if he remembered correctly, next up was his brother's speech. The student council president of Iridium, Asir Donathos, an unparalleled genius, an indomitable warrior, and his only family, the one who died like a fool for his stupid little brother. But reality was not what Ruth expected. The student council president was on the podium, but it wasn't his brother. It was his brother's best friend, Jeremy Duvaliers. As soon as Jeremy stepped down, Ruth rushed toward him like a madman. Why are you the student council president? Shouldn't it be my brother? I mean, Asir Donathos. Didn't he run for president? Maybe he's on the student council. Jeremy replied awkwardly. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, new student, but this is the first time I've ever heard the name Asir Donathos. Ruth froze. He didn't know his brother. So where was he? At that moment, a dark theory crossed Ruth's mind. That Asir Donathos didn't exist in this world. The terrible theory that his brother, the strongest warrior, didn't exist in this world. The ceremony ended. Ruth returned to his classroom, his mind a mess. He told himself the theory was ridiculous. But what if it was true? Maybe Asir Donathos' existence was completely erased. Or maybe he also regressed and decided not to come here. It had to be one of those reasons. The second one seemed more plausible. But, what are you thinking about so intensely? Hennis's question broke Ruth's train of thought. After some hesitation, Ruth decided 2 heads were better than 1. He answered honestly, I'm looking for someone, so I'm thinking of an effective way to find them. Hennis suggested. Why not buy information from a guild? He might come to this academy. Then try the library. If he's not there, you can at least get a list of the students. Ruth immediately got up to go to the library. Hennis tagged along, reminding him. We have class in 15 minutes. You want us to be late on the first day? Who said anything about us? I'm worried you'll cause trouble. That would be a pain. By the way, why did you pick a fight with the student council president? I was just asking a few things. Are you an attention seeker? I wouldn't have thought so. So, do you even know where the library is? It's not that way, you idiot. Follow me. Ruth stopped. He then turned to follow Hennis's lead. Opening the door, Hennis couldn't hide her amazement. So this is the central library? I really want to explore this place someday, Ruth asked while looking around. How did you find this place if it's your first time here too? Hennis glared at Ruth. Isn't it normal for a student to memorize all the facilities before coming to the academy? Yeah, I guess so. Ruth gave a vague reply. Then he started checking the record books. Hennis helped out. But instead of the right book, she found several classics for mages. Wow, the IE Tenny Herbology catalog. Hasn't this been out of print for ages? Whoa, there's even a first edition of McFab's Understanding. You can't buy this with money. Ruth ignored Hennis. He was focused on finding his brother's name in the student list. Sadly, the name Aesir Denathos was not there. If he didn't exist in this world, it was probably because of that bastard, Sarnin, the Void Dragon, a dragon lord who controls dimensions and the void. In the battle before Ruth's regression, he vanished along with his brother's body. If that skill moved him to another dimension, then maybe he's still alive there. But of course, the Void Dragon would probably be there too. Their task in the library was done. Ruth turned to find Hennis, only to see her arguing with the librarian. "What do you mean I can't? I'm only borrowing 17 books." The librarian calmly explained, "Students can borrow 3 books at a time. You seem to be new students, aren't you? Isn't it still class time? We're on our way to class. Then I'll just take these 3. Hennis quickly picked 3 books. Then she called out to Ruth, who was already leaving the library. Later, when they returned to class, the teacher hadn't arrived. Hennis asked Ruth, "So, did you find the person you were looking for?" Ruth shook his head. "No, his name isn't on the student list." "Then I think you'll need help from a guild." "Who are you looking for anyway?" Ruth hesitated for a moment, then replied, "My older brother." Just then, a handsome teacher strode into the classroom. He said cheerfully, "I'm Daniel Gold. I'll be your basic combat instructor for the year. It's just one subject. But if you plan to take weapons or martial arts classes, you'll be seeing a lot of me." 2 female students swooned over the teacher. They whispered to each other, full of admiration. But his next words made them freeze. "For the next 4 years, you will go through training that's no different from hell on earth. You'll work as guild interns in your 3rd year, and start exams and theses in your 4th. It's not much. You'll just feel like you're dying and coming back to life over and over." Then he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry too much. With hard work and a bit of talent, it's not impossible." Ruth understood the hidden meaning. No matter how hard you try, you can't succeed without talent. I wonder how much despair and pain I went through just to get that little bit of talent. Since it was the first class, the teacher ended his lecture there. He dismissed the students to their dorms. As Ruth was about to leave, Hennis asked curiously, as usual, "Where are you going now? The dorms aren't that way." "I know where it is." Ruth said only that. Then he quickly left under Hennis's suspicious gaze. He didn't know where the library was, but he knows where the dorm is? Hennis thought to herself. Soon after, she shrugged it off and headed to the girls' dormitory. After a while, Ruth finally reached the training room. A dragon slayer, as the name implies, is one who slays dragons. In all combat theories, physical strength is the most basic necessity. So there are free training rooms in every corner for students to build up their strength. This was the training room Ruth often used in the past. Everything here was exactly as he remembered. He took off his jacket. Then he began to test his current physical strength. He managed 30 pull-ups. Then he sat down, breathing heavily. This wasn't surprising. After all, he was only 17 years old now. Starting tomorrow, he had combat class. He only had 1 week before sparring with other students began. Ruth didn't want a repeat of what happened last time. So he had to do better than before his regression. What he needed now was endurance and strength. Well, I've always been a master of diligent training. Ruth psyched himself up and started some warm-ups. Then the training room door opened. A familiar figure appeared. Like Hennis, he was also a comrade from Ruth's past life. Ballesteros, a pure close combat warrior, pure physical damage. He would later earn the title of Fist King. Glancing at Ballesteros, Ruth pondered. But in my past life, I never met him here. Back then, I started coming to this gym after the midterm exams. I should have met him in the joint training room. Maybe it's because the timing is different. I'll just ignore him. Ruth shook his head. He stopped paying attention to Ballesteros and focused on his training. But soon, Ruth couldn't ignore him. He noticed Ballesteros was staring at him and copying his every move. After a while, Ruth couldn't take it anymore. He slammed down his weights. He turned to Ballesteros and yelled, "Damn it! You want to fight or something?" Ballesteros stopped his movements. He tilted his head and asked Ruth, "Why would you think that? I'm just training." Ruth questioned loudly, "If you're training, why the hell are you staring at me? And why are your weights heavier than mine?" Ballesteros answered honestly, "I'm sorry if my actions misled you. Your movements and posture are so perfect. I wanted to copy them." Ruth asked, confused. "What?" Ballesteros said. "Your lifting posture, the way your muscles move, it's all beautiful. No one in my family, not even my father, has ever achieved such perfect movements. Are you a god of physical fitness?" Ruth shook his head. "No, I'm Ruth Denathos, a new student." Ballesteros smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I'm a new student too, Ballesteros. Ruth, from now on, I'll consider you my coach. I believe one day you'll surpass this beautiful body. So, fitness coach Ruth, can you take me as your student from now on? Ruth shuddered. He firmly refused. No. A while later, at Iridium's third outdoor training ground, Daniel Gold spoke loudly to the new students. Focus on the game, everyone. Choosing your main weapon is crucial for laying the foundation of your fighting style. Usually, the school suggests a weapon before you enroll, but trying other weapons isn't a bad idea either. Feel free to choose. The students were excited. They picked their weapons and chatted. This longsword is so light. Wow. It must be made for students. Ruth went to a weapon rack and sighed softly. As expected of the best academy on the continent, the weapons they provide are high quality, even for training. I think if sharpened, these weapons could be used in real combat. Ruth reached out and grabbed a sword. As he turned, he saw Hennis asking Daniel Gold, "Sir, I'm going to become a mage. Do I have to choose a weapon too?" Daniel Gold advised. "A fight can happen at any time. You should learn to defend yourself, even as a mage." "Oh, yes, sir." Hennis went to a weapon rack. While she was unsure which weapon to choose, Ruth approached her and said, "I think a dagger would suit you." Hennis asked doubtfully, "Really? You can control the dagger's attack range with your magic, and daggers are easy to carry." Actually, the real reason was that in the previous timeline, Hennis was very talented with daggers. She used them well whenever she needed to save mana or was suddenly attacked at close range. "Then I'll choose it." Hennis followed his advice. She picked a dagger from the rack, holding it with delight. Then, Hennis noticed the weapon on Ruth's hip. "Are you going to use this sword?" "I'm not so sure. Let's see." With that, Ruth gripped the hilt, drew the sword from its sheath, and swung it once. "It's pretty good." Hearing Ruth's assessment, Hennis asked curiously, "You're so sure after just one swing?" "The others are struggling to get used to their weapons." Ruth shrugged and said, "It's just for training anyway." Ruth's movements were all captured by Daniel Gold's eyes. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. A coincidence? That sword swing wasn't the movement of a normal student. It felt like the final strike of a dedicated swordsman. Ruth didn't know he was being watched. He and Hennis continued to talk. All weapons are equally good. But look, this one. Suddenly, Ruth felt someone staring at him. He glanced over and saw Daniel Gold smiling as he approached. Before Daniel Gold could say anything, Ruth spoke first. "Sir, can I only choose one weapon?" Daniel Gold replied. "There's no rule saying you must. Focusing on one weapon is more effective. But if you're interested in a secondary weapon, you can." Ruth interrupted. "I want to use multiple main weapons." "Multiple main weapons? Is this arrogance or confidence?" "Let's see." Thinking this, Daniel Gold agreed. "All right, the decision is ultimately up to you." "Good. Then in addition to the weapon I just chose, a spear and a greatsword, I'll choose these three." As he spoke, Ruth used the three weapons one by one, demonstrating for Daniel Gold. Daniel Gold chuckled, inwardly assessing. "A genius? No, a little different. Besides elegance and refinement, I can see incredible skill in his every sword stroke." Daniel Gold asked, "What did you do before enrolling?" "I was a mercenary to make a living. I lost my family in a dragon attack," Daniel Gold said thoughtfully. "Is that so? I'm sorry for asking such a sensitive question." Ruth shook his head. "It's all right, sir. It's all in the past." Ruth turned away, thinking to himself, "That should be enough to get their attention." Hennis chased after Ruth and said, "You seem pretty good, huh?" Ruth replied nonchalantly. "Of course." He immediately got a glare from Hennis. "Hey, you arrogant jerk." Then, she hesitated for a moment and asked, "By the way, what you told the professor about your family? Did your parents really pass away?" Ruth unconsciously clenched his fist and replied in a low voice, "Yeah, they're all gone." Hennis turned her head away and said in a small voice, "I'm sorry. That must have been tough. Sorry for bringing it up." "Why are you apologizing? It was a long time ago, so it's okay," Hennis whispered. "Yeah." Ruth looked at Hennis in surprise, thinking, "I didn't know she could feel sorry." Actually, in the past, she wasn't that indifferent either. Hennis noticed Ruth staring at her. She blushed and asked, "What are you looking at?" Ruth quickly turned his head and walked on without answering. Hennis angrily muttered, "Still an annoying brat." Suddenly, the sound of an argument ahead made Hennis curious. Something was happening in Class B. They approached the crowd and saw the Class B teacher yelling at Ballesteros. "You need to choose a weapon," Ballesteros retorted. "Steros, close combat warriors don't use weapons. Our bodies are our weapons." The Class B teacher, at his wit's end, said, "What is this kid? Listen, Ballesteros. Even though fist fighters only use their bodies, you could at least use gauntlets." Ballesteros cut him off loudly. "Steros, close combat warriors don't use weapons." The Class B teacher clenched his teeth, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ballesteros interrupted again. Steros close combat warriors don't use weapons. Standing in the crowd, Hennis pointed at the person being scolded by the Class B teacher and asked, "Who's that crazy guy? Do you know him?" Ruth shook his head. "No." Just then, Daniel ran over to calm down the furious Class B teacher. "Senior Claire, calm down." Ballesteros turned to leave and spotted Ruth in the crowd. Hennis asked in surprise, He's looking this way." Ruth sensed trouble and quickly urged, "Let's get out of here." He prayed silently, "Don't act like you know me, you idiot." Ballesteros, unaware of Ruth's inner thoughts, smiled at him, waved, and ran over. Hennis also looked at Ruth and asked, "Why is he coming here? Is he your friend?" Ruth replied awkwardly, I don't know." Still, being held back by Daniel, Claire angrily pointed at Ballesteros and yelled, "How dare you go play with your friend while a professor is talking to you?" Ballesteros turned and retorted, "He's not a friend. Our relationship is deeper, and that is..." Ruth knew what Ballesteros was about to say and quickly cut in, "We're friends." Daniel Gold spoke up, "Ballesteros, although using a weapon goes against your family's principles and traditions, but right now we're in class, it's training time. If you continue to refuse to choose a weapon, based on his past life experience," Ruth took a breath and thought, "I guess they'll let him go, just like last time. You'll have to repeat a year." As Daniel Gold finished, Ruth was startled. "What? The past has changed. Could it be that my interference has changed the past? If he fails here, it will be very difficult for the main force to face the future Dragon Emperor." At that moment, Ballesteros spoke with a serious expression. "I understand. Instead of sacrificing my honor, I'd rather accept failure." "Shut up." Ruth clenched his fist, covered Ballesteros' mouth, and asked, "Professor, could you make an exception?" Daniel replied, "I can't make an exception just for Ballesteros. That wouldn't be fair to the others." Ruth questioned silently, "So why did you make an exception in the past life? If so, he just needs to pick something, right?" Ruth scanned the area. "There must be something useful here." "There it is." When he saw a pair of gloves, Ruth's eyes lit up. He went over, picked them up, and threw them to Ballesteros. "Hey, use these." Ballesteros caught the gloves but still said, "Ruth, warriors from the Staros family don't use weapons." Ruth said irritably, "Is that a weapon? You can see it's just for defense." Ballesteros replied, "A warrior from the Staros family doesn't use defensive gear." Ruth shouted loudly, interrupting him, "Shut up, just take it as a gift from a friend." Ballesteros was stunned by this. He looked at the gloves and mumbled, "A friend." Claire objected, "How is that a weapon? It's clearly a wrist guard." Ruth smiled sheepishly. "No, it's a weapon. Iron fists are made like this these days." Daniel Gold was also suspicious. "What kind of gauntlet?" Ruth asked back. "As long as he chooses a weapon, it's fine, right?" "Hey, what's going on?" Both the professors of Class A and B are. Seeing the other students murmuring, to avoid making a big scene, Daniel Gould reluctantly accepted. "Fine, for now. Let's just say it's an iron fist with a unique design." Hearing this, Ruth breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. Luckily, he got the hint. But the important thing is, I can only get away with this once. I need to be more careful, as my actions can change the future." A while later, Ruth was walking while looking at a paper in his hand. Maybe because this was the first class, everything was relatively relaxed. They had only focused on theory. The first week at Iridium is a time for new students to adapt, but it's also a time for professors to assess students' abilities and guide them. I've shown enough to attract their attention and get a letter of recommendation, so I just want to spend the rest of the time preparing for other classes. But behind Ruth, Ballesteros and Hennis were in a heated argument. "You're an idiot, aren't you?" "I'm not an idiot. I'm a warrior from the Staros family." Ballesteros. "Exactly. Sounds like an idiot. As a mage, you wouldn't understand a martial artist's honor. Losing honor is worse than death for a Staros." Ruth shook his head in exasperation. "Why do they naturally group me with them?" Suddenly, a mocking voice came from ahead. "Look here, a bunch of show-offs." Hennis and Ballesteros stopped arguing and looked at the three students blocking their way. Ruth remained focused on the paper in his hand and continued walking. Then, the lead student pointed at Ruth and said, "I'm talking to you, you morons." At this point, Ruth looked up from the paper, a questioning look in his eyes as he asked the lead student, "Are you talking to me?" The lead student said angrily, "Who else would I be talking to?" "You and that pig behind you," Ballesteros retorted. "I'm not a pig, I'm a warrior from..." Before he could finish, Hennis cut in, "Get out of the way, you bastard. Who do you think you are to provoke us? And who are you calling a moron?" Ruth thought to himself, "Didn't you just call Ballesteros an idiot a moment ago?" Facing Hennis, the lead student held out his hand, his face changing to a friendly smile as he spoke. "Hennis Harpulia, I quite liked your speech earlier. I have no intention of provoking you." I'm Wilhelm Pat from Class B. Hennis stood with her arms crossed, a look of contempt on her face as she scolded. Do I need to know your name, you fool? Humiliated. Wilhelm trembled with anger, glaring at Hennis and saying, I was going to let you join our group since it seems the top student doesn't have a group yet. But I see why you people flock together. Get lost, Harpulia. I only have business with those two. Hennis cleaned her ear and said, Is that any of your business? You're the one who needs to get lost, you loser. And don't you dare say my name. Move aside. Ruth pushed Hennis, who was about to explode, to the side and said to Wilhelm, What do you want? My business is simple. You guys want attention so badly, you can't stand still, huh? Why don't you know your place? Huh? Wilhelm burst out. I'm telling you to stop your stupid acts to attract the professor's attention. You think you're so great for knowing how to use multiple weapons? And that pig over there talking nonsense about not using weapons. If you came to the academy with that mindset, just drop out. Ruth pondered. It's true I deliberately did that to attract attention earlier, but even if I didn't stand out, there would still be untalented guys like this talking nonsense about me. Ruth remembered clearly from his past life. Once, a student mockingly said to Ruth, Hey, an orphan, untalented, useless person like you, what can you do? I don't understand how someone like you got into this school. Did someone help you get in through the back door? Oh, right. You don't have parents. Before he could finish, Ruth couldn't hold back and kneed him in the mouth, knocking out his front tooth. Ruth shook his head and sighed. I was so impulsive back then, I beat them up. But this time, I'll handle it more maturely, he told himself, and with a calm expression, said, Is that so? But he would still win even if you used 500 weapons against him. What? Don't be ridiculous, Ruth replied honestly. Oh, even I could handle a weakling like you with my bare hands. Hennis would obliterate you. A bloodlust appeared in Wilhelm's eyes as he stared at Ruth. You, bastard. You attention-seeking jerk, I'll kill you. With a roar, Wilhelm couldn't hold back anymore and threw a punch at Ruth. Ruth's hands were in his pockets, his expression unchanging in the face of Wilhelm's punch. He slightly tilted his head back and easily dodged the punch. Then he used his foot to lightly tap Wilhelm's supporting leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall face first onto the ground. You bastard, Wilhelm growled, cursing. He turned and sat up, his hand reaching for the weapon on his hip. Seeing this, Hennis was terrified. She shouted a warning. Hey, using weapons outside the training ground is forbidden. Shut up, Wilhelm yelled, his anger clouding his mind. He was now reckless, drawing his sword and lunging at Ruth. Facing the impending danger, Ruth remained completely calm. A despicable fool. But thanks to this, I'll have a chance to test this new body's potential. And the moves I learned from Ballesteros in my past life. The bare-handed parry, Staros style. With that thought, Ruth clenched his fist, his eyes fixed on the approaching sword. When the sword tip was just a hand's breadth away from him, he punched the blade, knocking it out of Wilhelm's hand. Then, to Wilhelm's horror, Ruth quickly closed the distance. He slammed his hand into his head, knocking him out on the spot. Wilhelm's two cronies were no longer arrogant. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Ruth. Ruth didn't give them a hard time. He just said flatly, Let this be a lesson. Behind them, Ballesteros was staring intently at Ruth. He realized that the move Ruth had just used was a technique of his family. Just then, Claire ran over. What's going on here? Why is he kneeling on the floor? It's you guys again, move aside. When the teacher arrived, the short, fat student quickly pointed at Ruth and accused him. He hit Wilhelm first. Hennis angrily retorted. Lies. They started it with us first and pulled out their weapons. Ruth was just defending himself. Ballesteros also spoke up. That's right. Ruth didn't use a weapon either. Looking around and combining it with the students' accounts, Claire was skeptical. He was able to disarm that guy with his bare hands in that situation? Can a student do that without getting hurt? Suppressing her doubts, Claire turned to Wilhelm's two companions. You two, take the unconscious kid to the infirmary. Then, Claire pointed at Ruth and said, And you, Ruth, come to my office after class. Wilhelm's two companions glared at Ruth threateningly. You just wait. Let's go. Claire heard this and shouted angrily, Take him to the infirmary. The two companions quickly shut up. They immediately dragged Wilhelm away and disappeared. After they left, Hennis spoke up. What's wrong with those bastards? Also, what move did you use to knock his sword away? Ruth replied nonchalantly, a parry. Hennis was obviously not satisfied with Ruth's brief answer. Do you think I don't know it's a parry? I'm asking how you did it with your bare hands. Tell me. She turned to ask Ballesteros. Hey, you idiot, do you know how? Ballesteros said honestly, the adults in my family can do it. I haven't learned it yet. Then he looked at Ruth with curiosity and said, "Ruth, could you be my long-lost brother? I can't say he taught me in my past life." Thinking this, Ruth made an excuse. "What nonsense are you talking about? No, I'm not." "It was." "What was it?" "Just luck. I, as you can see, am a genius." Ballesteros believed him immediately. I see. Awesome. As expected of my physical training master." But Hennessy was still skeptical. "Yeah, is that really the explanation? Hey, tell us the truth. You're hiding something, aren't you?" Ruth blushed slightly and shook his head. "What? Of course not," Ballesteros advised. "Even if he is hiding something, a good friend shouldn't keep prying into other people's business. Hennis, don't you also have a secret or two you can't talk about?" Hennis nodded and said softly, "That's true. But, wait, who said we're friends? I haven't even known you guys for 2 days." Ballesteros laughed and said, "Then I guess we'll be friends from now on. Please treat me well, Hennis." Hennis glared at Ballesteros and asked, "Are you really an idiot?" Looking at the two of them, Ruth thought to himself, "You shouldn't call your friend an idiot." He remembered how Hennis used to get angry and scold Ballesteros whenever he got close. "So annoying. Stay away from me, you muscle-bound freak. Just being near you makes me feel hot. Your body heat disgusts me." Every time, Ballesteros would just laugh and reply, "Shouldn't a fire mage be good with heat?" Aesir, sitting opposite, burst out laughing. "Haha, stop it, you two." Recalling those beautiful memories, Ruth became even more determined. No one has to die. Not a single person. Not this time. After class, Ruth went to Claire's office to talk. After a while, he asked for permission to leave. Claire watched Ruth leave and said softly, "He didn't do anything wrong. But I wanted to try talking to him nicely first. Because he looks like the type who usually talks with his fists first." But that wasn't necessary after all. 20 minutes earlier, in the room, Ruth had bowed his head in apology. "I'm very sorry for causing trouble. He insulted my friends, so I accidentally." And then he started swinging his sword around, so I was worried my friends might get hurt, so I tried to restrain him, but I ended up going a bit too far. I should have acted more moderately and maturely about it. I'm truly sorry." Claire poured herself a cup of coffee, remembering Ruth's sincere and gentle expression. She thought, "He's so kind and mature, especially when compared to that Wilhelm kid. I'll definitely not go easy on him during training." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When Claire saw Daniel Gold enter, she was a bit surprised. "What brings you here?" Daniel Gold laughed and replied, You're kidding, right? The meeting for the freshman class teachers is in your office. That's why I'm here. You were the one who stubbornly insisted on holding the meeting here because you were too lazy to go to the other rooms." Claire opened her mouth to argue. "What are you talking about? When was I ever stubborn? I simply suggested it." Daniel Gold joked, "If you keep making suggestions like that, I'll be the one getting spun around by you." Just then, the Class D homeroom teacher, Arthur Winston, and the Class C homeroom teacher, Damian Gray, walked in. As soon as he saw Claire, Arthur started nagging. "Do you know how many times I've been called to the administration office just because of you?" Claire asked angrily, "What did I do that you keep nagging me about?" Arthur replied, "It's because you do things worth nagging about, causing all sorts of trouble for your office." Claire retorted, "I didn't buy that much. Just an air purifier and a long leather sofa," Damian added, "and a 3 million river vase with a swallow design." Betrayed, Claire angrily yelled, "Damian, I told you to keep that a secret for me." Arthur sighed and said, "Whatever, that's enough. Just remember to check the schedule carefully next time. A professor like you shouldn't forget about meetings in your own office." Claire clicked her tongue and mumbled, "Tsk, you're always so meticulous. That's why your hair is falling out." Arthur angrily shouted, "What?" Claire said with an innocent face. "I didn't say anything." At this point, Daniel stepped in to mediate. "Come on, everyone, calm down. Why don't we start the meeting now?" Claire and Arthur both understood the point, so they fell silent and ended their argument there. The meeting began. They reviewed each student's personal information sheet. After a while, Daniel spoke up. "This year's students are at a much higher level than last year's." Arthur agreed. "The graduation rate will be high." Claire spoke up. "That's not certain. They may be talented, but they also need psychological support. Isn't it our duty as teachers to nurture their young minds?" Arthur asked. "Are there any students we should keep an eye on?" Damian replied, "No one in Class C. They are all quite excellent." Claire said, "There's a crazy and stupid kid in Class B." Arthur questioned, "You have a way with words, don't you? The idiot from today must be the troublemaker." "So what do you mean by crazy?" Claire recounted with annoyance. "There's a kid who keeps rambling about a warrior's honor, even about the smallest things. and it's quite annoying. Ballesteros. His written test was terrible, but his practical skills are incredibly good. Arthur took the paper with Ballesteros's personal information and asked, "From that bare-handed fighting, muscle-obsessed Staros family?" Daniel said enthusiastically. "His skills are the real deal. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him." Then, Daniel took out 2 personal information sheets and introduced them. "Oh, and speaking of which, there are 2 potential stars in my class. From the famous mage family Harpulia, the second child Hennis, and a student named Ruth Donathos." Damien spoke up. "Hennis Harpulia, the top student of the academy, right? Since she's a fire mage, the White Flame Queen will definitely notice her." Arthur asked, "What about the other kid? Does he come from a famous family?" Daniel shook his head, placing Ruth's personal information sheet in the middle of the table. "No, it's a long story, so it'll be quicker if you just look at this." The 3 of them curiously huddled together to look. Damien suspected, "Is this really a student?" Arthur was also surprised and said, "He nearly failed both the written and practical exams. He lost his family and has been a mercenary to survive ever since." Daniel offered his opinion, "You'll change your mind when you see him with your own eyes. This might be a hasty claim, but I think he could be the strongest student this year." "Then that kid must be no ordinary person to make you say that." Arthur pondered. He looked at Claire and asked, "Claire must have met him in class, right?" Claire gave her assessment. "He protected his friend and spoke with great integrity. He's a good student. I had a good feeling about him when I met him, so I want him in my class." "Ahem." A cough interrupted Claire's words. She looked at everyone's strange expressions and asked, "What? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Daniel said strangely. "So even you can praise a student?" Claire said, "I do that sometimes. Anyway, as I was saying, do you remember the sword-wielding idiot I mentioned earlier? Ruth was the one who took him down, bare-handed." The others started to discuss. "He used a sword in the entrance exam. So, what about his martial arts skills?" "The only thing we can be sure of is that he has martial talent." Claire took a sip of water and said slowly, "So don't you think that I, as a teacher of hand-to-hand combat, should be his teacher?" Daniel disagreed. "That might be a bit difficult. His real talent lies in using weapons like spears and swords." "I would be a much better fit," Claire retorted. "Oh my. Since when did you get so interested in a student's potential?" Daniel replied, "He's a student in my class. It would be most effective if I were also his professor." Claire challenged. "Don't be ridiculous," he countered with his bare hands. "What makes you think he'd be good with weapons?" Daniel shouted angrily. "I was the first to notice Ruth's talent. I won't give him to you, even if you are my senior." Claire stood up defiantly and yelled back, "Is that so? Maybe this time I'll have to beat the senior-junior relationship into your head." Daniel shouted, "Ha! Have you forgotten losing the bet to me 2 weeks ago?" Suddenly, Arthur slammed his hand on the table. The force was so strong it broke the table in half, but he didn't care and just yelled, "Both of you, sit down. Is that how people who call themselves professors should behave?" Daniel said nothing more and obediently sat down. Claire pointed at the table and said, "This was expensive." "My table." Arthur looked awkwardly at Damien and asked, "Well, Damien, do you have any opinions?" Damien replied calmly, "I'm fine. What student would want a scary-looking teacher like me?" Arthur cleared his throat. "If he's good with spears and lances, maybe I should meet him too. We still have a week before the sparring class to submit our recommendations, so you two should calm down. Even if all of us want to teach him, it ultimately depends on the student's choice." As he spoke, Arthur picked up Ruth's information sheet from the pile of wood splinters and continued reading. This student is from Zizan?" Claire asked curiously. Arthur replied, "Yes, 10 years ago. That was the village that disappeared after the polymorph incident." Hearing this, the faces of the other 3 immediately changed. The polymorph incident was a tragedy that destroyed half of the Calabasa kingdom in the south 10 years ago. This led to a decline in national power and eventually its complete disappearance from the map a few years later. Just one dragon brought destruction to an entire country. Its true form is a mystery because it can transform into anything. Arthur asked Daniel, "The polymorph dragon, Kianan, one of the 7 dragons. Daniel, didn't you participate in its subjugation?" Daniel replied, "The one who killed the polymorph dragon was my master. At that time, I was just a greenhorn soldier, and only my master could keep up with that dragon." Arthur exclaimed, "Just surviving and returning is incredibly impressive." Well, it seems he was also a victim of the polymorph incident. That entire region was completely flattened. Who would have thought there would be a survivor? Daniel thought to himself, does he want revenge for that incident? Is he harboring such intense hatred for dragons? A genius with talent far beyond my own. Just then, Arthur, who was looking at other students' personal information, spoke up. He was lucky to have survived on his own until now and has talent recognized by Daniel. But I want to correct one thing you said. Daniel asked in surprise. What? Arthur pulled out a personal information sheet and said, You said Ruth is the strongest student this year, but there's still a rival in Class D. Another genius, with what can only be called monstrous talent. The personal information sheet appeared in their sight. Attached was a picture of a girl with platinum blonde hair. In the physical training room, combined classes 199 to 200, Wilhelm struggled to complete 200 push-ups. He was out of breath, lying exhausted on the floor, whispering, Coach, I've completed 3 sets of push-ups twice already. Claire nodded and said nonchalantly, Good. Next up is 2008 count burpees. Wilhelm was on the verge of tears. He tried to lift his head to look at Claire and asked, What? Claire ignored him and urged loudly, What are you waiting for? When are you going to stand up? Elsewhere in the room, Ruth was wiping sweat with a towel after finishing a workout. Now I can use it. There are 3 days left until the sparring match. And now I can finally use the breathing techniques and stances I used in my past life to some extent. I hope it will be enough for me to achieve what I want. Lost in thought, Ruth was annoyed by the noise from Ballesteros. He couldn't help but turn and ask, Can't you train with your mouth shut? Ballesteros didn't stop his movements and said matter-of-factly, Strength comes from breathing. Ruth questioned, What kind of nonsense is that? Are you saying you'll be as strong as a bear by breathing like one? Ballesteros glanced at Ruth. Ruth, the reason you can't lift weights like this is because you don't have a proper breath. Shut up, Ruth interrupted. He sincerely reminded, Say what you want, but train properly. Every time you huff and puff, that weight gets wobbly. Huh? Ballesteros was a bit surprised. He tried again and found out that it was exactly as Ruth said. So he stopped training, sat up, and looked at Ruth, saying, You're right, I can feel my muscles tensing up more. You're good, my master. Yeah, whatever. Just then, Hennis approached from a distance. As she got closer, she pinched her nose. She looked at Ballesteros with disdain. Ugh, you stink. Are you even human? How on earth can you train continuously for 3 hours without a break? Ballesteros said seriously. When you feel your muscles growing, you'll know the exhilarating feeling. By the way, Hennis, you're too skinny. I'll guide you, so let's start training. Hennis had a wary expression. I'm normal, don't come near me, Ballesteros asked, puzzled. Why are all the women in the academy so fragile? No one is like the women back home. You all look like starved stray dogs. Hearing this, Hennis asked angrily, Did you just call me a dog? Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, Hennis saw Ruth leaving. She quickly called out, Hey, where are you going? Ruth replied, Just getting a drink. Wait, I'll go with you. Then, Hennis turned to Ballesteros and asked, Hey, blockhead, what about you? Ballesteros replied, I'll lose my gains if I walk, but I'd really appreciate it if you got me a protein shake. Hennis nodded. She ran to Ruth's side, and they left the gym together. When they reached the vending machine, they saw a silver-haired girl standing in front of it. Hennis exclaimed in surprise, Oh, someone's here. Seeing Ruth didn't reply, Hennis looked over curiously and saw Ruth's grim expression as he stared at the silver-haired girl. At that moment, Ruth was indeed in a bad mood. He recognized the silver-haired girl. She was Leon Z. Before Ruth was reborn, she was a genius master swordsman, a sword saint, a knight as strong as his brother, one of the strongest dragon slayers, and also the first person to show Ruth a wall he couldn't overcome. Once, Leon Z looked at the injured Ruth on the ground and said contemptuously, I thought you'd be stronger since you're Aesir's brother, but I guess I was wrong. At that time, Ruth, lying on the ground, could only helplessly clench his fists and stare at Leon Z, gritting his teeth. Oh, just you wait. I'll remember your face. Recalling that scene, Ruth cursed inwardly. Damn it, I didn't even get a chance for revenge. If I hadn't died at that time. Ruth shook his head, stopped thinking about the past, and said to the current Leon Z in a gruff voice, Move. Leon Z questioned, What? Ruth repeated. I said, Get lost. Are you deaf? This time, Leon Z said nothing, and threw the can in her hand at Ruth. Ruth tilted his head to dodge, and Leon Z had already disappeared. In a flash, Leon Z appeared in front of Ruth and threw a kick straight at his head. Having sensed it beforehand, Ruth raised a hand to block in front of his head, stopping Leon Z's kick. This surprised Leon Z a little. He blocked it? Then, try blocking this. The thought shifted, and Leon Z immediately changed her move, raising her leg high and sweeping down. Ruth was not flustered at all. His expression remained calm from beginning to end. Facing this move, he just jumped back slightly and easily escaped. Leon Z was startled and thought. Again, Hennis, standing on the side, couldn't watch anymore. She yelled, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Leonzi didn't continue her attack. It would be fruitless. Besides, continuing to fight would attract the teacher's attention. I thought he was just an idiot, but he dodged my attacks twice. After a moment of thought, Leonzi frowned and looked at Ruth, asking, "Are you picking a fight with me because I was recommended to the academy?" Ruth replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're in our way, I'm dying of thirst, and you're just standing there blocking the way." Leonzi was startled and moved aside. When she saw Ruth was indeed going to get a drink, she said, "Oh, I misunderstood." In response, she got a harsh remark from Ruth, "What now? Why are you still hanging around here?" Leonzi wasn't angry and asked back, "What's your name?" "Ruth Donathos." "I'll remember your name." With that, Leonzi decisively turned and left. Watching her go, Ruth said, "Whatever." Hennis annoyedly questioned loudly, "Hey, you should apologize first. Who do you think you are?" Ruth stood beside her, feeling the pain in his wrist. He silently cursed, "Damn, I almost broke my wrist. I just wanted to test her abilities. She still has that insane strength." Seeing that Leonzi was ignoring her, Hennis, though angry, couldn't do anything. She turned to ask Ruth, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Ruth asked back, "Didn't you see me block her?" Hennis stomped her foot. "Block it? More like you broke your wrist. It's nothing." Ruth still wanted to act tough but was cut off by Hennis. "Shut up and go to the infirmary to get it checked." When the two returned to the gym, Ballesteros was surprised to see Ruth's bandaged wrist. Ruth, are you hurt?" "What? Who hurt you?" A loud shout was heard. Claire, who was dozing off not far away, rushed to Ruth's side and asked, "Oh my God, what happened?" Ruth replied casually, "It was just a small accident." Daniel also ran over at this time. "What happened?" Before Ruth could speak, Hennis cut in. "He was beaten up by a kid." Ruth was startled and quickly explained, "Huh? I wasn't beaten up. It was just a small argument." Claire ignored Ruth and went to Hennis's side to ask, "So who hit Ruth?" Hennis didn't hide anything and recounted, "She's a new student. She has white hair and golden eyes, and she mentioned being recommended." From Hennis's account, Claire and Daniel exchanged a look. A name popped into their minds, Leon Z from Class D. Claire turned furiously and walked towards the door. Daniel knew what she was about to do and quickly pulled her back. Claire's face was dark, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Let go of me. I won't let this go. I'll teach her a lesson." Daniel advised, "Claire, calm down. I can't let this go this time, even if Ruth started it first. She's hurt too many people already. Why would she hit a good person like him?" Claire's loud shout attracted the attention of the other students in the room. "What's up? It looks like someone from our class got beat up." Seeing students starting to gather, Daniel quickly smiled and said to Claire, "I'm not telling you to let it go. But as an instructor, there are more clever ways." Claire asked suspiciously. "More clever?" Daniel whispered in Claire's ear, "If you can't control the situation and cause a scene, Arthur, who is responsible for Class D, will take control of the situation and say he will handle everything. First, let's avoid any complaints from Leon Z's guardian, the leader of the Dragon Slayers. He definitely knows how to handle things professionally, so he'll probably ask Arthur to handle this. Then, we can do whatever we want." Claire's eyes lit up. "Shift the blame to Arthur and take the credit? So we can punish that aggressive kid, right?" "Not bad." Daniel smiled and replied, "Exactly. There's no reason to make a big deal out of this. Just punish her with her grades. Make her do volunteer work for the academy. Extra classes. But of course, since we want her to change her attitude, no one will complain if those classes are a bit harsh, right?" While Claire and Daniel were whispering and plotting, Ruth was being gossiped about by many of his classmates, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Ballesteros looked at Ruth, who was covering his face, and said, "Ruth, it seems like the teachers really like you. Congratulations." Ruth, still covering his face, said, "Shut up." Ballesteros continued, "Don't be too heartbroken. Get over it and become a man." Ruth really couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Shut up." 3 days later, in the grand hall, the students were already lined up and waiting. From the teacher's ranks, one stepped forward, scanned the room, and announced loudly, "It seems everyone is here. Students, please line up by class. We will now begin the combined combat assessment. Now, we will begin the training session for Class A and B. In this practical combat session, each person will be assigned a number. You will also get to choose your opponent. You cannot choose the same person twice, so each of you will only have 2 matches today. The explanation is over. Good luck, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, a referee stepped into the middle of the arena and called out, "Number 1, Helion McDowell. Come out and choose your opponent." Helion quickly stepped onto the stage and chose his opponent. The fight began very quickly. The teachers assessed each student's ability stats by observing the fight. In the middle of the arena, Hennis was watching the fight on one side and said to Ruth, "Calling this a practical combat session is just a front. In reality, it's an ability assessment. This is a meritocracy. No one cares about a student's background or past. Instead, they will be judged based on their talent and skills. That's one of the reasons why Iridium is the top school. You could say that every student here is a genius in some way." Ruth thought to himself, "I've never heard anyone call me that." At this moment, another match had just ended. The referee immediately called the next student, number 8, Hennis Harpulia. Hennis smiled confidently. Even so, they become useless in front of the real deal. As she spoke, Hennis quickly walked up to the stage. "Go, Hennis, the genius of the year, Hennis." Barrett's loud cheer made Hennis's smiling face momentarily turn into an angry one. She glared at Ballesteros once, and then began to choose her opponent. Ruth saw Hennis's choice and thought to himself, a mage with limitations in close combat chose a swordsman as an opponent. Hennis is truly confident. On the stage, seeing that the two students were in position, the referee shouted, "Both sides, ready and begin." Hennis made the first move. She condensed multiple fireballs and shot them towards her opponent. The blonde swordsman raised his shield to block the first fireball. He thought quickly. Luckily, the fireball's speed isn't too fast. So, before she can cast another spell, I'll end this with a single strike. So the blonde swordsman used his speed to dodge all the incoming fireballs. When he got close to Hennis, he raised his sword high and swung it down hard at her. Unfortunately, just as the blonde swordsman's sword was about to hit Hennis, she disappeared on the spot. She appeared far from her original position and continuously condensed fire arrows to bombard him. Damn it! When did she move there? Another wave of magic. I have to take the hit, he thought. And the blonde swordsman could do nothing but raise his shield and grit his teeth to endure. Suddenly, he saw Hennis smile and say softly, "Gotcha." Before the blonde swordsman could understand, Hennis disappeared again. This time, she reappeared right in front of the blonde swordsman. In her hand was a small dagger, its tip just a short distance from his neck. The swordsman froze on the spot. Damn it! I didn't expect her to fight a swordsman in close combat. Why would someone from a prestigious family use such a risky tactic? Despite his thoughts, the blonde swordsman could only say reluctantly, "I surrender." Upon hearing this, the referee immediately declared the winner to be Hennis Harpulia. "Both of you did very well." After her victory, Hennis looked to the stands. She smiled at a professor in a purple dress. Her eyes seemed to ask, "Did I do well, Miss Liana?" The professor in the purple dress was Liana Chernika. She was from the Flamecrest Guild. Liana smiled back at Hennis. Satisfied, Hennis turned and walked off the stage. Ruth asked her, "Where'd you get the guts to fight a swordsman like that?" Hennis answered smugly, "I just beat them at their own game." Swordsmen think a mage can't fight them up close, right? Ruth sighed to himself. It was a risky move. If her opponent had caught on sooner, she would have been in trouble, but that was just her style. A flashy way of fighting really suits a mage like her. At the same time, the other professors in the stands praised Hennis's abilities. Klee commended her great combat sense and top-tier reflexes. Her magic is also very refined. I wish I had a better spot to watch the match. Arthur nodded in agreement. You're right. A battle mage like her is rare. We should hire another instructor, preferably a fire type. Claire was full of excitement. Next up, get on stage and choose your opponent. Let's see who's next. Soon, the next fighter climbed onto the stage. It was Wilhelm. He stood on the stage and pointed straight at Ruth. Step up, Ruth Donatos. I lost last time, but this time will be different. Seeing this, a vein popped on a certain friend's forehead. His smile stiffened. He barely resisted the urge to jump down and beat the idiot up. Ruth's group wondered what was wrong with the guy. Ruth calmly walked onto the stage. He decided, if you want this, you'll get it. I admire your persistence, but I'm going to beat you to a pulp, kid. The fight turned into a public beatdown. Of course, the one getting beaten was Wilhelm. He was hit so hard he cried out in pain. Wait, hold on. You son of a... Don't, I lose, I surrender already. In the end, Wilhelm had to be carried off on a stretcher. Ruth looked down at him and spoke. Thank you for fighting until the end. You were very persistent, Wilhelm. Lying on the stretcher, Wilhelm cried internally. Damn it, I already surrendered. Just then, the referee spoke up. Well done. Next, Ruth Donatos. It's you again. If you're tired, I can change the order. Ruth shook his head. No, I can continue. The referee nodded. All right, then choose your opponent. Instantly, Ruth's eyes locked onto one person. He issued his challenge. Get up here, Ballesteros. Balak was surprised. He was silent for a moment, then hesitated. Ruth, I don't want to fight you, Ruth stated firmly. You have to fight me. You're the strongest one here, Balak explained his principle. Friends of the Staros tribe, we don't fight our friends, so you'll run like a coward? Ruth asked, looking at Balak. He thought to himself, in my past life, your footsteps could shake the earth. Mountains crumbled before your fists. But this time, that's not enough. I'll even tarnish your honor if I have to. You need to take the next step towards the peak, Fist King. I learned from my losses to you. Now it's your turn. Just then, Balak spoke again. But a Staros warrior does not run like a coward. Good then, Ruth smiled. He decided to unleash Balak's potential. Balak's expression turned serious. You're stronger than me, so I won't ask you to use your sword from the start. But I hope you'll fight with everything you've got. Ruth happily agreed. Of course, even if you didn't want me to. The referee looked at the two on stage and shouted, Ready, and begin. He remembered the past. The first time Ruth met Balak was when he was practicing his sword. After confirming it was Ruth, he spoke coldly. I'm here at your brother's request. He asked me to calm you down. Your recent behavior has been a bit out of control. Hearing this, Ruth replied with irritation, My brother? Don't make me laugh. If that bastard wants trouble, tell him to come here himself. Balak disagreed. That's not really possible. Besides, don't you think your words are a bit harsh? Eris is your family. Ruth finally snapped. He threw the wooden sword in his hand to the ground and cursed at Balak. Hey, you damn pig. If you've got guts, then shut up and come at me. Family my ass. After a brief exchange of words, they started fighting. The result, of course, was Ruth getting beaten to a pulp. He lay flat on the training floor, fuming. Damn it, you fat oaf. You're pretty strong. Balak picked up the wooden sword from the ground. He handed it to Ruth and said, You too, Ruth Donatos. Ruth's temper flared even more. Are you mocking me? Balak shook his head and replied, I'm serious, even though I am stronger. Thinking back, Ruth couldn't help but sigh. After getting beaten up by Leon and this bastard, I realized I wasn't that talented after all. While Ruth was lost in thought, Balak began the fight. He built up momentum, then he shot forward like an arrow, launching an attack. Ruth managed to dodge. He countered with an uppercut. Right after that was a barrage of attacks from Ruth. Balak went on the defensive. He then seized an opportunity to grab Ruth's shoulder. He planned to give him a loving punch, but Ruth seemed to predict it. He immediately dodged and retreated. This made Balak a bit regretful. You dodged it this time. That was obviously a feint. I'm not crazy enough to let you grab me. Ruth replied with a smile, but inside, he was constantly amazed. This bastard's body is insane. He's taken quite a few of my hits. But there isn't even a scratch. The soul of a warrior who fights with physical strength lies in their muscles. The Staros are a family of martial artists from the north. Every member of this family is a monster of muscle. Their muscles, improved over generations, have fused with mana. This creates an armor thicker and harder than steel. Would it be wrong to say his body has become the strongest shield and the sharpest spear? Ruth started calculating. Normal attacks definitely won't work. In that case, instead of short, decisive blows, softer strikes with strong pushing force will be more effective. I'll attack the gaps in his armor and destroy it from the inside. He put his thoughts into action. Ruth quickly changed his strategy. Balak also sensed the difference in Ruth's fighting style. So fast. His attacks weren't just faster than before. Even his attack patterns became harder to read. Cunning like a snake. It was getting harder and harder to keep up with them. With this thought, Balak began to focus on strengthening his armor. He believed there was no way Ruth could break through the armor of the Staros family. Who would have thought his confidence wouldn't last long? He took a painfully sharp blow. Try and dodge this. As he spoke, Ruth continued his assault, shocking Balak. I know this technique. It's the Staros martial art. A martial art that mimics the vastness of the ocean and the unyielding nature of mountains. I knew Ruth's fighting technique was somewhat similar to the Staros family's, but I never thought he'd master a skill capable of countering my own. How could this be when he's not even a member of the family? No, that doesn't matter anymore. Right now, I just want to beat this guy. Seeing Balak's excited face, Ruth smiled and warned, Be careful, I'm coming again. As he spoke, he launched a furious assault on Balak. Balak focused intensely to dodge every blow. He couldn't keep up with this speed, so his strategy was to find an opening when Ruth attacked, then grab him. That was the theory. But when Balak counterattacked, Ruth saw it coming and dodged in time. From this, Balak could see Ruth's strength wasn't in dealing continuous damage. Instead, It was his freakishly sharp ability to read the fight, and his unreasonably high level of skill mastery. Seeing Ruth start to sweat, his breathing also heavier, Balak guessed he was getting tired. It seemed he was winning in terms of stamina. Seizing the opportunity, Balak put all his strength into the next punch. He hoped to quickly take Ruth down. Just then, he noticed Ruth had no intention of dodging. He even smiled and said, "This match has been fun, Balak. You're truly very strong, Balak Staros. It's just that I'm even stronger." As he spoke, Ruth unexpectedly swung his sword at Balak's chest. Of course, this surprise counterattack didn't injure Balak. It was just enough to tear his shirt and end the match. The crowd witnessed the entire process. After a moment of silence, they erupted. Cheers echoed everywhere. Even the teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really a match between students? Neither of them even used mana, but their individual strength is on par with today's Dragon Slayers. Above all, Ruth Donatos. Claire spoke her thoughts aloud. He didn't even use his full strength in this battle. Even so, he still has perfect movements, posture, and precision. My God, this child has already reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman. Even more surprising is Balak. That child is also amazing. Teacher Daniel smiled and added, that perfect sword swing Ruth performed at the end of the match. He knew it sounded absurd, but somehow, Ruth's swordsmanship was just like his master's. In Bryce of the Heavenly Sword School, Daniel thought of Leon. No matter how much of a genius someone is, he never thought anyone could defeat that monstrous talent. But Ruth isn't a genius. He's a monster, a kid with talent that was already perfect before he even started learning. All four teachers had the same thought without saying it. They wanted to teach Ruth. After the test, Ruth and his friends rushed to the academy's dining hall to refuel. The pampered lady Hennis Harpulia slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Why are we in the dining hall? Can't we eat out, just for today? Eating out lacks protein, Hennis, Balak replied while chewing. Ruth just said 3 short words. I'm very poor. Hennis clicked her tongue. You boring idiots. The food here is delicious. Why should we spend money outside when the food here is free? Is money just paper to you? Hennis looked at Ruth with a puzzled expression. But money is paper. Ruth chewed the food in his mouth grimly. Right, that kid comes from a damn rich family. Ruth suddenly turned to look at Balak. Come to think of it, this guy is from a rich family too, right? So why is he eating like a gorilla? Damn it! So I'm the only poor one here. So poor I have to risk my life to earn money. The more he thought, the more unfair it seemed. Ruth angrily chewed his food as if it were his enemy. Hennis then put on a superior look and said, I'm saying, your big sister here can buy you food outside sometimes. I'm sure Balak can take care of himself. The only one to worry about is you. Hearing this made Ruth even more furious. I don't need that kind of kindness from you, filthy bourgeois. Hennis looked at Ruth with judging eyes. What's with your tone? Did that gorilla next to you infect you? Just as Ruth was about to retort, a voice rang out. Found him. That student from before. Hennis and Ruth both turned to look. They saw a blue-haired young man with a bright expression talking to a silver-haired one beside him. Look, Abel, that's the student you were talking about. Then they strode over to Ruth's group. The other students in the dining hall started whispering. Those are the guild leaders. Oh, really? The Pursuit Guild and Moonshadow. As soon as he reached Ruth's table, the blue-haired man introduced himself. Hello, juniors. That was an impressive match. I'm Roderick Riddle, leader of the Pursuit Guild. Ruth also replied politely. I'm Ruth Donatos. Roderick then pointed to the person next to him. This is Abel White. As you can see, he's a bit shy. Even without an introduction, Ruth knew who they were. Heavenly Bow, Roderick, and Moonshadow Abel. He had no acquaintance with them in his past life. By the time he started working as a dragon slayer, they had already died in the battle against the 7 dragons. I'm Hennis Harpulia. Hennis stood up politely to greet her senior. Balak, however, remained seated, holding a plate of food. I'm Balak Staros. A pleasure to meet you. Hennis grabbed Balak's hair and scolded him. Hey, are you crazy? So rude. Roderick found this scene a bit amusing, but then he realized who the 2 youngsters were and praised them. That's right, you 2 were amazing as well. Hennis took the opportunity to ask, what are you 2 doing in the student cafeteria? Roderick answered honestly, we're alumni of this academy. We suddenly missed eating here, so we came. In that case, is Miss Liana here too? Hennis continued to ask, with a hint of anticipation on her face. Liana went back as soon as the swordsmanship class ended. She said there was no need to stay any longer. Oh, I see, Hennis replied, her face falling. Roderick saw this and comforted her. Don't be so disappointed. She'll visit Iridium again soon. By the way, at this point, he turned to Ruth. Abel has praised you a lot. He said you're the kind of person he really needs in his guild. Don't waste any more time, Roderick. Abel placed a hand on Roderick's shoulder. Then he looked straight into Ruth's eyes and asked, "You're Ruth Donatos, right? Do you know who I am? You're the 4th-ranked Dragon Slayer on the individual list, and the guildmaster of the 2nd-ranked guild, Moonshadow." Abel corrected him. "So you know me well. But remember, we're ranked 2nd because of information processing, not because we're weaker than the number 1 guild. Let's get straight to the point. I saw your match. It was quite impressive. Since I can't avoid this, I might as well act like a genius." Thinking this, Ruth replied, "Well, I am good. I like your confidence. And because of that, I want to make you an offer. Do you want to join the Moonshadow Guild right after you graduate?" While Hennis seemed quite surprised, Ruth was calm. "Isn't this kind of recruitment forbidden? Why are you going to such lengths?" Abel answered honestly. "When the target is someone talented, people don't usually follow that rule. You're a genius with great potential. Someone like you needs a big stage to perform on, right? I assure you, Moonshadow will provide you with a perfect stage like that." Although having a major guild like Moonshadow backing him was a sweet deal, it wouldn't be a good idea to join a guild where Ruth couldn't freely do what he wanted. So Ruth didn't hesitate to refuse. Instead, he proposed a deal. "Can you find someone for me? It's my older brother, who survived the disaster 10 years ago." "A survivor of the disaster 10 years ago? That's quite a tough one. If I help you, what do I get in return?" Ruth replied with a straight face, "A good relationship with me." Roderick heard this and burst out laughing at Abel. Abel didn't find it funny at all. On the contrary, he was quite interested in this offer. Having a good relationship with someone with such a bright future isn't a bad idea. Abel agreed to Ruth's offer. Then he and Roderick quickly left. It was like facing a whirlwind. "Are all high rankers like that?" Hennis said as she watched their backs. "Not sure," Ruth shrugged. "Anyway, rejecting an offer from a major guild. If you're that confident, it seems you must have received a pretty good letter." Hennis then picked up her letter. The professor had given each person a letter after class. Because of that sudden offer, Ruth had completely forgotten about this. This letter was related to the evaluation of the first swordsmanship class, the evaluation letter for the first sparring session. In his past life, his result wasn't very good. He didn't know how it would be this time. Ruth felt a bit nervous as he slowly opened the letter. Hennis, sitting opposite him, stared at him and guessed, "You don't need to look. I'm sure it's all good things. Things that would make your family proud." Balak suddenly asked, "Ruth, what's your brother like?" Ruth replied without hesitation, "Stupidly kind. Yes, he's a real idiot. Even as an undefeated dragon slayer, he struggled because of his pathetic little brother. He suffered until the very end. He's also very strong. Someone like me can't compare to him." Ruth continued with a proud smile, his eyes shining. "If he's that strong, then I'm sure he's still alive. Don't worry too much." "Yeah, I guess so." The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hennis saw this and changed the subject. "Anyway, why don't we open our letters? I'll read mine first. Good combat sense, fierce strategy that penetrates the opponent and uses appropriate skills, potential to become an excellent battle mage. Just as expected." "My turn," Balak said proudly. "High-level martial arts, powerful physique, perfect body, fierce strength, and good reflexes. Beautiful muscles." Beautiful muscles made Balak drool with delight. His opinion of Professor Claire skyrocketed. The professor really pays attention to detail. Professor Claire is amazing. She really knows how to describe things. Now it was Ruth's turn. Seeing him remain silent, Hennis impatiently snatched the letter from his hand. After seeing what was inside, she couldn't hide her shock and exclaimed, "What is this?" The letter had the signatures of all 4 professors. Ruth quickly went to the teacher's room to meet them. As soon as they saw him, the professors started fawning over him. One asked about his situation at school, another was concerned about his diet, yet another was worried about Ruth's health. Only teacher Damien had a very different way of showing concern. He stared as if he wanted to eat Ruth alive. Ruth knew exactly why they were doing this. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Did you call me here to choose an advisor?" The room suddenly fell silent. After a while, Professor Arthur was the first to speak. "That's right. I'm sure you understand the meaning of the signatures in the letter. After the sparring session, new students are assigned a professor who suits them. In some cases, a student is contacted directly by a professor, and a signature is a sign of that." Teacher Damien nodded and said, "Contacted by all the professors? That's rare." Claire continued, "Ruth, this means you have great potential. The teachers all respect the students' opinions, so don't worry, we're all experts." Ruth didn't deny this. The White Sword, Daniel Gold. The Crimson Sorceress, Claire Marson. The Hunter, Damian Gray. The Lightning Sword, Arthur Wilson. They were all excellent teachers. But in his past life, Daniel had chosen to teach him swordsmanship, so this time, Ruth chose him as his advisor again. But he added a condition. Daniel had to accept him as a direct disciple. Everyone in the room, including Daniel, was completely stunned. The teacher asked seriously, "Ruth, do you understand what a direct disciple is? As far as I know, the heavenly art still doesn't have a successor, right? The heavenly art is an ancient swordsmanship and mana technique used to kill dragons. It's passed down to only one person in each generation. In his past life, Professor Daniel was the student of a legendary swordsman. He was also his brother's teacher. That meant his brother was the next successor. Daniel was in a difficult position. Of course, he wanted Ruth to be the next successor. He had planned to suggest it to Ruth later. He never expected Ruth to bring it up first. Can you tell me why you want that position? Ruth answered honestly, I want power. Because when I was weak, dragons killed my friends and family. If I had been stronger, I could have saved them. From now on, I don't want to see the people I love die in front of me again. Ruth's answer reminded Daniel Gold of a painful memory. When Daniel was a child, he and his sister had to flee from a dragon. But his sister died protecting him. No matter how much pain a person has suffered, if their reason for wanting to be stronger is simply revenge, they are not worthy to become the next successor of the heavenly art. But if it's to protect those important to them, that's a different story. Alright, Ruth. From now on, you are my direct disciple. But what if all the professors teach and supervise you, Ruth? Before Ruth could process it, Daniel had already turned to convince the other teachers. Ruth is very talented. If we only let him learn swordsmanship, it would be a waste. To let his potential grow, we must try everything. Ruth immediately protested. No way. Learning from one professor is hard enough. How can I learn from 4 at once? That's not fair to the other students either. Professor Arthur thought differently. No, this idea is good. To destroy all dragons, we need a great dragon slayer. To create someone like that, a little unfairness is acceptable. There will be complaints. But what can they do other than blame their own incompetence? Hearing this, Ruth became even more confused. Why would a professor known for being strict and conservative like Professor Arthur allow such a risky thing? The other professors all agreed with Daniel's idea. Seeing the hesitation in Ruth's eyes, Daniel walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Ruth, this is just a suggestion from me. Whatever you choose, I will respect your decision. A series of questions popped into Ruth's head. Can I become the successor of the heavenly art while being taught by other professors? What if others' opportunities are lost because of me? This could have a huge impact on the future. A knight who can fight dragons. A knight who can prevent disaster from happening early. I must ensure everyone's future. To do that, I must surpass my own limits. I must become stronger at any cost. Since it's come to this, I will become the knight this world needs. After finding his answer, Ruth agreed to Daniel's proposal. While Ruth was talking with the professors, in another place, Leon was dragging her heavy steps back to her room. Her whole body ached, all thanks to Miss Claire. 2 hours earlier, Claire had suddenly called Leon to the training room alone. Then she smiled and declared, Leon, from now on, remedial classes are a part of your punishment. Your self-control science class will now begin. Self-control? Before Leon could figure out what was going on, she was beaten up by Claire. Damn it! That damn professor! Does she have something against me? The throbbing pain in her arm made Leon even more irritated. That bastard Ruth is so annoying. He tattled on me because I hit him. Leon kicked a decorative plant pot to vent her anger. Then she sat down at the foot of the stairs. I was wrong to misunderstand and kick his joint by surprise. But just for that, I have to do cleaning duty. I became a punching bag under the guise of remedial classes. I even got scolded by my mother. The feeling of being wronged made Leon unable to hold back her tears. Coincidentally, Ruth was passing by and saw this scene. He quickly hid around a corner to avoid being spotted. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, am I mistaken? She's always so cool and sharp that I thought she wasn't human. Leon is crying. She has tears? What happened to the captain of the dragon-slaying team? In the past life, Leon was a normal child before the death of the dragon-slaying team's captain, her adoptive mother. Back then, Ruth was also an immature kid. Their relationship wasn't great, so there was no reason for him to care. But now, circumstances had turned this 7-year-old into a demon. And the person who made this 7-year-old cry was Ruth. He didn't even tattle or attack first. But why did everyone judge him as guilty? Ruth peeked around the wall to see how Leon was doing. When he saw she was still crying, he just sighed and stepped out to talk to her. Why are you crying in the middle of the hallway? Realizing it was Ruth, Leon's hands trembled. She couldn't help but shout, You bastard! You tattled to the professor just because of that little conflict? Do you know what I've had to endure because of you? Besides, you were the one who behaved rudely first. Sorry. Ruth's sudden apology took Leon by surprise. What did you just say? Ruth pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, then replied shyly. I'm sorry for being rude back then, and I went a bit too far, but I wasn't the one who tattled. I was also embarrassed when the rumor spread. My friend was the one who revealed it in front of the professor. Leon froze for a moment. Then she shamelessly blew her nose into Ruth's handkerchief. When she was done, she said with a cold expression, You think that's enough to calm me down? Ruth retorted. I didn't tell you to blow your nose like that. I'll wash it and return it to you, Leon replied awkwardly. Then she tried to cover it up by acting superior. I misunderstood first, so I accept your apology. But I won't forgive you if you bother me. All right. I'll avoid you as much as possible, Ruth replied indifferently. He thought to himself, She'll get stronger on her own. She doesn't need my help. She acted alone in the past, too. Just then, as Leon walked past, he heard her mumble an addition, saying hello is okay. What? Ruth didn't hear clearly and asked again. Leon, embarrassed, got angry and shouted, I said saying hello is okay. With those words, she turned and walked away. Ruth chuckled. I've never seen her like that before. At the same time, on her way, Leon kept deluding herself. Doing something I never do doesn't mean we're becoming friends. Suddenly, Ruth asked from behind, Doing what? Leon was startled and shouted, Why are you following me? Ruth shrugged. I'm going this way too. They exchanged a few more words and discovered their destination was both Professor Daniel's training room. A thought flashed through Ruth's mind. He quickly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Professor Daniel saw him and Leon and smiled. I was waiting for you two. Did you come together? Ruth quickly questioned. Professor, could it be that Leon is in the same class as me? That's right, I suggested it. Ruth couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, No way. Gray was Leon's advisor at her previous school, Ekip. Since Leon is the adopted daughter of the dragon-slaying team's captain, a master swordsman to supplement her weak grappling skills would be a safe choice. But why? Ruth's expression made Leon a bit annoyed. What? What are you unhappy about? Ruth quickly clarified. It's not that. You plan on learning grappling, right? This is necessary when facing a dragon slayer. Above all, since you use a single sword, it becomes... the practical combat class. I saw you in the practical combat class. You're an excellent swordsman, so I guess combining it with grappling would be better. Daniel also nodded in agreement. Exactly. Grappling techniques are the perfect choice to close the distance when attacking with a sword. Leon, thinking Ruth cared about her, pretended to be unhappy. I'm a bit uncomfortable with you watching me so closely, but it doesn't sound bad. Watching you my ass. Leon deliberately spoke loudly. Why would you do that? Are you trying to speak ill of me in front of the professor? Ruth, afraid of being misunderstood by the professor, panicked and denied it. No, you're the one talking nonsense. Leon saw Ruth's frightened expression and burst out laughing. You're not the only smart one here. Knowing he'd been tricked, Ruth's face darkened as he thought, I can't just be toyed with like this. Has this girl always had such a terrible personality? Leon stopped teasing and asked seriously, Forget it. So what were you going to say? I thought you were assigned to Professor Claire instead of Professor Daniel. The mention of Professor Gray reminded Leon of her miserable remedial class earlier. Assigned what? I was never assigned. Even if I were, do you think I would go to that devil professor? The one who beats her students like punching bags under the guise of self-control? I wouldn't go there even if I died. Ruth could only remain silent. The future had changed again. In the past, Leon's advisor at school was Gray, and they had a good relationship. But now, they were like enemies. This was Professor Daniel's plan, but was the cause perhaps him? The atmosphere was a bit tense. Professor Daniel changed the subject. Now, let's talk about that later. We should start the class. Before we step into class, let me explain briefly to you two. Swordsmanship is a profound art. It requires enduring pain like broken bones, starting from simple movements to achieve perfect swordsmanship. Of course, you two already have an excellent foundation, so we don't need to get bogged down in theory. But there are still thousands of techniques. You must experience them yourselves and find what suits you best. Proper training will provide experience through the self-control class. As he said this, Daniel held a wooden sword in his hand, a dangerous smile on his face. Now, are you two ready? Ruth and Leon's faces darkened. They had the same thought without saying a word. In the end, he still wants us to get beaten up. Not long after, Daniel looked satisfied at Ruth and Leon lying miserably on the floor. Today's lesson is now over. From now on, we will have both group and individual lessons like today. Have a great weekend. See you next week. After saying that, Daniel left the two in the room, happily whistling as he went. Ruth struggled to sit up. He muttered a curse. Damn it, I thought at least the two of us could protect ourselves. Leon also sat up. She tied back her silver hair, frowning at Ruth in reproach. Hey, I told you to be careful with your words. Why do you keep spouting those curses? Ruth said unhappily. If you were a mercenary like me, you'd be the same. Besides, after being beaten to a pulp like that, you don't feel angry at all? Leon scratched her head and replied, Not really. Why should I be angry when we lost because we weren't strong enough? Besides, we need to learn because we're still weak. You should also know that Professor Daniel is a very lenient teacher. When you get to train with Professor Claire, you'll realize how humane those slashes just now were. Ruth looked at Leon in astonishment. Then he closed his eyes and said, Let's stop talking about this. Leon laughed cheerfully. What's wrong, feeling guilty? Ruth didn't dare to look directly at Leon. He stood up and said, I'm leaving. Leon saw this and said quickly, Where do you think you're going? If you feel guilty, then teach me grappling techniques. Ruth asked suspiciously. What? Why so suddenly? Leon grabbed Ruth's pant leg, her enthusiasm overflowing. You were the one who said my grappling skills were lacking. There's a rumor that your close combat skills are amazing, so teach me. Ruth refused. Why should it be me? Go ask the professors. Leon tried to persuade him. I don't even have enough time for swordsmanship practice. So if you teach me, it'll be more convenient. Besides, I'm too tired of being beaten up by Professor Claire already. Faced with Leon's expectant gaze, Ruth softened and agreed. Fine, all right? I get it. Now let go of me. Leon smiled and let go. Really? You better keep your promise. I said I know. Leaving that one sentence, Ruth immediately fled the room. Walking down the corridor, Ruth put a hand to his head and thought, the differences between this life and my past life keep catching me off guard. I couldn't even refuse her offer. It's definitely not because I think she's cute. Anyway, she's one of the important people. Getting a little closer to her should be fine, right? Suddenly, an idea popped into Ruth's head. Wait, isn't this a good opportunity? Yes. Let's take this chance to repay the debt I owe her from my past life. It's all your fault for asking me to teach you grappling. I'll make you regret it. Having made up his mind, Ruth felt happy and continued on his way. The Iridium Dragonslayer Academy is located in the capital of the Alpian Empire, in the center of the continent. A powerful dragon slayer represents the strength of an entire nation. Therefore, the imperial family spared no effort to support him. And most of the graduates from Iridium were sought after by the Royal Association. Most of the facilities at the academy were built in a modern style. However, students would surely be dissatisfied with this boring life, because they could only move within a limited space. That's why students are allowed to freely wander around the capital on weekends and major holidays. This morning was one such day. On the streets of the capital, you could easily spot academy students, including Ruth's group of 3, Hennis and Balak. Hennis, holding a stack of books, walked ahead and turned back to complain. Hey, are you guys going to lag behind like that forever? I told you I'm very busy today. Walking slowly behind, Ruth said lazily, I had planned to sleep all day. Balak, walking beside Ruth, nodded in agreement. Me too. My hands need a rest. Hennis was annoyed by their attitude and questioned them. There are still many things to see at the academy. Are you two planning to sleep through all the holidays we have for the next 4 years? Ruth complained in a low voice. Either way, sleeping is a more rewarding prize than being your porter. Hennis walked over and handed the stack of books to Ruth. Stop complaining. I'll buy you expensive food later. Just put up with it. There's no other way. As he spoke, Ruth naturally passed the stack of books into Balak's hands. Looking at the books in his hands, Balak glanced at Ruth and questioned, Ruth, Hennis asked you to hold them. Why did you give them all to me? Ruth asked with a straight face. Do you have any money on you? Balak replied, Of course not. Then hold it. Hearing Ruth say that, Balak had no choice but to accept, but he couldn't help but complain. Honestly, you've truly broken the heart of a poor man like me, Hennis urged loudly. I have to buy a few things. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go quickly. It wasn't until sunset that Hennis felt satisfied. This should be enough. Let's go eat. Hennis led Ruth and Balak to a large restaurant. As soon as they reached the door, 2 receptionists bowed respectfully. Welcome, Lady Hennis Harpulia. Let us show you to your table. This proved that she was a regular customer here. As soon as Ruth stepped inside the restaurant, he was overwhelmed by the splendor and magnificence. Is this a restaurant or a palace? So extravagant. Then, Ruth saw Balak acting and expressing himself with complete naturalness. He whispered, How are you so calm? Are you trying to show that you're both from the upper class? When Ruth was still standing there stunned, Hennis called out, What are you still doing? Sit down. Hearing that, Ruth chose a seat and sat down. Looking at the cutlery on the table, his heart trembled. Why are there so many forks? I've never been to places like this. Just then, a waiter came and gave the menu to Hennis. Please, order. Give us the same portions, with chicken broth, Balak interjected. Hennis, I want to eat a lot of meat. Hennis continued ordering. Get him 600 grams of this steak. After Hennis ordered, Balak took the menu and added a few more dishes. I want to eat a lot to replenish the muscles I use to carry things for you. Hennis, sitting next to him, shouted angrily, Hey, eat in moderation. Sitting opposite them, Ruth looked at the menu and was shocked. One dish costs 500,000 dibble? That's enough for me to eat for a month. Ruth asked in a low voice. Hey, why are the dishes here so expensive? Towards Ruth, Hennis's attitude changed 180 degrees. She generously said, You worked hard carrying things for me today, so this is what you get. If you want to order anything else, just tell me. Balak spoke up. Hennis, what about me? Hennis cut him off. You, shut up. I already ordered a steak for you. Can a freeloader like you be less shameless? Balak mumbled. But I helped you carry things too. Hennis shouted. Shut up. Not long after, the waiter started bringing the food. Here is your food. Enjoy your meal. Looking at a table full of food, while Ruth still didn't know what to do, Balak was already eating heartily. So delicious. The taste is no less than our family's exclusive chef. But this still isn't enough. I think we should order more. Just as Balak reached for another dish on the table, a knife flew straight towards him. He quickly pulled his hand back, looking fearfully at Hennis. Hennis glared, warning Balak with her eyes. Then she turned to Ruth with a cheerful face. Ruth, what do you think? Do you like it? Try this dish. And that one too. I've tried it before. Ah, thanks. Ruth spoke, looking at the smiling Hennis. He thought to himself, someone who has eaten expensive food before would definitely notice the difference. To a common eater like me, every dish is the same. And also, after the last time we talked about my brother, for some reason, I can feel her excessive kindness. To be honest, it's a bit pressuring, because in my past life, she and I were more like sworn enemies than friends. Ruth recalled a time in his previous life. While he was eating, Hennis slammed the table and shouted, Ruth, you stupid idiot. I told you to exterminate the Earth Dragon first. How strong are you to let it go on a rampage and make me pay for all this expensive equipment? Ruth cursed back. Damn it, you're yelling while I'm eating. Are you stupid or something? Those words truly enraged Hennis. She bared her fangs and claws and shouted, Stupid! You can still eat after causing all that trouble? You're even stupider than a stupid person. Back in reality, Ruth thought to himself, even though she's angry, it's still better to see her true face. I don't like it when she's always putting on this act. Hennis. Just as Ruth was about to speak, Hennis's shout cut him off. Hey, blockhead, don't move. I told you not to order. After eating all that, what else are you planning to stuff down your throat? Do the nutrients from what you eat go straight to your muscles and forget your brain? Or does your brain have no wrinkles because it's also made of muscle? If you touch that menu one more time, I'll chop off your hand and cook it for you to eat. After scaring Balak pale, Hennis smiled and asked Ruth, Ah, what were you saying, Ruth? Facing such a terrifying Hennis, Ruth quickly swallowed the words he was about to say. He forced a stiff smile and gave a thumbs up. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you for treating me to such a delicious meal. Yeah, Ruth decided in his heart. Nostalgia is truly a scary thing. Although it's not very comfortable, it's still better for her to treat me well like this. I'll just stay quiet. Ruth's words made Hennis very happy. She tucked her red hair back, smiling brightly. It's nothing. Balak, on the side, said pitifully. Ruth, this discrimination makes me sad. Ruth couldn't bear it and encouraged him. Cheer up. Just then, Ruth accidentally glanced at the clock on the wall and was startled. It's almost 8 o'clock. Wait, 8 o'clock. Seems like there's something else. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Leon smiling yesterday. Then I'll see you at 8 o'clock. Can you help me practice at 8 o'clock? Ah, that's right. Realizing he had stood Leon up, Ruth stood up, said goodbye to Hennis and Balak, and hurried back to the academy. The girl Leon was feeling extremely annoyed. Her left foot tapped continuously on the floor, as if she were waiting for someone to arrive. She looked at the time and revealed an annoyed expression. It's 8:05. Why isn't he here yet? She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He's the first friend I can talk to normally. Unlike me, he seems to have a lot of friends. Maybe he completely forgot about the promise. Thinking this, she suddenly became gloomy. Then, from a distance, Ruth opened the door and walked towards her. He asked, Oh, you're here? Which startled Leon. She acted sulky. You're late. Don't you know you're supposed to arrive 10 minutes early for an appointment? Then she turned her face towards the door. After hearing her, Ruth raised his hand and scratched his head. I see. I'm sorry. As they were walking, she suddenly asked, What did you eat before coming here? He immediately sniffed his clothes. Do I smell? I just had a few dishes with some friends in the capital. Then he walked towards the locker area and took off his outer shirt. Leon, after hearing him talk about the capital, was a bit curious and asked, You said in the capital? You mean outside the academy? Ruth replied, Yeah, my friend treated me to a meal. He finished folding his clothes and looked at Leon. Leon seemed a bit shy and looked down. I see. Although Ruth had turned away, he still saw all the expressions on her face. So he quickly changed the subject. Anyway, about today's grappling technique. Before he could finish, Leon interrupted. So you're someone with a lot of friends. But he didn't care. He put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Now, let's start with the basic foot movements. Leon was still lost in thought about the capital. She rubbed her palms sadly. I've never been to the capital, but it's just. By now, Ruth had walked far away, leaving her standing behind, looking very pitiful. He frowned. Damn it. When Leon didn't see him react, she changed the subject. All right, let's start our grappling practice. After thinking for a moment, Ruth spoke as he walked down the stairs. Next Saturday. His words confused Leon. Huh? She ran down the stairs towards him and saw Ruth standing calmly by the wall. If you want to go so badly, then let's go see the capital. Hearing this, Leon smiled brightly like a child going on a trip for the first time. She asked again excitedly just to be sure. Really? Seeing her so happy, Ruth teased her. That happy, huh? The girl immediately changed her expression to a calm one. Not really. I'm only going because you invited me. Ruth continued to tease her. Then let's stay. She replied without hesitation. No, I'll go. Rook said nothing more. All right then. Now let's do warm-ups. You said you wanted to learn. Leon happily followed behind him. Of course. By the way, she kept asking him questions about the outing. Are there many things to see in the capital? I heard there's a lot of delicious food there. Oh, right. What should we eat and do when we get there? Before Ruth could answer, she asked more. Where did you and your friends go today? What do people usually do for fun these days? Last time I saw something very big. Ruth took something and threw it directly into her mouth to shut her up. One of Leon's cheeks turned as red as a tomato. She was angry. What are you doing all of a sudden? Ruth replied with a cold expression. That's enough. Put them on. He asked her. Do you normally talk this much? She answered while putting on the gloves. Yeah, my mom used to scold me for talking too much like this. You know her? My mom is the leader of the dragon slaying team. Then she continued to chatter on about everything under the sun. Ruth sighed to himself. I can't believe she's such a talkative person. I don't know how she managed to hold it back in her past life. He spoke up to shut her up. All right, that's enough chit-chat. He walked over to some wooden posts and introduced. The grappling technique I'm about to use is from the Stero style. To be precise, this is a modified version. Even a normal person can use it. You know, the Stero style is a crazy martial art that first relies on one's own physique, right? So I can only teach you a few forms of techniques and fighting methods. He remembered Professor Claire, who used a mixed grappling technique from all over the continent. There was no fixed form or method to neutralize her, so the only way to hold out is to take fewer hits while landing a fatal blow on her. Leon wondered, easier said than done. How can I take fewer hits when I can barely defend myself? Ruth started rotating his ankle and explained, That's why I'm trying to teach you how to take fewer hits. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his legs to move swiftly, moving as fast as the wind from one position to another. Leon watched his movements and thought, I can't read his movements. They're almost identical to a slithering snake. Ruth stood in front of her and explained, Snake step. This is a movement technique that uses only the toes. It's very difficult to read this movement because you only use a small part of your leg muscles. Leon guessed this was also a Steros technique. Ruth replied, This one is mine. They fight with their whole body. They don't use things like this. Hearing the answer, Leon was surprised, her eyes full of admiration. Wow, you're a genius. Ruth told her to try it. Leon immediately tried to move her feet according to his words. So, this is how you do it? As soon as she finished speaking, she was able to do this method in just a few short seconds. Ruth looked on with envy. Someone like you is the genius, not me. It took me 2 years to design and develop this footwork, 1 year to refine it, and another year to master it. Ruth watched her practice from a distance. He smiled. You can't call me a genius when I had to do my best just to survive. A genius is someone who can catch up to 4 years of hard work and training in 4 minutes. Just like you and my companions in my past life. One by one, there's Hennis Harpulia and also Ballesteros. A moment later, Leon excitedly turned and asked him, "How is it? Am I doing it right?" Ruth just gave a bright smile, his eyes closed. Suddenly, he kicked her leg. "It's still messy." Leon fell directly to the ground, crying out in pain. Ruth just stood there, looking at her with a smug expression. "I told you to use your toes, not to jump. Don't you think you should be calmer?" Leon, in pain, held her head and slowly sat up. She looked at Ruth standing behind her, smiling happily, and cursed. "Damn it!" Ruth didn't let her rest and continued the training. "Get up and do it again, idiot." He started warming up his wrists, warning, "If you want to learn it, you have to do it correctly. Today, I'll make you train until you die." Leon looked at him like that and started to feel uneasy. The sunset began to fall, signaling the end of the day. But somewhere, a mournful scream could still be heard. "Are you really going to do that?" Night quickly fell in Ruth's room. He plopped down on the bed, looking very tired. He leaned back on the soft bed and complained, "So tired." He began to ponder. Good thing everything is progressing well. Things are happening not much differently from my past life. But things like relationships. Thinking this, his face became serious. It's not like before anymore. They've changed more than I thought. From Hennis, Harpulia, and Ballesteros, one by one they appear in this life of mine. He wondered how much the future would be affected. But then he thought, no. In the first place, because I don't want anyone to die, it can't be the same as before. The future must change. But if I can once again gather my companions and destroy the 7 dragons, I'm sure I'll meet it. He thought over and over. To do that, I must take on my brother's role. He closed his eyes. The first thing I must learn is, memories of his past life began to surface. A strange person with an unclear face, only a back view with red hair and armor, holding a sword and fighting. On his hand appeared a mark consisting of 8 arrow-like shapes converging. He decided the thing he needed to learn was the sky-gazing art. The next morning, he was sparring with the professor with wooden swords. The professor attacked continuously. He could only defend. The professor fought while smiling, looking very confident. The two fought intensely. It seemed the match was quite disadvantageous for Ruth. He thought, this is getting tricky. He's always toying with me, but it doesn't seem like he plans to lose either. The two continued to exchange blows, one after another. The match was not yet over, until the professor came up with a new idea. While parrying, he calculated to himself, should I change my fighting style here? No sooner said than done, he changed his technique, surprising Ruth. Why is he raising his fist here? So he dropped his sword and threw a punch at Ruth. Fortunately, he managed to raise his hands to block it. He questioned the professor, didn't we agree to only use swords? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, I'm a very unpredictable person. While continuing to throw punches, he thought to himself, even if it's hand-to-hand, it's still very difficult. Suddenly, he retreated and stopped attacking, confusing the professor. He thought, he's retreating that far. Is he trying to lure me in? Then I'll go all out with you. Show me what you've got. With those words, he charged forward. As he was about to reach him, Ruth sensed it. Here it comes. He calculated to himself, I'll fight using the standard style. He launched a defensive move. His sword flew into the air, and he counterattacked. A series of moves were unleashed. He thought to himself, true to its name, the sky-gazing art is a sword style for protection, a slash for defense, locking the enemy's attack, and a counterslash, parrying the enemy's blow. In his previous life, he only learned the heavenly art swordsmanship to at least catch up to his brother. But the true sky-gazing art required another element, not just sword skills. This one blow of his made the professor exclaim in admiration. Both your defense and counterattack are so perfect that I have nothing to criticize. You've had such outstanding swordsmanship skills from the very beginning. Hearing the professor, he didn't get arrogant and replied, you say that, professor, but you still easily blocked my attack. He chuckled. It seems you can start a proper training regimen from now on, he asked, confused. A proper training regimen? The professor, seeing his confusion, explained in detail. The sky-gazing art isn't just about swordsmanship. Even those who don't understand, non-successors can also learn the swordsmanship. But the mana control skills are only passed down to successors, and only through learning. Learning this is how you can perfect the sky-gazing art. Mana is an unrefined source of life. Normally, one must accumulate refined mana in the heart, the center of life. But the heavenly art doesn't follow that. Instead, it attracts and uses external mana in a unique way. As he explained, his hand was generating mana. He then pointed to the mana engraving. Through this, the successor of the sky-gazing art controls a huge amount of mana accumulated in a subspace called the Heavenly Spirit. The heart is only used as a conduit, not a storage. Ruth then remembered his brother, the heavenly spirit that was once on the back of my brother's hand. On this side, the professor continued to explain. Therefore, its power and function are beyond amazing. However, if the heart is already full of mana, its function is only as a channel. You've never trained in any other mana control skills, right, Ruth? Hearing this, he replied, "No, I haven't." He thought, "In my past life, the mana control skill I used was just a common type, alchemy. It was based on the sorcerer's circles. If so, this is the most important variable. I've never experienced this until now." The professor walked over. "It'll be faster if you experience it yourself. Sit down, Ruth. Before that, where do you want the engraving?" He was silent for a moment. Then he held out the back of his hand. "Please engrave it here." The professor reached out and took his hand. "This will sting a little." The professor began to draw on the back of his hand. Blue lights began to appear in front of him. He grimaced and thought to himself, "Sting? This feels like being burned on a fire." After a while, it was finally successful. His hand now had the arrow-like engravings. It glowed continuously. He exclaimed, "This is..." He stared at his hand. "I can feel the pure mana flowing." Suddenly, he looked up. The legacy of successors from generations past, passed down for a long time. He was standing under a vast, clear blue sky, utterly mesmerized. The achievements they reached after a lifetime of dedication were now just information. The flow of mana and everything else created an entire sky. And it was a clear sky. While he was engrossed in the source of mana, a strange voice rang out. "So it's you, little one." He heard it and turned, but saw no one. Suddenly, the professor's voice called out, "Ruth," startling him back to reality. He asked, "How does it feel to see the clear sky for the first time?" He immediately replied, "It's amazing." The professor explained further. "Mastering a mana control skill for the first time is like gaining a new organ in your body. You will need a long time to adapt to feeling and using mana. What's impressive is that you've already awakened to how to circulate mana." The professor turned to look at Ruth and was shocked to find him controlling the flow of mana with great flexibility. He didn't just awaken to it, he's already using mana from the heavenly spirit. In just a few minutes? The professor looked at him with suspicion. Who is this child? Ruth, on the other hand, was still focused on the mana on his hand. When I practiced alchemy, the circles around my heart represented mana levels. However, the level of the sky-gazing art is expressed through the number of wings. Master has 6 wings. A heavenly sword master has 7 wings, like my brother. Before, his brother had also told him, "I'm just a little short of 8 wings. I need to work harder." And me. He looked at the glowing mana on his hand. "I have one now." A single wing appeared on his hand. Daniel's words echoed in Ruth's memories. "Now that the mark is engraved on your soul, not your body, that mark can no longer be broken by any means. Even if the inheritor of the mark dies, all their memories and power throughout their life will be restored. But only 2 people have a conscious link to the heavenly spirit. Only Teacher Daniel and the immortal heavenly sword, the one who called me little one. My brother isn't among them." He looked at the wing on his hand and thought, if this mark is engraved on the soul, then it's possible that traces of my brother are still preserved in the heavenly spirit, even after regressing. However, the example the teacher gave me didn't include an entity imprisoned in another dimension. Ruth walked around the academy garden. The dragon of the void. The dragon that disappeared along with my brother. That's the only clue. "Hey, why are you so late?" A voice rang out, catching Ruth's attention. Hennis complained. "Don't you know that every second we can use to teach this idiot is better?" Ballesteros was standing nearby, leisurely eating a banana. "We should finish on time. Why didn't you guys start without me?" Ruth walked towards them. Hennis was angry. "You think I'd let myself suffer this blockhead alone?" Ballestero retorted. "I'm not a blockhead." Hennis seemed desperate. "At this rate, you'll fail the exam soon. Do you understand?" Ballestero wasn't too concerned and was still eating his banana, wondering to himself, "But it's strange. Every time there's a theory lecture, I pass out. Wait a minute, could it be that someone used magic to affect my consciousness?" His reasoning left both Hennis and Ruth speechless. Hennis turned to ask Ruth, "By the way, how was the lecture with the professors?" Ballestero, standing nearby, reassured himself, "I need to train my body to resist psychological attacks." Ruth shrugged and replied, "It was normal, except for the excessive attention he gave me." The professor watched Ruth practice and couldn't stop praising him. "Just as I thought, you've surpassed my expectations. You're truly peerless." The female professor also clasped her hands in praise as she watched Ruth perform the move. "Oh my goodness. You created that movement technique yourself? How are you so good at this?" "Normal, my ass," Hennis continued. You attended all their lectures while being ostracized by others. Did nothing really happen? The three of them walked and talked together. Well, for example, if you saw Professor Damien when he wasn't wearing his mask. I heard he has mysophobia. Ruth remembered Damien. I'm not so sure about that. Flashback to the past, 1 hour ago at Professor D's office. Ruth was sitting opposite Damien. Both were silent, which made Ruth very confused. Is it going to be like this again today? The last lecture was like this too. He hasn't said anything for an hour. He picked up his teacup. Then he took a sip and thought to himself, if I knew him in my past life, I would have found a topic to talk about. But I didn't interact much with him, so what I know is that he was the first among the faculty to die. Professor D remained silent with his eyes closed. Then the professor suddenly spoke, startling Ruth. Did you enjoy the tea? What? It has a faint aroma, he answered awkwardly. Professor D looked up at him. That's good. This is a mi-peri tea variety that's very popular in the Empire. I also enjoy this tea very much. Ah, yes. The conversation fell silent again. Ruth put down his teacup, still confused. He didn't even take a sip. After that, we were silent for the next 30 minutes, and that was the end of the lecture. Ruth turned his back and answered Hennis. Nothing happened. We just drank tea. Hennis, not hearing anything interesting, opened the door in disappointment. How boring. Ruth turned to talk to Ballestero. What about you? How was the lecture with the professor? Ballestero replied cheerfully. I quite like Professor Claire. She's very strong and very respectable. She's one of the few people who can truly understand the beauty of muscles. Ballestero's answer made Ruth realize something. He thought back to his past life. They must have a strange connection. Is it because they both have muscles for brains? Henrik seemed annoyed. For me, it was the worst. I had to learn from a lecturer because there were no magic professors available. Do you know what that lecturer said? He said fire magic was the pinnacle of inefficiency. He told me I should study other types of magic. Does he think he'll reach his limit just by sticking to one curriculum? He's not even worthy to be compared to the White Flame Queen. Enraged, Henrik slammed her book on the table. Ballestero pulled up a chair to calm her down. But Henrik, that lecturer wasn't wrong. Don't you see how rare fire mages are these days? That remark sent Henrik into a rage. What do you know? Ruth patted her shoulder. Calm down. Besides, you can always switch lectures if the instructor is that annoying. Henrik sighed. It's no use. There are no fire magic instructors at this school. Ballestero opened a book to read. Ruth walked over and took the book from him. He smiled. You can't be so sure about that, can you? The White Flame Queen could nominate herself as an instructor and teach you. A large question mark appeared over Henrik's head. What on earth are you talking about? Suddenly, another student approached them. Excuse me for a moment. Ruth's face immediately hardened. He clearly didn't welcome this person, but the other student just smiled at Ruth's stony gaze. He approached them with a friendly demeanor and introduced himself. Hello, Ruth. We met at the opening ceremony, right? I'm Jeremy Duville, the student council president. Are you having some sort of argument with Henrik? Seeing Jeremy, Henrik stammered. Hello. Ruth maintained his annoyed attitude, smirking in reply. Did you investigate us beforehand or something? Because you're both incredibly famous. There's no way you two wouldn't stand out. Especially when specially selected students hang out together. Don't you think? Jeremy's words made Henrik's face darken in shock. That blatant jerk. And you especially, Ruth. He slowly opened his dark purple eyes. You're the one chosen by all the professors to be their disciple. This has even stirred up the upperclassmen. They think it's unfair. Hearing this, Ruth found him ridiculous. He replied, So you're here to complain to me on behalf of all the upperclassmen? Jeremy quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence. I would never do that. I have nothing to complain about. The professors aren't blind. They must have their reasons. On the contrary, I'm quite interested in talented people like you. Ruth's hands suddenly clenched into tight fists. Jeremy kept his cheerful tone as he revealed his purpose. So, that brings us to why I'm here today, Ruth. Are you interested in joining the student council? We always need talented people like you. Ruth immediately answered him. I don't like being someone's lackey. Jeremy tried to persuade him. Don't be so harsh. You wouldn't be treated like a mercenary or anything. Ruth gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with fury. A terrifying anger erupted from him. Noticing Ruth's hostility, Jeremy just scratched his head. I just said what I thought. But it seems I've touched a sore spot. He glanced at Ruth's scarred arm and commented. Scars like that are common on mercenaries. You must have lived a difficult life, huh? Ruth warned him. You're sticking your nose a little too far into other people's business, senior. He just smiled back. My hobby is playing detective. I know you're a special student, and you came here looking for information about your brother. Ruth sighed. He's as annoying as ever. With those eyes and that giggling tone, he acts like he knows everything. Even in his past life, his sharp mind earned him the title of decision-maker among the dragon slayers. But I know this bastard's true nature. He might not have malicious intent, but he's selfish. And he has a self-righteous attitude when he makes decisions for the masses. Ruth turned away. I don't like playing detective like you, but I know a few things about you, too. Like how you meddle in others' business almost to a fault, or how you use your intellect to manipulate people. You treat them like ants in the palm of your hand. Ruth laughed with contempt. Jeremy just kept chuckling. Oh dear, it seems I've made you hate me, but I'm still very interested in you. As Ruth walked away, he replied, I know, you're only interested in people who will become famous in the future, but I have absolutely no good feelings for you, Senior Duville. Henrik hurried over to mediate. I'm sorry, he's a little. It's all right, I don't mind. Jeremy smiled back at her. Then he quickly said his goodbyes. So you're studying? Sorry for the interruption. I'll leave right away. After Jeremy left, Ruth walked back to Henrik. She asked, confused, what's gotten into you? He's still the student council president. Nothing good ever comes from getting involved with that bastard. Ruth sat down, annoyed. Ballestero, beside him, agreed. I agree. I smell danger from him. Henrik and Ballestero continued their conversation. What smell? Are you really a beastkin? Everyone has a unique scent. I smell something familiar from both you and Ruth. Ruth remained silent. Inside the book Jeremy had touched, there was a letter. Be wary of Damian Gray. That crazy bastard. Ruth was furious as he read the note. A word of advice. That bastard is who you should be watching, not Professor Damian. In his past life, that maniac did countless insane things. He made choices he thought were right, but he sacrificed countless lives. Besides, Damian Gray was the first of the faculty to die. He was Jeremy's first sacrifice. Ruth thought back while in a carriage. In the end, Jeremy didn't kill Professor Damian himself. He sat by the window, staring out dejectedly. Ruth remembered it well. Damian had been about to end his own life. He held a knife to his own throat. However, it was Jeremy who had tempted and pushed Professor Damian. He drove him to take his own life. He did it for a very simple reason. According to Jeremy's judgment, Damian was a danger to the Empire. As expected, Professor Damian's death had a huge impact. It affected the chain of events that were to come. Inside the carriage, the cheerful atmosphere was a stark contrast to Ruth's thoughts. This time, they had to stop it before something similar happened. There was still a lot of time until that day, but Jeremy had probably already started pressuring Damian. That's why he couldn't see him again. There's no time to waste. Leon's voice shattered Ruth's thoughts. She exclaimed, unbelievable. Leon couldn't understand why Ruth was always late. She thought he had no concept of time at all. He just said there was no time to waste, yet here he was. Late. Ruth was annoyed by Leon's nagging. He shot back at her. I'm here now, aren't I? But there was no escaping Leon. She was furious. She had told him from the beginning that arriving 10 minutes early was basic courtesy. The passenger sitting across from them seemed amused by their conversation. Ruth argued back. The best courtesy is me spending my precious weekend sitting next to you. Did you know that, Leon? Leon didn't back down. She retorted that he was the one who invited her first. He got even more annoyed. He blamed her for making a pitiful face like a puppy in the rain. Leon ignored his words and simply said they had arrived. Leon seemed very excited about this trip. She felt it was very lively here. Ruth grumbled as he got off the carriage. Many people were gathered here in a bustling atmosphere. Leon thought the Dragonslayer Corps was lively, but not as crowded as this place. Leon cheerfully turned to ask Ruth where they were going next. But contrary to her mood, he wasn't very happy. Ruth told her to mind her own business and take care of her own luggage. Leon pouted and gave him a judgmental look. Luggage? But Ruth asked her to come with him, so he should be the one to carry her bags. Seeing Leon's expression made Ruth a little flustered. He scratched his head. All right, let's go buy something first. All the kids he knew wanted to have fun. Leon suggested they buy clothes first. She took his hand. Ruth didn't understand why she was holding his hand. He kept telling her to let go. Leon reasoned that this was the only way they wouldn't get separated. Then she pulled him straight towards the market. Ruth could only run along. He didn't understand how she was suddenly so strong. Leon squeezed his hand so hard that he had to yell, "You're going to break my hand!" After wandering around the district for a while, they found a clothing store they liked. Ruth trailed behind, his hand aching from Leon's grip. Leon browsed the store for a few rounds. A white dress caught her eye. She seemed quite interested in it and exclaimed, "It's so pretty." Leon asked Ruth what he thought of the dress. To her, it was beautiful, and it was white. Ruth replied coolly. Is that all you can say? An employee saw Leon's interest in the dress and made a suggestion. Would you like to try it on? Leon immediately agreed. After trying on the dress, she slowly stepped out. The employee saw her in the dress. She was so beautiful the employee had to exclaim, "Oh my, that dress looks wonderful on you." The dress really suited Leon. She looked prettier and more feminine. She asked again, "Really? Is it really pretty?" Ruth seemed stunned by her beauty. He froze for a few seconds, but Ruth didn't give her a direct compliment. He just said, "Yeah, and it's white." Leon thought he was making fun of her, but she didn't care much and told the employee she'd buy the dress. Ruth coolly turned his back and asked, "Is that all? If so, let's go." Leon stopped him. Since Ruth agreed to come with her, she would buy him something too. Ruth protested because he didn't want anything. He said he didn't need any clothes. But before he could finish, Leon cut him off. She handed him an outfit and said, "This looks good on you, go try it on." In the end, Ruth couldn't go against Leon's wishes. He reluctantly took the clothes and followed the employee's directions to the fitting room. Leon thought Ruth was a strange person. Leon stood there, lost in thought. She remembered the first time they met. Ruth had openly picked a fight and shown hostility towards her. But right after, Ruth said he saw her crying and sincerely apologized. Besides that, he sometimes showed a sweet side. Although those things only happened by chance, most of the emotions Ruth showed were direct and genuine. Leon sighed and leaned against the wall. She thought he must have mistaken her for someone else. The sound of the door opening broke Leon's train of thought. Ruth stepped out of the fitting room in the clothes Leon had chosen for him. He looked so different. Clothes really do make the man. The salesperson couldn't stop praising how great he looked. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know who this was. Leon looked straight into Ruth's eyes. She wondered if this was the same person she used to despise. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. Leon looked at Ruth. He seemed like a star shining in the sky. In such a romantic scene, Ruth opened his mouth and said coldly, "What are you looking at? Didn't you say you'd buy me clothes? Hurry up and give me the money." Leon was annoyed by his attitude. She took out her wallet and mumbled, "The way you talk. I shouldn't have bought you anything." Unlike Leon, Ruth was very happy and excited to get a new outfit for free. The two of them were strolling after eating. Ruth was engrossed in a flyer. Leon was praising the food. It was so delicious. No wonder that place is so famous. Leon turned to look at Ruth. She looked him up and down and thought to herself, Ruth looked really good in these clothes. A small waist, broad chest, and wide shoulders. He looked perfect in this outfit. Ruth noticed her strange gaze. He asked what she was staring at. Leon shyly changed the subject. "It's nothing. I was going to buy you lunch, but why did you insist on paying?" Ruth didn't look at Leon. He was still focused on the flyer and explained, "You bought me clothes, so it's only fair I pay for the meal. I'm not a freeloader." Leon chuckled. She said he was really strange. Ruth pouted and denied it. "No, I'm not." After a moment of hesitation, Leon turned to ask him, "You said before that you've been a mercenary since you were young. Did you have any allies?" Ruth said yes. He remembered that time. Though he was an active dragon slayer in his past life, not a mercenary, Leon started rambling. "I knew it. The people you went through life and death with were close to you, like a family. Everyone tried their best to protect each other." Then she hesitated, wanting to ask Ruth a question. "I wonder," Leon asked, "did you have an unforgettable first love with one of them?" The question surprised Ruth so much that he unconsciously gripped the flyer tighter. Seeing Ruth's unusual reaction, Leon felt embarrassed. She wondered if she had asked too suddenly. He sighed and then took a deep breath, startling Leon. The tension in Ruth finally snapped. He yelled, "How could that be true? We were mercenaries from the start. What kind of family is that? You think they'd see a kid like me as a comrade? Those bastards specialized in backstabbing me. You have no idea how much I suffered." Leon had to cover her ears because of his booming voice. She tried to calm him down. "All right, I didn't know." Ruth was still fuming. He couldn't understand how Leon could think he loved those scumbags. He said irritably, "Seriously, you're spouting a bunch of nonsense." Leon, still covering her ears, mumbled, "I've never met anyone like you." Hearing that, Ruth yelled, "What's that supposed to mean?" Leon calmly replied, "Look, you're a person with a nasty personality who ignored my only question. Besides, you look down on others with disapproval, and you curse at every opportunity." Leon's words were like arrows piercing his head, but Leon also pointed out Ruth's good points. She thought he was honest and was teaching her grappling techniques. "Even now, you're looking at a travel brochure to find where we should go next, right?" It seemed Ruth's secret was out. He angrily tore up the travel brochure. Leon casually continued, "In short, You just seem like a person who gets angry easily. Ruth was embarrassed. He said he did his best to come here with Leon. But forget it. I'm going home now. This surprised her. Leon slapped Ruth hard on the back. She said, "No way. We still have time." Ruth, annoyed, turned to her and yelled, "Damn it. Why did you hit me?" Leon never answered such questions. She said, "My mother used to say the same thing." Leon recounted her mother's words. "Friendship is a relationship of mutual support and help. That's why I changed my plans for today." Ruth found Leon very strange. He didn't understand what she was talking about in broad daylight. Leon said it's quite far outside the capital, but she wanted to experience what a real family is like. Hearing the word family made Ruth wonder. "Family?" He hesitated and asked her, "Don't tell me." Leon placed a hand on her chest. "I want to invite you to our home, the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters." Leon would personally introduce Ruth to her family members. They used a teleportation gate to reach the city of Siren in the Kingdom of Liber. Ruth sighed wearily and asked Leon, "You know this is against Academy rules, but you did it anyway, didn't you?" Leon didn't seem to care much. She said, "If we don't get caught, it's fine. Besides, we're not wearing our uniforms, so what's there to fear?" Ruth wondered. "Don't you think spending 6 million for a single use of the teleportation gate is expensive?" Leon wasn't too concerned. "My mom said whenever I want to come home, I can spend money as I please." A map showed the western lands of the Serene Continent, the capital of the Liber Kingdom. Even though the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters wasn't located in the kingdom's capital, it was still a vibrant and luxurious city. The streets here were wide, lined with tall buildings and sparkling lights. In Ruth's memory, Siren was a dead city. A few years from now, it would be destroyed by the attack of the 7 dragons. The Dragon Slayer Corps was also annihilated during that time. Everything was burned to ashes. But the current scene was completely different. It was warm and beautiful. Leon had brought him to her home. Ruth looked around the luxurious place. It looked more like a nobleman's mansion than a guild headquarters. Leon was happily looking for Heron. That was Leon's groundskeeper. He was very surprised to see her. He didn't expect her to be back at this time. She usually only came home for the holidays. Leon denied it. "No, that's not it." She told Heron she just wanted to introduce her friend to the guild members. They would just stop by for a bit and then leave. Hearing that his young lady was introducing a friend to everyone was probably unbelievable. Heron was so shocked he had to ask again. "Our young lady finally has a friend from outside the Dragon Slayer Corps." Overwhelmed by this event, Heron was so happy he started to cry. He ran off to tell everyone, "We'll throw a party. We'll hang a banner right away. Our young lady finally has a friend." Leon felt extremely embarrassed. She wanted to stop him. "Don't make such a big deal out of it. It's too embarrassing." Heron calmed down and composed himself. "I got a little carried away because I was so happy. Anyway, please come inside." Leon was embarrassed. "What's there to be so happy about?" Then she looked at Ruth. He asked her, "Are you a loner with no friends?" But from what he could see, that wasn't strange at all. Leon was annoyed by Ruth's teasing. They were no different from each other. Ruth confidently stated that wasn't true. "What are you talking about? I'm like this, but memories and loving words flashed back. "You damn bastard. You're useless. Why is Ruth eating alone? You don't have any friends, do you? His personality and the way he talks are terrible." Those loving words left Ruth speechless. Only then did he realize, am I also a loner with no friends? The guild members were joyfully welcoming Leon's return. Seeing Ruth, the members immediately bombarded him with questions. "Is the guy behind her, her friend? He's so handsome. What's your name?" Someone else asked if she had paid to hire him. Another person suggested he should tell the truth. "Is your life in danger?" Leon was embarrassed. She pushed everyone away and told them not to get too close to Ruth. Leon said everyone was being too mean. She turned to an older woman. "Tell them to stop." The woman said everyone was just happy to see her again. One member even felt that Leon had grown taller. Ruth thought that even though it was his first time meeting the Dragon Slayer Corps members, the people here gave him a very familiar feeling. He watched Leon talk with everyone. Sometimes she'd act cute. Other times she'd laugh freely. From this, he could understand why her personality changed 180 degrees after Siren was destroyed. Heron called out, "Leon, come to the living room. The commander is waiting for you and your friend in there." She asked, "The living room? Is someone in there?" He said someone extremely important and close to her was inside. Leon slowly knocked on the door before entering. Opening the door and seeing her mother, she felt happier than ever. Her eyes sparkled. Her mother was also very surprised to see her daughter. She immediately stood up. This was the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps, Adeline. Leon immediately ran into her mother's arms. She hugged her daughter and told her she was getting more beautiful every day. But she also wondered, It's still the middle of the semester, so why is Leon here? She suspected she'd been suspended for hitting someone again. This startled Ruth. Leon denied it. No way that happened. I just wanted to see you, Mom, and introduce my friend. Her mother's expression changed 180 degrees instantly. She was so shocked she almost fainted when she heard her daughter mention the word friend. Right after that, she stood frozen in shock. Leon was also embarrassed. She couldn't understand why even her loving mother reacted this way. The beautiful woman next to them explained. Hearing that her hot-tempered daughter, a kid with no social skills whatsoever, has a friend is truly shocking. The woman looked mysterious as she slowly stroked her silky white hair. She scolded them both. When you see an elder, you should greet them first. This person was the guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild, the White Flame Queen, Liana. Such a beautiful woman, yet Leon called her an old lady. She didn't understand why she always came to her house with nothing to do. At this moment, Ruth spoke up. Hello. He introduced himself as Ruth Donatos. As soon as she saw Ruth, Liana recognized him, the kid from before. One of the noteworthy kids from the practical exam. She asked him, how is it going? Is Harpulia's second daughter doing well? Ruth said no. She's very frustrated because she thinks the new magic teacher is terrible. Liana asked, is that so? It's not a big problem. She'll meet a good teacher soon. Suddenly, a hand gripped Ruth's shoulder. He turned to look and saw it was Adeline. She was crying, tears of emotion streaming down her face. She asked, your name is Ruth, right? Thank you so much. This made him feel a lot of pressure. Adeline shared that her daughter was a bit special. Leon's sixth sense is incredible. Besides that, Leon is also very sensitive to others' emotions. She can instantly understand others, but isn't good at expressing herself. That's why Leon can't make friends with people her own age. Hearing this, Ruth said, I understand. Adeline added, Leon is also a bit strong. I remember the academy contacted me once. It was because she broke a classmate's wrist. This sounded familiar to him. Leon casually enjoyed a cake and told her mother, the one whose wrist I broke was him. Adeline was hit with another bombshell. She was so shocked her hands were sweating profusely. Ruth's face showed a hint of displeasure. Leon explained that he started the fight first. Besides, she thought Ruth's bones were probably healed by now, and she had already received her punishment. Adeline shouted her name, startling Leon. She was furious. She taught Leon martial arts, not so she could bully those around her. Ruth spoke up. Leon didn't bully me. I was the one who said some thoughtless things first. That's why we ended up fighting. Adeline was a strict but kind mother. She said that's no excuse to hit someone. Moreover, Ruth was injured. Even though she knew they had made up, Adeline still asked Leon if she had apologized. Hearing this, Ruth felt like he was the only one who got beat up. Leon, like a child being scolded by her mother, mumbled an apology for hitting Ruth. He put his hands in his pockets and said, it's fine. Adeline scolded Liana. I told you to take care of the normal students. Liana just calmly sipped her tea. Liana put down her cup and said she didn't know anything about that. Liana also thought that Ruth was not a normal student at all. She had seen how he fought, the way he played with the Steros kid like a toy. Besides, Ruth received an offer from Abel, right? He said nothing, just stood there rubbing his head. Adeline was quite surprised that Ruth received offers from both Steros and Nguyen An. Leon told her mother, it's true. Ruth is very strong. He even teaches me grappling techniques. Ruth added that he had already rejected the offers. Adeline felt it was amazing and also a little hard to believe. She asked again with a mischievous face, is that really true? As the commander of the Dragonslayer Corps and Leon's mother, she felt she needed to see for herself just how strong Ruth was. Adeline made an offer to Ruth. What do you think? Would you like to show me your skills? This offer from her mother greatly surprised Leon. Ruth smiled. He thought, there were rumors that the Dragonslayer Corps commander was a battle maniac. Turns out it's true. This was also a good opportunity for him to fight a high-level Dragonslayer. He had no reason to refuse this offer, and replied to Adeline, I'm ready. No one in the room understood what was happening. The first friend Leon ever brought home was about to fight the commander. Everyone felt it was a joke. A new student fighting a third-rank Dragonslayer. What everyone was wondering was how many seconds he could last. Everyone just hoped the commander wouldn't get too excited and go overboard. Ruth changed his clothes to prepare for the duel. Leon said the outfit suited him quite well. Leon didn't understand why her mother lent Ruth a Dragonslayer Corps uniform. She hoped he wouldn't mind it too much. Besides that, in that context, she also apologized for troubling him. Ruth felt the opposite. He was grateful. It's not every day you get to duel a third-rank Dragonslayer. Leon told him to keep that spirit and reminded him not to die. Leon cheered for Ruth. Do your best. Then she ran to Adeline and told her mother, please go easy on him. But judging by Adeline's expression, it was unlikely she would go easy at all. The announcer greeted the audience. Everyone get ready for the match to begin. Both contestants slowly entered the arena to prepare for the duel. Adeline said their weapons would be wooden swords. Ruth could only use the mana in his body and must avoid attacking vital areas. Additionally, if Ruth could land any kind of blow on Adeline, victory would be his. If he won, as the commander of the Dragonslayer Corps, she would grant him one wish. Before they started, Adeline asked, "Do you agree to the rules, Ruth?" He smiled confidently, satisfied with the rules. He agreed. Adeline got into a fighting stance. She asked Ruth, "Are you ready?" Ruth placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and got into position. He was confident in his strength and could attack at any moment. Adeline seemed quite excited and battle-hungry. Neither of them backed down. They charged at each other at the same time. Ruth successfully defended the first attack. He blocked Adeline's strike with his own sword. Adeline used her mana to push his sword aside. She aimed for Ruth's shoulder, but he blocked her. The two of them didn't say a word. They were only focused on how to defeat their opponent. Adeline leaped into the air, aiming to strike from above, but Ruth was no amateur. He not only evaded but also parried Adeline's attack. The spectators in the hall were watching the duel. They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe a new student could block the commander's attack. Even Adeline was surprised. A 17-year-old boy possessed such masterful swordsmanship and perfect skills. Compared to his technique, it was a pity his physical strength couldn't keep up. Just as Adeline thought she was about to land a hit on Ruth, he saw the move coming. Ruth immediately blocked the attack and deflected it. Adeline thought to herself, "But that's all he can do." She didn't hold back at all, launching a barrage of attacks at him. If Ruth hadn't dodged that attack in time, he would have been seriously injured. He was scared and wondered why adults in this era didn't know how to hold back. Adeline started to mock him. "Oh my, are you tired already?" Her words, treating him like a child, ignited a fire within him. Ruth began to focus his mana into the wooden sword. This time, instead of just dodging and blocking the commander's attacks, Ruth charged forward and began to counterattack. Adeline seemed quite surprised by this reckless move. She widened her eyes and observed him closely, but with her vast experience, as the commander, Adeline easily countered his attack, sending Ruth flying. The sword in his hand shattered into 100 pieces. Watching the technique he used, Ruth sat on the ground. Adeline wondered, "It seems Ruth tried to use the sky sword style, didn't he? I didn't think that useless Daniel had a direct disciple." Ruth was unhappy that his master was called useless. He retorted, "What do you mean useless? He is my master." Adeline laughed loudly. "Oh dear, are you sad? If so, don't just sit there. Get up and avenge your master." Leon was also watching the match from above. She knew Ruth was very strong, but this time, it far exceeded her expectations. Leon couldn't believe her beloved mother could be so happy while fighting Ruth. Her heart pounded in her chest. Leon didn't understand this feeling in her heart. Was it suffocation or jealousy from being outmatched? Leon thought to herself. She could easily see through others' emotions. But when it came to her own feelings, she didn't know. Leon stood still, engrossed in the situation on the floor below. Ruth stood up, rubbing his head. "Revenge is a given. But I already won this match, Commander." Adeline was astonished and didn't understand what this kid was talking about. Ruth pointed straight at Adeline. "Didn't you use mana to strengthen your weapon just now?" Adeline recalled that she had indeed done that. Only then did she realize her mistake. The spectators were also shocked. A buzz of chatter filled the room. Liana sighed and said Adeline was a real fool. Ruth stood with his arms crossed and provoked her. "Don't tell me the commander of the Dragonslayer Corps is going to go back on her word." The others' mouths were agape. They couldn't believe the commander had lost. Adeline sheepishly rubbed her head and laughed. "Of course not. I said I'd grant your wish, so just say it." But she didn't forget to set a condition. The request must be reasonable. Ruth couldn't ask for a lot of money because the Corps' current situation was a bit difficult, but he immediately cut her off, saying he wouldn't ask for such things. Ruth had wondered who Leon's fighting style resembled. Now he knew. Adeline said if it was a request that could damage the Dragonslayer Corps' reputation, even if they weren't related by blood, they were still mother and daughter, like a ferocious beast. Adeline's violent swordsmanship was exactly like Leon's in his past life. In his past life, he never won against her sword. But there was one strategy that brought Ruth close to victory. Ruth thought for a moment and then stated his wish. His wish was very simple. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Pointing straight at Adeline, Ruth's wish was for her to fight him one more time, using the same rules. This surprised her. They began round 2. Ruth now understood why Adeline was so confident in challenging him again. Her aura was completely different from the first round. Even in the middle of a tense fight, Ruth still had some unanswered questions. He watched Adeline attack him, wondering if he should confirm this himself. Ruth aimed straight for the left side of Adeline's neck. He was probably planning to attack that spot. Adeline was focused on her movements to strike. She didn't notice his attack. Luckily, she dodged in time. But Adeline was surprised. What kind of monstrous reaction speed is this? Ruth dodged and parried Adeline's blows. She didn't let her guard down either. She was always looking for an opening to counterattack. The reality was far from her thoughts. Ruth's swordsmanship had no openings at all. Adeline thought about how Ruth dodged her attacks. While constantly moving, this reflex is not human. She no longer had time to swing her sword. Adeline understood. She had only seen her daughter possess such powerful visual acuity. Right now, she didn't know what Ruth was. A light that only he could see flashed in Ruth's eyes. Extreme senses. By constantly using mana to stimulate all of the body's senses, you can push the limits of perception. The result is overwhelmingly increased reflexes and judgment. On the other hand, it puts immense pressure on the nervous system. Ruth swung the wooden sword in his hand to deflect Adeline's blow. In the past, Ruth had also used this technique to defeat Leon. After a while of fighting, Adeline thought, seriously, this kid is hard to deal with. Not only does he possess incredible senses like Leon, allowing him to read her movements, but also, Adeline had never seen such strange movements that prevented her from reading him. Ruth jumped into the air, aiming to strike from above. That attack was still within Adeline's control. She easily dodged it. But she wasn't out of options yet. Adeline used mana to swing her sword towards Ruth. A little closer, and if he hadn't dodged in time, he would have lost. Adeline suddenly launched a relentless and somewhat brutal barrage of attacks. The spectators outside the match exclaimed. As expected of the violent destroyer, Leon was a little worried. She had told her mother to go easy on Ruth. While attacking, Adeline taunted him. Hurry up. Show me all the tricks you've got, Ruth. Or do you only know how to run with your tail between your legs? Ruth remained silent. He kept dodging and said nothing. Adeline gritted her teeth and said, this isn't fun at all. In the second round, all Ruth has done is dodge. Perhaps her competitive spirit flared up. She charged straight at him. Ruth continued to back away. This was the moment. Ruth had caught Adeline's opening. Ruth had been waiting for this opportunity. He focused all his mana, but strangely, instead of a powerful attack, Ruth chose a daring move and threw his sword away. This confused Adeline. She didn't understand why he would drop his sword. She thought there was only one possibility. This was the essence of the Sky Sword style, a liberal and unpredictable response. Adeline found it truly interesting. Adeline was filled with excitement. She let her guard down, allowing Ruth to almost take her down with an attack that was just inches from her face. But the commander's title wasn't just for show. Adeline regained her senses and countered. Ruth was very persistent. He seemed to enjoy attacking from above. Ruth's techniques made Adeline realize. He had planned to throw his sword away from the start. She thought about what to do now. She needed to create distance. Suddenly, the expression on Adeline's face showed she was facing something quite shocking. Just a moment ago, Ruth was in front of her. But now he had vanished right before her eyes. A loud noise came from behind. Adeline felt the floor crack and was about to collapse. Ruth had appeared behind Adeline. She quickly turned her head to look. Adeline didn't know when he had gotten behind her. This was the Steros family's unarmed technique called Earthquake. The opportunity had come. Ruth thought, I just need to temporarily stun Adeline. He rushed forward and threw a punch straight at her face. But things were different from what he thought. His attack was countered. Not only that, but he was sent flying by Adeline. The sound of weapons falling echoed. Although Adeline had managed to knock Ruth away in time, her face showed that if she hadn't been quick enough, she would have been the one sent flying. Being sent flying like that, the kick made Ruth feel like he was dying of pain. Leon's piercing scream. She worriedly called out to him when she saw him take that blow. Both angry and concerned, Leon slapped him on the back and scolded him. You fool! She didn't understand why he was fighting so recklessly, as if it were a life or death battle. You should have retreated if you couldn't win. If you keep this up, you'll die for sure. As was her custom, Ruth replied. If you don't stop hitting me like that, I really will die. Leon said. Are you stupid? Why are you trying so hard in a losing battle? Ruth stood up and said, I know. He comforted her. Don't be sad. I don't want to see you like this. Leon said she wasn't crying, but more surprisingly, he declared that he hadn't lost. Leon was surprised by his words and turned to look at her mother. Adeline sighed because it was the truth. The waist of her uniform was torn. Adeline acknowledged the truth. She had lost. After that statement, the surrounding noise became incredibly lively. No one could believe it was true. Their powerful commander had lost. Adeline cheerfully kept her promise. She asked Ruth what he wanted. Just say it, she suggested. Should I open the guild's treasure vault? Ruth struggled to stand up. I don't need those things. I just hope you'll promise me this. Adeline was very surprised that what Ruth wanted was a promise. He just asked that Adeline would trust what he says one day. To be sure, she asked again. Even if it's something absurd? Ruth said yes. Adeline found this to be a strange request. She asked if she could know the reason why. Ruth turned away and thought for a moment. This confused Leon. The simple reason he wanted her promise was that he didn't want anyone to be sacrificed. Adeline smiled when she heard the answer, even though she didn't fully understand it right now. As the leader of the Dragonslayer Corps, she promised she would do as she said. Then she extended her hand. The two of them shook hands. Adeline also said, Am I being replaced by the younger generation this soon? She was a bit sad but hoped to work with Ruth. Adeline cheerfully emphasized this by calling Ruth by a new nickname, son-in-law. This new nickname made the two young people's faces darken. They were shocked, speechless. A few years from now, the 7 dragons will awaken from their long slumber, and they will spread destruction to countless places. First, the Myriad Forms Dragon. Then, the Thunder Flash Dragon. The third dragon will be Lausia, the Dragon of Illusion. Lausia is a member of a noble dragon family with the ability to use psychic energy, earning her the title of Dragon of Illusion. Siren will fall before that surprise attack. And then the Dragonslayer Corps will be completely wiped out. After that, Ruth's team will succeed in conquering the Dragon of Illusion and avenging Leon. But by the end of the war with the 7 dragons, they lost a valuable comrade. Not long after, a similar war will break out. However, this time, Ruth is determined not to let anyone die. Now that Ruth has formed a connection with the Dragonslayer Corps, he can warn them of the Dragon of Illusion's attack before it even happens. Ruth looked at Leon, who was relaxing and humming a tune. He thought, even if I do that, her future will probably still. Ruth called out to Leon, startling her. Leon asked what was wrong. Ruth didn't understand why she was acting so shy about such an obvious thing. After the match ended, Adeline called him her son-in-law. The Corps members also teased them. They asked when they would get married and said they were a match made in heaven. This made Leon extremely embarrassed. She kept telling them to stop. Ruth said those were obviously jokes, so she should just ignore them. Leon, trying to cover it up, said, I'm not worried about that. It's just that my mom seems very interested in you. Ruth leaned back and thought, well, if that's the case, then getting hit was worth it. Leon was worried about him. She wondered if the place where he was hit was okay. Ruth bluntly said it hurt so much he almost died. Leon started to nag. I told you to take your medicine, but you didn't listen. Why are you so stubborn, saying that painkillers will dull your senses? Fortunately, the carriage had reached the final stop, Eratom. That was the only thing that could end their conversation. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. The streetlights had been lit. Ruth turned back. Come to think of it, you haven't enjoyed much of the capital yet. Are you okay with that? Leon didn't understand why he was asking. She asked, will you hang out with me again? Ruth said nothing. He tried to walk faster to avoid the question. Leon refused to let it go. She chased after him and asked, will you hang out with me again? Let's go together again. Knowing he couldn't escape Leon, Ruth said, I'll have to see. Ruth also found it strange. She was trailing him, because the female dormitory is in that direction. Leon said she was escorting him back. Ruth was quite surprised by her answer. A person like him needs an escort? Leon explained that there have been some rumors going around lately. She heard that, recently, there's been a pervert who takes off his pants and exercises right in front of the dormitory gate at night. He probably knew who that person was, but didn't say anything. Besides that, they also say there's a homeless blonde girl wandering around the flower garden in the Central Park. Ruth seemed interested in this girl. He told Leon to tell him more about that rumor. Early the next morning, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was golden. Ruth knocked and entered a room. He seemed to be looking for someone. In the room, a teacher recognized him. She invited him in. This is the advisor for the Spirit Arts Department, Lillian Stutz. Ruth thanked her for agreeing to meet with him. Stutz replied, no need to thank me. I heard from Professor Daniel that you're curious about something. Ruth admitted it was true. He wanted to ask about a student of hers. Her name is Lenya Selkev. Lillian asked, you want to see Lenya? Ruth said he just wanted to ask because there's been a slight problem with her mood lately. Hearing that, Lillian got so angry she broke the pen she was holding. She emphasized, a slight problem? Ruth found the teacher a bit strange. She seemed to be holding back. She said, not just a little, not at all. She skips class regularly. The moment she's out of my sight, she goes to sleep in the central fountain. and having a solo BBQ party on the rooftop isn't what you'd call a slight problem. This was probably the pent-up frustration of a teacher towards a student. Lillian said, "I've done everything I can as her academic advisor. I just asked Lenya to at least attend the minimum number of classes, and yet Lenya still ignores me." She was so angry her head was steaming, a complete change from her initial demeanor. Her helplessness left her with nothing but screaming the name of her troublemaking student. Ruth tried to calm Lillian down. He told her to calm down. 5 minutes later, Lillian had regained her composure. She apologized to him for overreacting. Witnessing the scene from 5 minutes ago, Ruth couldn't imagine how stressed Lillian must be. According to Lillian, Lenya is a talented student. Although most spirit mages value contracts and regulations, Lenya has a natural attraction to spirits. You could say, it's unique. Despite her carefree nature, Lillian was certain Lenya would become an unparalleled spirit mage. But Lenya's only problem is that she loves freedom too much. In class, Lenya would fold paper airplanes with her test papers. Sometimes she'd fall asleep, or she would jump out of the classroom window just because she felt hungry. Recently, Lenya even destroyed a hallway just to test a spirit magic spell, causing chaos for everyone. Lillian had to stay up for days just to clean up that mess. Hearing this information about the person he was looking for, Ruth felt she was even worse than he thought. He didn't understand how his brother managed to turn this wild horse into a comrade in his past life. His brother told him the truth. Helping Lenya graduate was 5 times harder than all the training he had ever been through. Hearing his brother say that, he felt he might be exaggerating a bit. His brother continued, "It might seem like an exaggeration, but..." He hesitated for a moment at Ruth's confusion. Then he continued, "Back then, Lenya wasn't just an ordinary person. Lillian talked about the academy's rules. Students are only allowed to fail twice a year. If Lenya continues like this, expulsion is inevitable." But Lillian didn't want Lenya's talent to go to waste. The professor leaned towards Ruth. She figured Ruth must have a reason for requesting this meeting today. To discuss Lenya, right? Ruth said it was nothing special. He was just a little worried that such a talented senior was behaving like that. Lillian grabbed Ruth's hand, giving him goosebumps and startling him. Lillian asked, "Don't you think we should do something to prevent the expulsion of such a talent, for the sake of our reputation and our country?" Ruth felt a headache coming on from that question. He didn't understand at all. Ruth listened intently to Lillian. Lenya just doesn't listen to what adults say. But she loves to be praised. Lillian had heard that he was a rather outstanding student. "Do you think Lenya would listen to respectful advice from a talented honor student like you?" Ruth couldn't believe the professor was suggesting this. He felt it was a bit, but then she grabbed his hand and started crying. "At this rate, Lenya won't be able to graduate. You're not going to abandon your senior like this, are you?" Ruth felt this was a bit difficult for him. He wasn't good at flattering people. Lillian said she had great faith in him. Outside the window, a small yellow butterfly had witnessed the entire event. Ruth felt like this had been arranged from the start. A yellow butterfly with black spots flew in the blue sky, blending with the beautiful sunlight. After a long journey, it approached a girl with blonde hair. It turned out that person was Lenya. It seemed she was skipping class again to enjoy the beautiful weather. Students passing by in the school grounds saw Lenya sleeping there with her eyes closed. They were surprised and started whispering, "She's just sleeping outside like this." Someone even wondered if she was still alive. Ruth, who was passing by, also saw this scene. He was a bit speechless. He stared at her for a long time, silently listening to the chatter of the people around her. Someone even said she was very pretty, the most beautiful homeless person they had ever seen. But some didn't like her very much, because she wasn't human. After hearing that, Ruth sighed. They weren't wrong. To be fair, Lenya is of mixed blood, half human and half spirit. But so what? She still has human blood. With that thought, he walked over to her. He coolly reminded her that if she's going to live in a human world, she should act like a human. However, she was asleep and didn't hear him at all. He quickly went over and nudged her with his foot to wake her up. Lenya just carelessly rolled over and continued sleeping. Ruth got a little angry. He couldn't help but kick her. As a result, she rolled a few times into a nearby flower bush. Only then did Lenya groggily wake up, not knowing what was happening. Seeing the person in front of him sit up, Ruth coolly asked what she was doing here so early in the morning. Lenya frankly replied that she was just admiring the flowers and going back to sleep. "And who are you to question me?" Ruth sat down in front of her, introduced himself, and stated his purpose. He had something to say on behalf of advisor Lillian. Hearing this, Lenya chuckled and asked if he was her junior. Before he could answer, she told him to go ahead and say what he needed to. Ruth reached out and picked the leaves from her hair. Then he hesitantly said he really admired her. Lenya's eyes lit up as she looked at him. She excitedly asked if he admired her because she looked cool. She also asked if he wanted to be friends. Hearing this, Ruth felt a bit helpless. Having no friends was a requirement for his group. Why was she looking for friends? With that thought, he avoided the question. He changed the subject. How are your classes going lately? But Lenya wasn't paying attention. She was currently focused on a beautiful butterfly flying in the air. Seeing this, Ruth couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. He was still talking to her, this respected senior. Seeing that she still wasn't paying attention, he immediately went over and pulled her shoulder. He coolly told her to listen carefully to his words. Lenya, as if controlled by him, sat down on the nearby steps. She looked up at him and asked what was wrong. He awkwardly explained that it was just a spell. With that said, he coughed twice. Then he seriously said he heard his respected senior has been skipping class and causing trouble. So if she fails, he would be very sad. Lenya was startled and asked suspiciously, "Did I really cause trouble?" Ruth pouted at her. "Didn't you destroy the entire training hall a few days ago while testing spirit magic? Why are you so surprised?" Only then did Lenya remember, but she didn't hurt anyone. She didn't think she caused any trouble. Ruth was a bit speechless. No one getting hurt isn't the issue here. No matter what Ruth said, she didn't understand. He angrily ran his hands through his hair and decided to drop it. They could compromise on the friend thing later, but he was very curious why she kept skipping class. Doesn't she plan to graduate? Lenya squinted at him. After a long while, she innocently asked, "Why do I have to graduate?" Ruth looked at her in astonishment. He didn't understand what she was trying to say. Lenya frankly said this place is very warm and the flowers here are beautiful. Her hometown is just full of snow. She prefers playing to studying in a classroom. She wants to live here forever. Her explanation truly left Ruth speechless. He coldly asked if she knew what the Eratom Academy was for. "This is a dragon-slaying academy. Didn't you come here to become a dragon slayer?" Even now, at this very moment, countless people are dying outside the Empire because of those dragons. Lenya pouted slightly. "Don't humans also take the lives of dragons? Dragons harm people, and then dragon slayers take their lives. If you look at it that way, aren't they similar? It's just the law of nature. The most important thing for her is to enjoy a peaceful life." Ruth clenched his hands into fists. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you really think dragons and humans are no different?" Lenya nodded slightly in agreement. "Besides, what makes dragons different from humans? Someone who has only lived in the snowy mountains like you wouldn't understand. Other empires are being destroyed and ravaged every day. People out there are being mercilessly slaughtered. And countless nations are being destroyed and annihilated, day by day. In places where dragon slayers live, there might be some protection, but places without them can be easily wiped out by the impact of a single ancient dragon. Have you ever seen your family, friends, the people you care about, eaten right in front of you? You will never understand humanity's hatred for dragons." Lenya realized Ruth's mood had changed. She suspiciously asked why he was angry at her. Ruth let out a cold laugh. What anger? He'd rather talk to his own knee. He realized she was selfish and arrogant, but he didn't think she could be this ignorant. Lenya frowned at him. She quickly explained that the reason she's here is because she's curious about her mother's alma mater. Ruth didn't want to waste any more time talking to her. He stood up to leave. Before he left her with a few words. "Enjoy your peaceful life here before disaster comes knocking, while you make others go crazy, risking their lives for your whims." Lenya was a little startled. She frowned as she watched his retreating back. A moment later, she suddenly took out a small stone and called for her father. A voice came from within, asking what was wrong. She thought of Ruth, who had just left. She sighed and said she didn't mean it that way. But it seems she made him angry. "What should I do? I want to be his friend." Hearing this, the voice suddenly went silent. A moment later, it reassured her. Friendships are built from arguments. Hearing this, Lenya became excited. She smiled brightly. "I'll go apologize to him tomorrow." The voice on the other end quickly replied, "That's good." The person also thought, "I should talk to Ruth too." This was the Spirit King, Pharaoh. Elsewhere, after leaving the campus, Ruth headed straight back. He sighed as he walked, feeling a bit helpless. Although he intended to praise Lenya, it wasn't enough. It seems he messed things up again with his impulsive nature, spending her whole life hidden in the snowy mountains with spirits. It's not unreasonable for her to sympathize with the situation between dragons and humans, but he took out all his anger on her like a child. His brother probably succeeded in convincing her with his kind nature, but what about him? What should he do? At that moment, an angry voice ordered someone to leave. Ruth was a bit startled and went to see. He saw his two friends confronting Leon. When Henrik saw him, she turned her head. Then she criticized Leon. "How dare you show your face here, even after breaking someone's wrist on your first meeting?" The more Henrik spoke, the angrier she got. Then she told her to leave. Leon remained silent. Henrik continued. I saw you lurking around the dormitory. You must be here for revenge for being punished. Leon quickly explained that she had already compensated for that incident. It was just a misunderstanding. She just wanted to visit to wish Ruth a speedy recovery. So she brought some fruit. Henrik snorted coldly. Wish him a speedy recovery, she said. Ruth looked at Henrik aggressively questioning Leon. He felt a bit helpless. He sighed and said he was fine. He just got injured during a practical exercise at Leon's house. Hearing this, Henrik frowned. Doesn't that mean you two violated school rules by leaving the capital to visit each other's houses? And then got injured after an argument? With that said, she immediately wanted to report this to the professor. Ruth was a bit startled and quickly stopped her. Ballestero pulled her back. She angrily yelled at him for daring to do that to her. Leon also felt a bit awkward. She knew Henrik was angry because she's Ruth's friend. But she had sincerely apologized. There was a rather complicated reason behind the practical exercise, but it was all sorted out. They spent the whole weekend practicing grappling techniques. Henrik glared at Leon. Her intention clear. She pushed Ballestero's hand off her. Then she let out a cold snort. But a second later, her expression suddenly changed to cheerful. But her tone was very sarcastic. So why don't you be friends with us too, Henrik? Leon was startled and looked at her, a bit confused. Henrik nodded slightly. That's right, we can do those grappling techniques too. She was sure the two of them should also get at least a broken wrist and 2 or 3 broken ribs from Leon. Hearing this, Leon's face became a bit awkward. Ballestero, beside her, reminded Henrik not to go too far. Leon shook her head slightly. It's okay. Then she turned to leave. Ruth watched Leon's retreating back. Then he looked at Henrik and asked why she had to do that. Henrik aggressively questioned him. Why don't you go after her? Make her your only friend. You don't need to hang out with us anymore. Ruth frowned at Henrik, not knowing why she was so angry. He decided to just ignore her. Ballestero, beside him, said he had to go to a volunteer activity before the morning class started. Otherwise, he'd be marked as undisciplined. He also didn't really understand girls' logic. Ruth sighed in frustration. What is wrong with everyone? The campus was noisy. Ruth went to his class. A few hours later, the last class finally ended. The lecturer gave them some final instructions and left. The students quickly packed their books and left the lecture hall. Ruth was no exception. He was packing his books to go back. Just then, a clear voice suddenly called out to him, asking for a moment of his time. He was startled and looked back. To his surprise, it was Lenya. He felt a bit conflicted. He had messed up not long ago. What should he say to her now? Lenya was the first to speak. She asked if he was hungry, so the two decided to eat and talk. Lenya was grilling meat on one side. The aroma filled the air. Ruth was a bit hungry, but he waited for Lenya to finish grilling before they ate together. Lenya stood by the fire, carefully waiting for each piece of meat. Then she asked him if he wanted it rare or well done. He replied that he preferred it well done. Wait. Something feels off. He appreciated the surprise lunch. But why were they eating on the school rooftop? Lenya simply said it would get smoky. They couldn't cook it in the classroom. Anyway, they had to eat while it was hot. She placed a piece on Ruth's plate. Ruth was slightly startled. Then he started eating without a word. Lenya sat down to eat too. After a moment, she suddenly apologized for yesterday. Ruth looked at her, surprised. He didn't know how to react. Lenya sighed regretfully. She mentioned the pain he suffered from dragons. It pushed him to become a dragon slayer. He helped her, but she acted superior. She thought her half-elf nature made him uncomfortable. Ruth shook his head, denying it. He actually appreciated it. He'd told her before that he admired her. Ruth hesitated for a moment. This was a good opportunity. He had to strike while the iron was hot. He continued speaking. He was worried about her. A beautiful and brilliant senior couldn't graduate. She was too perfect. If she just reined in her carefree behavior, she'd graduate. Anyone his age would admire her. They'd want to be her friend. Ruth's words made Lenya's cheeks turn red. She was shy. She laughed happily. She didn't know he admired her so much. Maybe she should change her ways. Ruth hid a smile. He'd heard she rarely received compliments. This was going better than he imagined. This might be easier than he thought. Just then, Lenya offered to be his friend. Ruth nodded and took her hand. He was grateful she made the first move. Lenya promised not to skip any more classes. She would also do her best on tests. All because Ruth was admiring her. Ruth nodded, satisfied. The first step was complete. He'd work hard to support her. He wouldn't let her determination fade. Lenya didn't object. She remembered telling her father about him. Her father wanted to talk to Ruth. She asked if he would agree. Ruth was startled. Why would her father want to see him? Lenya told him not to worry. Her father wasn't scary. He was just the king of the elves. With that, she took out a blue stone. Pharaoh hesitated for a moment. Then he asked Lenya to leave. He had something private to discuss with Ruth. Lenya was a bit surprised, but she quickly agreed. She said she'd take a walk around. Finally, only Ruth and the Elf King Pharaoh remained. Ruth quickly stood and bowed respectfully. Pharaoh didn't like to beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. He asked if Ruth was the regressor. Ruth stared at him in shock. How did he know? Pharaoh calmly said he knew this world had regressed once. He also sensed a familiar scent from him. The spirit world and the real world are different dimensions, but a contract between a spirit and a tamer creates a path between the dimensions. Their physical forms exist in that passage. They were affected by the real world. They suffered from homesickness. At that time, Pharaoh was in one of those passages. He couldn't escape the world-covering magic, but he still felt time's flow had reversed. Still, he had no memories of the world before the regression. But he was curious. He felt like he knew Ruth from before. He was a warrior. At this, Ruth's face darkened. He coldly denied it. He wasn't a warrior. He was just a burden who followed them. Anyway, things were already out in the open. Ruth didn't want to hide it anymore. He would explain the world Pharaoh had forgotten. The world before the reversal. Ruth told him everything. A while later, he nodded in understanding. So a warrior named Asir disappeared with the Void Dragon. But then he gave Ruth terrible news. That man might still be alive. Ruth looked at him suspiciously. He carefully asked for proof. Pharaoh slowly explained. The Void Dragon he knew was cautious. He wouldn't fight to mutual destruction. He believed it was forced to defend itself. It had to flee to recover. Ruth's brother was probably caught in the crossfire. But a warrior wouldn't die so easily. He might be trapped in another dimension with the Void Dragon. Ruth bit his lip hard. He really hoped that was true. Pharaoh then gave him a lead. If he wanted to find his brother, he should go to the Void Dragon's lair on the floating island. Ruth clenched his fists. He shook his head and said, "Not now." Getting to the floating island wasn't easy. He needed to prepare for the coming disasters. The future disasters, and to build up his power. Besides, he had another question. Since Pharaoh knew this was the regressed world, did he have information on the dragon that caused it? Pharaoh thought for a moment. He knew Ruth meant the dragon that used regression magic. He did know it, but he couldn't tell him. It was an old oath he had sworn to himself. He couldn't tell anyone about it. Ruth frowned and thought. Someone who could force the Elf King to make an oath. Who could it be? But he couldn't figure it out. He could only sigh helplessly. It was a shame, but he knew how important contracts were to elves. Pharaoh changed the subject. He had a question for Ruth. Before the regression, how did his daughter's life end? He wanted to know. Ruth thought for a moment. Then he said the name of the ice dragon, Nefreen. They tried many ways, but they couldn't defeat that dragon. Everyone fell into despair. Lenya decided to seal the frozen dragon. She sealed it with herself. She was smiling until the very end. Pharaoh sighed upon hearing this. He knew if she did that, it was the best decision she could make. Regardless of the reason for the regression, Ruth's second chance would affect the future. Ruth knew that. He had thought about it. But he didn't know what a useless guy like him could do. He just wouldn't give up. Pharaoh looked at him thoughtfully. Then he suddenly said he wouldn't just stand by. He would count on Ruth. As he spoke, glowing fragments from the blue stone swirled around Ruth. He looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Pharaoh told him to calm down. He wouldn't harm him. Ruth suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock. This can't be that thing. Fragments of Pharaoh's soul squeezed his heart. It caused him immense pain. Ruth clutched his chest fiercely. Pharaoh comforted him. It might hurt a little, but he should accept it. Elven power would help him greatly. Besides, he had to do something to protect his daughter. Although the fragment was small, Ruth's body trembled violently as he absorbed it. He angrily cursed at him. In his past life, he had no affinity for spirits. How could he absorb it easily? They didn't even have a formal contract. Pharaoh watched the process silently. He called Ruth's name. He didn't want to be disappointed in him. Ruth's body was now covered in a thin layer of ice. He threw his head back and screamed. The ice shattered. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Then he glared at Pharaoh. "Are you crazy?" Pharaoh was nonchalant. "You're fine, aren't you?" From now on, Ruth could resonate with his power and will. He could even mess with low-level spirits. Ruth nodded, understanding. But how would he explain this to his daughter? "I made a pact with your friend because he's a regressor." Before Pharaoh could answer, Lenya returned. She overheard him and asked what was going on. They had been talking for a long time. Just then, she smelled a familiar scent coming from Ruth. She looked at him, surprised. Why did he smell like her father? He didn't smell like that before. Faroa didn't know how to explain. He hesitated for a long time, speechless. Ruth quickly spoke up. They decided to become friends. They just got along really well. Faroa looked at him in astonishment, but Lenya actually believed him. She admired his amazing social skills. He just bridged a decades-long age gap. Ruth wanted revenge for this. Faroa had invaded his heart without permission. He spoke smugly. Of course. With everything settled, Ruth suggested they go back to class. He looked forward to seeing her in class from now on. Lenya nodded confidently and told him to count on her. A week later, Faroa's fragment was in Ruth's heart. He was resting when Faroa's voice woke him. It reminded him of his appointment with Lenya. Ruth sighed. He was getting ready. It was just a study group. Just then, someone came with a letter for him. Ruth opened the letter. His expression brightened. It had finally arrived. Information about his brother from the Moon Shadow Guild. The Moon Shadow Guild master kept his promise. They'd met in the school cafeteria. The letters contained numerous reports. It seemed he had finished investigating his brother, but all the information led to one conclusion. A person named Azer Donathos did not exist. This came from Moon Shadow, the best information guild in the world. It meant his brother never existed in this timeline. The only conclusion he could draw from this was that his brother didn't exist in this world's timeline. Faroa saw this too. He reminded Ruth of the theory. His brother was trapped in another dimension with the Void Dragon. What would he do now? Ruth folded the letters. He sighed and said he had two options. First, he could enter the spirit realm using sky-piercing art to find his brother. But this was only possible if he mastered the skill. To the 7-wing level, like his brother before the regression. The second option was to find the Void Dragon's lair on the floating island. This was also tricky. He'd have to face the Guardian at the entrance. Faroa listened. It seemed both ways were difficult. Ruth nodded in agreement. Knowing the coordinates was useless if he couldn't enter that dimension. He wondered if he should find a mage who knew about dimensions. Faroa rejected that idea. He'd never seen a human mage do that. Ruth knew, of course, it was just a thought. Ruth talked with Faroa as he walked. He soon arrived at the study group location. He pushed open the door. He saw Lenya greeting him cheerfully. She happily said she knew he was coming by his scent. She was here to study as promised. She even told the others to follow her example. Just then, an angry voice told her to be quiet. They were in a library. It was Hannes. After scolding Lenya, she looked at Ruth. She demanded to know why he was late. He was the only one in charge of tutoring. Why did she have to deal with these two idiots? Ruth awkwardly scratched his head. He had things on his mind. Beside him, Lenya grumbled that she wasn't an idiot. Hannes sneered. She heard Lenya had been held back a year. Lenya glared at her. Don't bring up irrelevant things. The two of them glared at each other with hostility. Ruth sighed, but sat down to study. A few hours later, Ruth was studying. He suddenly heard his master Daniel's voice through the spirit link. He quickly answered. Daniel wanted him to come to his office. Ruth hesitated but agreed. Then he called to Balak, who was sleeping across from him. Wake up. Balak groggily opened his eyes. He mumbled, Good morning. Ruth tapped him on the head. He told him to keep an eye on Lenya and Henny. Don't let them start a fight while he was gone. Balak looked at him doubtfully. Why would they fight? They'd only known each other for a week. Ruth didn't know what to say. He couldn't just tell him they hated each other's guts. He told Balak to just do his best to stop them. Ruth stood up to leave. Hannes saw him and angrily shouted, Where are you running off to? Ruth calmly said the master wanted to see him. He'd be back later. Lenya told him to be careful. Hannes clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She looked furious. Lenya sneered at her, saying she was always angry. Hannes shot back. When was I angry? Lenya stated that she'd been glaring at her even before Ruth arrived. Those red eyes were full of anger. Hannes retorted that her eyes were naturally red. She then mocked Lenya for constantly asking when Ruth would be back, and for drawing nonsense that annoyed her. Lenya frowned. She hesitated before speaking. Doesn't getting upset over small things make you seem petty? Who would want to be friends with someone like that? Hannes sneered. She never expected to hear that from someone who was childish and arrogant. Someone who failed classes from skipping school like Lenya. Lenya gave a faint smile, but she thought she was more educated than Hannes. Did anyone else know she spoke so crudely? Just like an uneducated person. Hannes was about to explode, but she pretended to be calm. Of course, everyone who knows me knows that. She then mocked Lenya. Don't you get tired of pretending to be innocent? Lenya didn't back down. She maliciously asked, You don't like me, do you? Hannes smiled. That's right. The library was suddenly filled with tension. Balak could only watch with wide eyes. He wondered how he could possibly stop this. Meanwhile, Ruth arrived at Daniel's office door. He knocked twice, then entered. He asked why Daniel had called him through the spirit link. Daniel gestured him in. He introduced the person beside him. "This is my master, the immortal sky sword, An. That means she's your grandmaster," and smiled and greeted him. Ruth politely bowed to her. Varroa's voice spoke up. He'd heard of her, but this was the first time seeing her in person. She looked so young and beautiful. Anne was several hundred years old. Her body stopped aging after her mana reached a certain level. They say it happens when one reaches the 6-wing level of sky-piercing art. She looked so young because she reached that level early. She was the prodigy who defeated the Myriad Forms dragon, and observed Ruth for a moment. Then she looked at Daniel. "You have a good eye. He seems decent." Daniel was pleased to hear that, but added that Ruth lacked some tact. "Why didn't you buy a cake on your way to visit your grandmaster?" Daniel said he would go buy one if she wanted, and chuckled. "Get me 5 snow ice creams from the supermarket near the outskirts, too." Daniel obediently agreed and left to buy the food. Before leaving, he told Ruth to have tea with Anne. Ruth told him not to worry. Finally, only Anne and Ruth were left in the room. Anne took a sip of tea, then called his name. She asked if he knew why she was here. Ruth looked at the luggage beside her. He guessed she was just passing through. Anne was displeased. She thought he just lacked tact. She didn't expect him to be so rude. Ruth didn't deny it. "A lot of people say that." Anne put her teacup down. She hesitated. "Let's forget about that. What I'm about to say, don't tell Daniel." Ruth was confused. "Why not?" and didn't answer. She asked if he knew a teacher named Damien. He has a connection to the Myriad Forms dragon. Hidden among Iradium's professors is Damien. He carries the heart of the Myriad Forms dragon. How can a human bear a dragon's heart? Perhaps a piece of it was successfully grafted with magic. However, the dragon's heart is consuming Damien's soul. When his soul is devoured, the second shock will occur. Because of this, Jeremy convinced Damien to kill himself in the previous life. Before the dragon's heart could achieve its goal, everyone agreed. However, Jeremy secretly took the dragon's heart after Damien died, even knowing the risks. Later, the dragon Humma was attracted by the heart. It attacked Iradium. Ruth couldn't do anything at that time. After a desperate battle to protect everyone, Daniel, the immortal sky sword, An, and thousands of dragon slayers died. But why did the immortal sky sword know about Damien now? Anne didn't know his thoughts. She continued. Her purpose here was to watch Damien. Ruth frowned at her. "You already knew about it, didn't you?" And looked at him and said Damien was close to the other professors. She couldn't tell them. It would be too cruel. Ruth asked suspiciously. "Then why are you telling me?" And hesitated for a long time. "I heard you're from Dixon. You're a victim of the Myriad Forms dragon, one of the survivors. I thought you had the right to know." Ruth's body couldn't help but tremble. He gritted his teeth. "I already knew," and sighed softly. She continued. She heard he was chosen by all the advisors. He saw Damien often. What did he think of him? Ruth frowned thoughtfully. Damien was quiet at first, but he'd received advice and stories from him. He said in a low voice, "He's a bit quiet, but not a bad person," and shook her head. No one knew what Damien was thinking. She warned him to report anything unusual to her immediately via Spirit Link. Ruth agreed without hesitation, but he asked, "What do you mean by unusual?" and said bluntly, "If you see Damien acting differently or more violently, report it, and stay away from him. I'll handle it from there." Ruth frowned. So only a few people knew Damien's secret, and if he turned, only Ruth could inform the immortal sky sword. He looked at Anne again. He hesitated. "Can I ask you something?" Anne was surprised. Before she could answer, Ruth asked, "Did Jeremy come to see you?" and frowned slightly. "Why do you ask?" Ruth said directly, "His ideology is unstable. He'll sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. I'm sure he'll cause a disaster," and nodded in understanding. "But what other choice do we have right now? Killing Damien and destroying the dragon's heart is the most viable option." Ruth agreed, but he didn't approve. It wasn't the right thing to do, and narrowed her eyes at him. After a long moment, she asked, "Do you have a better idea?" Of course, Ruth didn't. But they could find one. They didn't have to kill Damien for the greater good. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Daniel had returned. He carried a lot of food. He apologized for making Anne wait. Anne's eyes lit up when she saw the food. "I'll be going now." She quickly took the food from his hands. Before leaving, she glanced at Ruth on the chair. "Keep up the good work." Daniel was speechless. She was gone before he could say anything, but Ruth knew what she meant. She wouldn't wait for him. He had to know his own limits. After leaving Daniel's office, Ruth returned to the library. But the place was empty. Everyone was gone. Ruth wondered where they went. He walked to his desk. He saw a piece of paper on his book. It was a note from Balak. He'd tried his best to keep Lenya and Hannes from fighting, but they got kicked out for being too loud. Then they went to the rooftop to fight. Reading this, Ruth felt helpless. Another headache. Just then, Leon suddenly appeared beside him. She asked what the problem was. Ruth glanced at her. "Don't talk to me. I'm dying because of the upcoming exam." Leon chuckled. She then asked if he was avoiding her because his friends hated her. Ruth shook his head. "They didn't hate her." He asked back, "Are you mad because of Hannes?" Leon pouted. "Well, I did some terrible things to her. It's natural for her to be angry." Then she asked what he was reading. Ruth was reading about the Myriad Forms Dragon, one of the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragon kings. 10 years ago, the Myriad Forms Dragon appeared on the southern continent. The dragon ravaged the south in a single day. Countless dragon slayers sacrificed themselves. After that, only a few survived, including Anne, Jero, DeGram, and Daniel. Leon frowned at him. "You're not thinking of anything strange, are you?" The text was too detailed about the disaster. Ruth looked at her, confused. "Thinking about what?" Leon pouted. "Things like escaping the academy for revenge and going to the southern continent." Hearing this, Ruth laughed. Did she think he was an idiot? Why would he go to a dragon's nest and become food? Leon sighed in relief. That's good. But with his hatred for dragons, he acted like he'd do anything for revenge. She was just worried about what he'd said before, about destroying them all. Ruth wasn't joking. He really wanted to. Leon stared at him, startled. Ruth stated plainly that he wanted to get as strong as possible and destroy the 7 dragon kings, one by one. He would wipe out all those damn lizards. Only then could he reclaim what he had lost. He said it with determination. He would erase dragons from this world. At the library, Ruth and Leon were still researching the 7 dragons. Leon was a little scared after hearing his plan. Wasn't that something from legends? She still thought it was impossible. She asked him, "Are the 7 dragons even real?" The dragon from the Myriad Forms incident was just called that due to similarities in records. Maybe it was all a misunderstanding. Ruth looked at the dense text. He insisted, "They definitely exist." Seeing Leon's disbelief, he pointed to a document. The monster seen 10 years ago was a true disaster. He looked at the still confused Leon. Ruth seemed very serious. Leon was scared. She stammered an apology. She didn't mean to deny it. Ruth tried to reassure her. He'd lived through it once. He had no intention of going through it again. That's why he was trying to eliminate the cause. Leon's eyes filled with pain, but she was truly afraid. She looked down to hide her fear. "Aren't you scared?" she asked. Ruth didn't answer. He asked her instead, "What about you? Are you scared?" Leon looked away into the distance. She wasn't necessarily afraid of dragons, but what she feared most was seeing the people around her get hurt, or worse, die. People in her guild, her family, her friends. Ruth listened, then said nothing more. He leaned back and looked into the distance. He never thought he'd hear those words from Leon. Leon was confused. "What do you mean?" Realizing his slip, Ruth brushed it off. "Nothing." He then remembered it was time for dinner. Without hesitation, Ruth stood up. He decided to say goodbye to Leon. He was going to eat now. Leon had been watching Ruth. Seeing his back as he walked away, she seemed lost in thought. Then, as if she'd made up her mind, she called out for Ruth to stop. He was surprised. Leon wanted to help him. Her hand held onto his sleeve, afraid he'd walk away. Her mind made up. Leon promised to help Ruth achieve his goals. She could create strategies for killing the 7 dragons. They could even form another guild. Her eyes changed, filled with passion. They could be allies. They could work towards the same goal. Ruth was suspicious. "Why the sudden change? Are you serious?" he asked. "What about your dragon squad?" They were now outside the building. Leon added, "That will be fine. Mother will support my decision. I'm not as strong as you, but I'm not weak. I can do a lot." Leon was trying to show her sincerity. Ruth was still doubtful. He knew that. In fact, dozens of guilds were lined up to recruit her. What he wanted to know was why she wanted to do this. Why did she choose this difficult path with him? Hearing that, Leon paused. She avoided the question. She didn't look at Ruth. She just said it was because she wanted to. There was no other reason. Ruth was still pushing back. "Just because you want to? Be careful. People might think you like me." His face showed a hint of unwillingness. Hearing that arrogant remark, Leon's fiery temper returned. She trembled with anger. Ruth was scared. He quickly clarified he was just joking. "Don't stare at me like that." But the apology was too late. Leon decided to leave. She left Ruth feeling awkward. He was only joking. He tried to call her back. Surprisingly, Leon's ears were bright red. A part of what he said was true. Leon walked away, covering her blushing face. She cursed Ruth under her breath. He was a complete madman. Flustered, Leon ran too fast. She was out of breath. She calmed herself down. "Why did I run away?" she thought. Couldn't she read the atmosphere? It was obvious Ruth was just joking. How could it be true? She slapped her face to snap out of it, but it was no use. Her face was still red. She cursed Ruth again. She couldn't leave him. That jerk. Lost in her thoughts, a loud shout, "Hey!" startled her from her daze. Thinking it was Ruth, Leon panicked. "No, it's nothing. I was just a little flustered," she explained, flailing her arms. But it wasn't Ruth. It was Leon's remedial class teacher. The teacher was confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" she continued. "Where have you been? You have a remedial class right now." Only then did Leon realize her mistake. Without a second thought, the teacher mercilessly dragged Leon to class. "Now, let's see the results of a month and a half of training." In an empty room, there was only the sound of punches and kicks. Leon and her teacher were in training. The teacher relentlessly attacked. Leon was constantly on the defensive. As she attacked, the teacher thought, originally, these sessions were to help students find their fighting style. Looking at Leon, she thought, "But I admit, I prefer teaching fast learners." The teacher landed, pivoting for the next kick. Leon's footwork had improved greatly. She wondered where she learned it. Before she could attack, the teacher was surprised. Leon had already jumped away from the attack. Not letting up, the teacher threw a punch at Leon. She quickly blocked it with her arm. Then, she exploited an opening and struck the teacher's waist. Feeling the pain, the teacher still praised Leon. She even knew how to counterattack. Countered, the teacher stepped back. Leon seized the opportunity and attacked again, but a novice couldn't beat a veteran. Leon suddenly lost her footing. It turned out the teacher was one step ahead. She had swept Leon's leg. "Don't be careless," the teacher warned. Now Leon couldn't react in time. She might have dodged the last one. But not this time. She was tripped and lost her balance. Then she took a stunning blow. Leon was officially defeated. The teacher was pleased. She thought Leon would get beaten as usual. But it seems she had learned quite a lot. Leon was a bit bitter. "You're just making me feel worse," she said. "Everything I learned was from someone else." The teacher accepted that. She'd heard Ruth taught Leon a few tricks. At the mention of Ruth, Leon smiled brightly. He really knows how to teach, unlike someone else. Surprised by the comment, the teacher asked when Leon and Ruth had gotten so close. Realizing her slip of the tongue again, Leon's face turned beet red. Without explaining, Leon grabbed her clothes and ran off. She left the teacher with 1,000 questions. That evening on the school grounds, Ruth sat sighing to himself. The spirit stone teased him. "You look happy, Ruth Donatos." "How was your first date?" Ruth snapped back angrily. He told the stone to shut up. The stone continued. "Humans this age often have fragile emotions. When you're young, feelings of affection are subtle. You don't need to worry too much." Ruth looked down. He knew. The stone added, "But for whatever reason, isn't it good to be liked by someone so popular?" The stone sensed his thoughts. It gently reminded him that the Leon of the past and the Leon of the present were two different people. Ruth gritted his teeth. He looked up at the sky. He knew that very well. At school, it was a beautiful day. Students were on break. They were all chattering about the exams. Only Ruth sat alone. He held a book in a corner by the pond. He was thinking about Leon. Ever since their discussion about the Dragon Guild, Leon had been avoiding him. This awkward situation was really uncomfortable. The stone's voice echoed. "Isn't it because she's embarrassed for saying such foolish things?" Ruth angrily warned the stone to stop. Leon's reflection on the water mirrored his thoughts. His lifelong goal, envy, and admiration. A goal he had to endure humiliation for. The current Leon no longer treated him like trash. She was alive before him, not wearing a dragon blood-soaked uniform. If only he could defeat Leon, this complicated feeling would. Ruth's thoughts were cut short. It was Leon's voice. Was Seth hitting on her? No, she was asking him. She looked a bit shy. "Never mind," she said. "It's nothing." She pushed a small bag into Ruth's chest. She wished him luck on today's exam. Ruth was very surprised. After giving it to him, Leon immediately turned and left without looking back. She left, Ruth stunned. He became angry. He clenched the bag. This wasn't what he needed. In the academy's cafeteria, students were eating and talking after the exam. Hanis was gloating. She was taunting Ruth. She finished in 5 minutes. He took 10. She was 5 minutes faster, so she won. But Ruth retorted, "Solving a 1-hour advanced problem in 5 minutes. Was that normal?" Balak sat beside them, eating happily. That's when Balak stopped them. They both lost to him. He only took 1 minute. Hannes was furious. "You bastard. You wrote a letter begging for forgiveness, didn't you?" She scolded Balak. She couldn't get him to study hard. His mind was always elsewhere. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It was the senior. She disagreed. "I learned a lot studying with Ruth." Hannes shot her a death glare. You call that studying? I can guess what kind of person you are. The senior shot back. I guess only someone with a mind like yours can judge others. After that, they glared at each other, sparks flying. Ruth and Balak were speechless. Their appetites were gone. They told each other to eat quickly. Ruth begged Pharaoh to stop the two girls. Pharaoh refused. The more girls argue, the closer they become. They'd been arguing for over 10 years before. Hannes couldn't take it and stood up. Balak suddenly asked Ruth if he was prepared for tomorrow's practical exam. Ruth was confused. Prepared for what? It's just a random arena used for combat training. Balak smiled. You never know. What if we get a desert? If so, I'll drink plenty of water. Ruth continued. That makes sense. But where would I carry water? The two girls were still arguing. Balak's answer was absurd. In your stomach, of course, he said, rubbing his belly. The fight between the two girls began. Ruth was helpless. Balak started drinking water. The day of the practical exam, in the academy's hall, many students were already there. The teacher was explaining the rules. This is the first practical exam, so I'll be brief. The exam takes place at a testing ground built outside Anphia. This time, the locations are spread across continents. Different monsters will appear depending on the environment and climate. The teacher emphasized that monsters weren't the only thing. Through the space gate, you'll avoid some of the monsters. Finding the dragon's trail and defeating it is the main goal of this exam. The students listened intently. The teacher reminded them of the danger of dragons. They could resist magic with superior intelligence. They were unharmed by ordinary swords. They could even use high-level magic to attack. It was no wonder the students were tense. Additionally, students who excelled would have a chance to participate in supplementary exams. The final winner would not only get a personal weapon but also a weapon from Iradium's treasury. The teacher asked again. To become true dragon slayers, do you know what you must do? The practical exam officially began. Ruth tried to remember his past life. He remembered facing Leon in the supplementary match, but a voice in his mind reminded him. Do you want to get revenge on someone who has no memory of the past? Ruth stepped into the gate. He clarified. He wanted to win not for revenge, but for peace of mind. Pharaoh sensed many monster tracks here. Ruth agreed. This academy gathered people from all over. Normal monsters weren't a big threat to them. He walked straight into the forest. The forest was filled with crows, symbols of death. If there was danger, a professor or instructor would intervene. Their familiars were watching them. With his experience, nothing stood out. He only had one goal, so he'd take his time searching. Bored, Ruth asked Pharaoh to find a dragon's trail. He refused, telling Ruth to find it himself. Suddenly, a ferocious monster appeared behind him. The monster swung aggressively at them. The force shattered the ground. But surprisingly, Ruth was no longer there. Instead, the monster's leg was severed. Ruth had quickly escaped. He coolly dealt with it. No other choice. The monster, not knowing who it was up against, attacked again. Ruth struck again. He slashed its other leg. Ruth didn't care. Facing the monster was a given. He had to find the dragon himself. He leaped high into the air. He slowly drew his sword. He aimed straight at the monster. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. A continuous slash. Its body was torn apart. Finishing it, Ruth schemed. His eyes sharpened. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Ruth's plan worked. He'd found it. With burning eyes, covered in monster blood, Ruth declared, "Found you, you reptile." From the sound, the footsteps, it had to be huge. Ruth began his hunt, sword in hand. A strange noise from the bushes ahead caught his attention. Something else was here. Suddenly, a silver-haired student burst from the bushes, screaming. He was trying to run when he saw Ruth. They stared at each other in surprise. The student looked like he'd seen a monster. He asked if Ruth was here too. He stammered in fear, but Ruth had no idea who this was. "Who are you?" he asked back. How could he forget that incident? Now Ruth recognized him. It was that guy from before. Wilhelm snapped back to reality. "We can't chat here. We have to get out of here. A monster is coming." It was too late. A monster blocked their path. They looked up at the creature towering over them. Just as Ruth suspected, it was an earth dragon with sharp eyes. He looked deep into the earth dragon's eyes. They were red with rage and power. Wilhelm was so scared he trembled. He could only sit there in shock. Only then did Wilhelm realize it was a ferocious dragon. He trembled like a leaf. In contrast to the terrified Wilhelm, Ruth fearlessly approached the beast. It triggered the dragon's attack. A beam of light shot from its eyes, aimed at Ruth. Wilhelm screamed, "Are you crazy?" Ruth quickly reacted. He used his sword to block the dragon's wrath with difficulty. But, as he thought, it was an earth dragon. It was tough. At this rate, his sword would break. Out of options, Ruth leaped back, creating distance. The weak Wilhelm was still in shock. He kept screaming Donatos's name. Ruth snapped, "Shut up, you idiot. Don't provoke the dragon." After the warning, Ruth refocused. It had been 2 months since he started learning sky-piercing art. His sword began to glow with a strange light. It was still too hard to use a super sword aura, but the power of 3 wings should be enough to finish this. The earth dragon below waited with its mouth open. It didn't know the horror that was about to come. The time was right. Ruth unleashed his attack. He descended with the terrifying speed and power of 3 wings. He stabbed straight into the dragon's face. A fatal blow. But it wasn't over. He carved a long gash across the dragon's head. Creating a fatal wound, the monster roared in pain. With that done, Ruth returned to his spot. Wilhelm was still stunned. Is this possible? He's not afraid of a dragon? But the earth dragon was tough. Injured, it fought back with its tail. It swept past Ruth's head. He ducked just in time. He immediately struck back. A blow to the monster's leg. Wilhelm was still scared. He urged Ruth to stop. "Even if you're a genius, this is impossible. I tried attacking it with sword aura. The sword can't pierce its hard scales, unless you can cover it with a dense layer of mana, like a sword aura." Annoyed by the chatter, Ruth told Wilhelm to shut up and watch, coldly and quickly. Ruth knew. Unlike other monsters, dragons were covered in tough scales. They were nearly impenetrable. However, even if they were tough, they were still living creatures, so their eye sockets, respiratory system, and joints were relatively weak. After analyzing, Ruth immediately targeted the monster's weak points. He thought, if I can focus on these specific scales, piercing them might be easier. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of strikes on the scales and the joints, all over the dragon's body. The speed was so fast, the monster couldn't track him. With so much soft tissue damage, the monster screamed in pain. It was at its weakest. Seizing the opportunity, Ruth went for the crucial spot, the neck. But something unfortunate happened. His sword, under too much force, broke in two. Damn it! Ruth was flustered. He looked at his shattered sword. He realized it wasn't strong enough to sever the dragon's neck bone. However, with its eyes destroyed and bones and scales damaged, the monster couldn't attack back. Ruth knew that no matter how good the equipment, killing a dragon with just an academy sword was too hard. He struck the monster in the eye and told it to stay still. He turned back to Wilhelm, who was still in shock. Ruth asked if he had a spare sword. Wilhelm stammered, "No, my sword is broken too." Ruth was a bit disappointed. With no sword, he resorted to fighting the monster with his bare hands. Wilhelm was still in disbelief. It's impossible. Even a team of students couldn't beat a dragon. Yet he did it alone. And with his bare fists, not even a sword. After a while of bare-handed fighting, Ruth realized the earth dragon was dead. Suddenly, Wilhelm called his name. "Thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry for what happened before." Ruth didn't want to make it difficult. "It's fine. I didn't plan on doing that anyway." Furthermore, Wilhelm stammered a request. "If it's okay with you, can I consider you my rival?" Noticing the strangeness in his words, Ruth had to ask for confirmation. Wilhelm calmly replied, unlike the trembling boy from before. "Where I'm from, I was arrogant. I thought I was strong enough. But today, watching you, I realized you're the strong one. I'm not even worthy of comparison." Struggling to stand after the shock, Wilhelm continued. "Even though I realize my shortcomings, I don't plan on giving up. I won't give up. I'll see you as a rival and keep moving forward." This event had clearly affected him deeply. That's what he needed to realize. This made him determined. He would strive to become as strong as Ruth. Ruth froze at these words. He thought, how can he say that? It's so embarrassing. Suddenly, Faroa appeared. "Is it because Wilhelm is a copy of your past self that you feel a certain empathy?" Ruth snapped, telling Faroa to shut up. Wilhelm was looking at him strangely. At the scoring location, a teacher was informing a professor. "Group A's practical test is almost over. Please return to the meeting point. They still have a lot to do." Ruth was angry. He scolded Faroa. "Instead of talking nonsense, why don't you go to sleep?" Faroa protested that things were just getting interesting. A crow's eye had captured everything. A man stood far away on a tree branch. He was the headmaster of Iradium Academy. Witnessing everything, he thought, just like the rumors, Ruth is indeed a diamond in the rough. On the ground, Headmaster Graham's loyal guard was curious about his thoughts on Ruth, the young man who had just made an incredible impression. Graham smiled happily. "I had some expectations after hearing the professor's praise, but he surpassed them." The guard was also excited. "I can't believe he's so good at only 17. I'm sure he'll excel in the supplementary exam too. Ruth will set new precedents after becoming a special dragon slayer." Finishing his observation, Headmaster Graham landed where his guard was waiting. He thought about what the guard said. A special dragon slayer? Ruth is a character beyond my expectations. He might be more than just a warrior. He could even become a hero of freedom, the headmaster said as he left. The guard was curious. A hero of freedom? What do you mean, sir? Like in the biography of Vanna. Headmaster Graham didn't explain much. He just confirmed it. Vanna's biography is the origin of all dragon slayers. He recalled a story as he walked. Long ago, humans were just prey for dragons. It was a miserable time. Humans constantly begged the dragons for mercy. Earth dragons roamed, sky dragons soared, and giant dragons were as big as mountains. Dragons ruled everything, the sky and the land, the headmaster continued. And there was a special kind that ruled all other dragons, the dragonoids. Only their appearance was similar to humans. They had strength, high intelligence, and special abilities. They slaughtered humans without a trace of mercy. 700 years ago, the dragonoids used this place as an arena. Human gladiators fought for their amusement. But now, it has become Iradium's main hall, the statue of the Dragon Slayer and freedom. It's truly magnificent, isn't it? Headmaster Graham asked, standing before the hall. The guard listened intently. Yes, sir. I understand the history. He recounted. Vanna was once a gladiator, trampled by the dragonoids. He was stronger than anyone. He gathered gladiators like himself and started a revolution. After a long battle, he and the first dragon slayers pushed the dragonoids to the northern mountains. And finally, even their king, the 7 great dragon emperors, was sealed. That's how the age of human freedom began. However, I know that's a fairy tale told by poets. That's why I've always believed it. But there are some parts I don't understand. He began to ask Headmaster Graham, if Varna was so strong, why didn't he just annihilate the dragons? Why did he only seal the 7 great dragon emperors and not kill them? Understanding his question, Headmaster Graham replied, if that had happened, there wouldn't be victims like you and the students, right? His eyes looked distant. The guard realized he had shown too much emotion. He quickly corrected himself. I don't doubt our ancestors' intentions. It's just. The headmaster smiled. It's all right, you don't need to worry. Whatever happened in the past, it allowed humans to stop living like animals. We don't really know what happened back then. They stood there, thinking, in front of the grand hall. The exam ended. The academy announced that the supplementary tests were over. All students were to return their weapons and gather at the designated area. The matchups would be posted in 3 days. 3 days later, on the day of the supplementary exam, students crowded the academy's main hall. One student boasted, the day has finally come. The armor in Iradium's treasury will be mine. The announcements continued. Today is the supplementary exam. Only the top students from the practical test can participate. Who will be the winner among the elite rookies? Why don't we hear from the most famous rookie, Ruth Donatos? He was checking his weapon. He was a bit embarrassed by the interruption. He told the person to stop bothering him. So the person sat next to him. You're no fun at all. I had some expectations, but it always ends like this. It was Hannes Hapulia. She continued. But today, I won't go easy on you just because we're friends. And even though I can buy any weapon I want, I'm curious about what's inside Iradium's treasury. Ruth replied, I feel the same. He then looked at Balak. Why are you even participating? You don't use weapons. Balak was following his own principles. A match against a strong opponent is necessary to build a healthy body. Knowing he couldn't argue with Balak, Ruth agreed. But you don't have to shout. Looking at the brackets, Ruth thought Balak's opponent was no ordinary person. Hannes was always annoyed with Leon. Hannes agreed. How is that psycho not eliminated yet? She told Ruth she was going to check out the other competitors. Before leaving, she warned Balak. I'll kill you if you dare lose to that bitch. Balak was terrified. Helpless, he turned to Ruth. Is Leon really that strong? Ruth replied. She's very strong. Stronger than all the other rookies. Balak asked a sensitive question. Is she stronger than you? Ruth's hand tightened. But this time, he was much more certain. He was no longer the Ruth of the past. This time, he was much stronger. At the Academy's arena, a large crowd had gathered for the supplementary matches. Down on the field, there was some commotion. The participants were waiting. Leon had returned. She was annoyed that her opponent was a no-show. She sneered, Who is this opponent that's 10 minutes late? When the match starts, it's you. Balak was full of pride. I am not you. I am Balak. Before he could finish, Leon said she knew. That's enough talk. Let's begin. Balak was still being long-winded. Announcing one's name before a match is a long-standing tradition in the Steros family. Interrupting me is rude. A slash injured Balak's fingertips. This was Leon's greeting. I am Leon. She smiled. Balak began the fight. You seem strong enough to be an opponent for this noble body. Again, Leon didn't wait for Balak to finish. She continued her assault. Balak used his body to block. Leon realized it wasn't magic. He just blocked it with his muscles. Balak grinned. I hope you like these amazing muscles of mine. She realized Balak blocked the sword's aura with just his body. This was more than just mana control. Balak began his attack. He moved as fast as lightning. He suddenly moved forward. He threw a powerful punch at Leon. Leon quickly blocked it with her sword. His speed and wide attack range were good. But a wider range reveals more openings. She would aim for that. She spotted an opening. But Leon quickly realized her mistake. She had already struck at it. It wasn't the opening she thought it was. Balak had no intention of dodging her attack. He immediately countered with another punch. Leon ducked just in time. The two continued to struggle. Leon quickly struck at Balak's undefended stomach. The blow landed. Balak winced in pain. He quickly fell back on defense. Leon asked Balak, a body unaffected by a sword aura, "Did you transfer mana into your muscles?" "It's pretty tough," Balak retorted. "That's what I was about to say. You can stimulate my instincts with a single attack. You're pretty good." Looking at his injured stomach, Balak smirked. It wasn't a strong blow like a shockwave punch, but it still hurt to the bone. Leon didn't care. She began to summon her power. Balak couldn't believe her physical strength might surpass his own. Realizing he couldn't fight normally, Balak roared. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes apart. He believed a normal sword couldn't cut his body. But something unexpected happened. Balak focused only on strength. He paid no attention to technique. As he charged, Leon used a simple move. She used his momentum to throw him to the ground. It was a clean landing. Leon was angry. That's why she didn't use a sword against a simpleton. Leon attacked again. She really had dropped her sword. She landed a kick on Balak. She used her speed to deliver a flurry of punches. As Balak defended, he wondered, how could she throw feints like this? With her speed, Leon sent Balak spinning from her fierce attacks. After just a few minutes, Balak's body began to tremble. He praised Leon. "You're really strong. Well done, Leon." Balak declared he would use his full power to fight her. Leon heard this and was confused. Suddenly, arcs of lightning exploded from Balak's body. He looked like Son Goku. But before he could act, the referee stepped in. He informed Balak that he had lost. Balak was stunned. Balak hadn't realized how many hits he'd taken from Leon. This was the final result. From a distance, Wood and Hennig watched helplessly. They couldn't believe their friend's foolishness. The referee ordered him to be taken away. From afar, Balak still insisted his body was a sculpture. He was completely different from other people. Leon still couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. Leon was announced as the winner. Ruth looked at her with a distant gaze. Leon didn't hesitate to look back at Ruth. Her expression was a bit strained. She went inside. Henny was mortified. She told Ruth not to tell anyone Balak was their friend. Their turn was coming up anyway. Heinrich realized Ruth wasn't paying attention. She wondered why he was staring so intently at Leon. Unable to take it anymore, she yelled. Ruth flinched in surprise. He quickly asked Hennis what was wrong. Hennis explained that she was talking about their upcoming turn. She also told Ruth not to go easy on her. He had to fight properly. He understood. He told her not to worry about it. That was also what was bothering Ruth. He thought to himself, Heinrich Harpulia, the fire witch. The talent of this girl, who would become the strongest fire mage. Her talent blossomed quite late. No one could surpass Hennis in the countless battles she fought at her peak. She built her reputation on complex techniques, sharp judgment, and above all else. Back to the match. Hennis smirked. She thought she would last a little longer, but she had already lost. This sucks. However, this girl's will was extraordinary. She smiled. It won't be like this next time. What was special was her unquenchable passion. The system announced Ruth as the winner. He also pointed out Hennis's weaknesses. That last step was embarrassing. Your timing was perfect, but your punches were too clumsy. Hennis was annoyed. This guy is so arrogant. Ruth offered Hennis a hand. She told him to teach her how to fight with a dagger later. Ruth retorted, "Why do you need me? You'll do fine on your own." Hennis asked why Ruth would watch Leon practice mixed magic, but refused to help her. Ruth didn't seem to care. He quickly said goodbye to Henny. He had somewhere to be. She should leave first. Heinrich was startled. "Where are you going at this hour?" "The final round is about to start." Heinrich was confused. What on earth happened between these two? The new students are truly talented. The final round of the test is a direct confrontation between Leon and Ruth. Yet Leon just left. She ran quickly. Her mind was filled with one thought. She didn't want to fight anymore. In the past, Ruth always refused duels for various reasons. That's also why Leon didn't want to fight now. But why did things turn out like this? Now the two of them had to duel directly. After her match with Balak, she had stared at Ruth. She was completely shocked. She couldn't understand why he had the expression of someone who craved a fight. Leon panted. She couldn't understand Ruth's desire and hostility. It was all written on his face. She bit her lip. Leon still didn't understand why she didn't want to fight Ruth anymore. While she was lost in thought, a sudden shout startled her. Ruth had caught up to Leon. He approached her. As he walked, he asked what she was doing. He continued. The final match starts in 30 minutes. Hurry back to the waiting room. But Leon avoided Ruth's gaze. She said her leaving had nothing to do with him, but he quickly denied it. He was her opponent in the final match, so it did concern him. Hearing that, Leon still turned away. She said she had no intention of fighting Ruth. She wasn't interested in the winner's prize, so she would withdraw from the match. Hearing the word withdraw, Ruth clenched his fists. Veins popped on his hand. He couldn't believe what Leon had just said. Ruth was furious. He thought Leon was looking down on him and toying with him. He looked at her with a fierce gaze. Are you showing cheap pity for a piece of trash not even worth fighting? Leon was shocked by Ruth's thoughts. Her mouth hung open. She didn't understand why Ruth had suddenly become like this, but Ruth wouldn't listen. He fiercely gripped her shoulder. He yelled at her to shut up. He warned Leon. You don't have the right to run away from this fight. Leon couldn't believe the words she had just heard. It was as if Ruth had become a different person. Ruth gritted his teeth. This time, I will definitely, Ruth remembered. On a dark and stormy night, he had strongly ordered Leon not to run away. His entire body was covered in wounds back then. He kept shouting at her to open her eyes. Ruth was completely helpless. He just wanted Leon to come to her senses. Damn it. Leon weakly tried to call his name, but her condition looked like she wouldn't live much longer. In the rain, Ruth held Leon. He still hadn't beaten her. If she left him here, he would curse her for the rest of his life. Leon tremblingly raised her hand. She smiled and said Ruth was always like this. He hadn't changed at all. Ruth gritted his teeth. Shut up. Focus on your wound. The bleeding won't stop. Leon placed her hand on his face. She chided him. You really are. You damn bastard. After saying that, Leon gave a beautiful, happy smile. Then she took her last breath. Her hand fell to the ground. Blood stained the ground red. Leon always called Ruth trash, brat, or damn bastard. Holding her body, he thought. I hate Leon just as much as Leon hates everything about me. But he didn't understand. Why did she have to do that? Suddenly, a strange foot appeared. It said Leon was a fool. That foot belonged to the Void Dragon, Raffi. He said Leon was strong enough to kill the Void Dragon Lausia, but she threw her life away to protect a weakling like Ruth. Hearing that, Ruth couldn't say anything back. He hung his head in agony. Raffi turned to leave. He said he wasn't interested anymore. He left, coldly saying that Leon had no hope of survival. Ruth shouldn't do anything pointless. Hearing that, Ruth held Leon's body even tighter. His tears flowed endlessly. He screamed loudly, releasing all the pain in his heart. Back in the present, Ruth knew that the Leon he knew was already dead. He knew this was pathetic. It was because of his inferiority complex, and his actions were ridiculous. Leon panicked at Ruth's fierce expression. She had never seen him like this. She smacked the hand that was gripping her. She questioned him, not understanding why he was acting this way. She wanted to ask for a reason, but then she closed her eyes. She gave up on asking. She ordered Ruth not to follow her anymore. With that, Leon quickly ran away. She was always alone and kept her distance from everyone. In the past, Ruth hadn't tried to surpass her. His only goal now was to hunt dragons for revenge. To him, Leon was a true genius, a wall he had to overcome, and also his admiration. Ruth could never forgive Leon. He angrily slammed his fist into the wall. He couldn't understand why Leon was acting this way. To this day, he still didn't understand why she had to sacrifice herself for him. Pharaoh appeared. He gently called his name, but Ruth stopped him. He told him not to say anything else. He spoke as if begging him not to say anything, to just be quiet for a moment. Ruth looked at the distant sky. He tried to calm the turbulent emotions in his heart. In the end, the match concluded with Ruth's victory. Leon never showed up for the fight. Everyone around was in an uproar. This made the match completely uninteresting for them. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Heinrich wondered, could it be that Leon had run away? Ruth stood in the arena. In the end, things turned out like this again. He left, still thinking about Leon. She could avoid him if she wanted, but this time, he wouldn't let her actions go so easily. Meanwhile, Leon was sitting alone in the forest. Her face was pensive and a little sad. Night had fallen. Leon guessed the test must be over by now. She wondered if Ruth was still angry, but she didn't really understand why he was angry in the first place. Lost in thought, a strange noise made her look toward the sound. What she saw surprised her. A huge question mark appeared over her head. Leon wondered. She didn't understand how Ruth knew she would be here. It wasn't difficult for Ruth. In his past life, Leon always came here when she was upset, and he had always come here to fight her. Thinking this, he drew the sword from his back. Then he pointed it straight at her. The sword was thrust accurately, stopping right in front of Leon's face. Ruth stared at Leon. He ordered her to stand up and fight him. Leon placed a hand on her chest. She couldn't understand why Ruth had to take things this far. He just replied coldly, "I told you, you don't have the right to run from this fight." Hearing that, Leon was furious. She told Ruth not to be so unreasonable. "Why could you behave like this after everything that has happened?" Ruth coldly repeated her words. "After everything that has happened?" He pulled out his sword. Absolutely not. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The moment Ruth could point his sword at Leon, the one who had always treated him like trash. And that would be when he could end this long, tiresome revenge. Faced with Ruth's aggressive stance, Leon was finally forced to pick up her sword and fight back. However, she still didn't want to fight him. Why couldn't Ruth understand what she was saying? The two officially began their battle. The blue aura belongs to Ruth, and the orange one to Leon. Leon used the sword Ruth gave her. She couldn't believe this light sword was so unbelievably heavy. It was so heavy that its pressure was enough to break Leon's stance. So that was why Ruth came here so confidently. She dodged Ruth's continuous attacks. Then she activated her mana shield. No matter how strong his light sword was, it couldn't penetrate Leon's mana shield. Ruth attacked her mana shield relentlessly. With Ruth's continuous attacks, Leon couldn't believe her mana shield had shattered. She jumped back quickly to dodge Ruth's vicious attack. Ruth's words telling her to fight properly made her laugh. "You want to fight properly?" Leon poured all her power into the sword. She asked Ruth if he even knew what properly meant here. Witnessing Leon's true power, Ruth was impressed. Advanced light sword at such a young age. "As expected, you really are an extraordinary genius," Leon replied. "If you know that, then stop. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat me without an advanced light sword." Hearing that, Ruth just sneered back that he didn't know that. Then he swung his sword at Leon. "You have to try things to know for sure, right?" Leon continued. "The only thing that can counter an advanced light sword is another advanced light sword, or an advanced spell." As she was speaking, a sudden blow to her stomach made her wince in pain. At this point, Leon knew she had been tricked. Normal sword techniques wouldn't work. That's why Ruth had put his sword aside and decided to fight her hand to hand. Leon kept trying. She had to maintain distance. She couldn't let things go his way. Under her continuous, rain-like attacks, Ruth easily dodged them all. Leon couldn't believe it. Impossible. Ruth had easily dodged everything. He was right in front of her now. Without hesitation, regardless of gender, Ruth coldly punched Leon hard in the face. Then he got into position again, gathering his power to throw a few more punches. Leon still couldn't believe Ruth could dodge her advanced light sword just by running normally. She had realized it. This was no longer about a light sword or an advanced light sword. Leon struggled to control her light sword, but she couldn't use it. Ruth was able to punch her sword-wielding hand with his bare fist. Leon was attacked relentlessly. She stood there panting. "What is this insane speed? He read my movements perfectly, just like when he fought my mother." Ruth raised his leg, preparing for a spectacular kick. He thought to himself that his training wasn't in vain, but in his heart, he thought, "This life's Leon is even stronger than the last. She's so strong that I have to use my senses to their absolute limit to fight." Although exhausted, Leon was still trying to evade Ruth's attacks. Ruth felt he had become much stronger. He didn't hesitate to continue attacking her, but despite his thoughts, this sense of déjà vu still bothered him. Thinking this, Ruth quickly slid away from Leon. Even after doing that, the feeling wouldn't disappear. Leon watched his series of actions. She didn't understand why he drew his sword. He was clearly at a disadvantage without an advanced light sword. Leon was angry. She thought she no longer understood if Ruth even wanted to win. She angrily pointed her sword at him. Now she didn't even want to understand what Ruth wanted. Then she raised her light sword high, gathering all her strength and shouting, "You brought this upon yourself." Facing Leon's stance, Ruth remained calm and ready to receive it. Now the real battle begins. Neither one is holding back now. And of course, Leon, with her advanced light sword and power, easily broke through Ruth's attack. Seeing that, she thought to herself that she had won. But Ruth looked at her with a fierce fighting gaze. "Maybe it's not over yet, girl." A light surrounded Ruth. The light surprised even Leon. All his power was gathered, and into the hand holding his sword. He raised his light sword high. He charged toward Leon with a burning fighting spirit. A tremendous power was enveloping Ruth's sword. With this power, Ruth was confident he could easily use his fourth wings. Leon was shocked. She finally realized it. Ruth could use a super light sword. A terrifying attack, as if it could tear the sky apart, erupted. Leon was lucky to have dodged it quickly. Ruth's super light sword was similar to hers, but the level of perfection was on another level. It left Leon sitting under a tree, completely amazed. Then suddenly, she became silent. She lowered her head. Ruth slowly walked toward where Leon was sitting. He still carried a fierce, murderous aura as he approached her. But then Leon suddenly declared that he had won. She asked if he was satisfied, but Ruth remained silent. He thought, satisfied? Should I feel satisfied? He had defeated the person who had always treated him like trash. But with a cold gaze, Ruth muttered that it was meaningless. His mind felt empty now. What was tormenting him like this? Hearing Ruth's answer, Leon clenched her fists. She couldn't believe that after all this, Ruth would say it was meaningless, when he was the one who senselessly forced her to fight, and after all that, he said it was meaningless. She stood up and walked forcefully toward Ruth. Ruth stared at Leon's continuous actions. Without any hesitation, she landed a hard punch on his face. After getting hit, Ruth quickly dodged. He didn't want to get punched again. Leon stood there and yelled, "Are you messing with me? I made it clear that I didn't want to. I said I didn't want to fight you." Ruth covered his face. He sat there and said he had to fight her. Leon pulled at her hair. "Why? You said it was meaningless. You said it was pointless." Ruth simply wanted to defeat Leon at least once in his life. Hearing that, Leon laughed. "Don't mess with me. It's not me you want to beat, is it?" Ruth couldn't believe her answer. He stared at her and asked, "What?" Leon coldly turned away. Did Ruth think she didn't know? He's been like that from the beginning. Full of anger, desire, and an inferiority complex. All those confusing emotions he openly showed when they first met. It's because he was seeing someone else through her. Leon grabbed his collar. She couldn't hold back anymore. "You want to win and keep chasing after someone else. To you, I'm just a substitute, right?" Leon couldn't hold back her tears. She knew he only saw her as a replacement. She knew everything. Leon kept holding Ruth's collar and cried continuously. It was a heartbreaking sight. Finally, Ruth spoke, but he didn't know what she was talking about. He grabbed her hands. He told Leon to stop deceiving herself. Ruth looked firmly at Leon. He declared that the person he had always been chasing was her. He pushed her hands away. The person he was always jealous of was her. He always longed for her acknowledgement. Leon was completely surprised by Ruth's unexpected answer. Ruth continued, "Because you always outshined me by so much. You are a talented bastard." Because Leon's power was something I could never obtain. Then Ruth's face fell. He admitted that's how it's always been. Revenge, desire, it's not funny at all. I just wanted to become you. Your movements, your swordsmanship, your senses. Chasing you, I just wanted to be like you. Leon was someone I could never match, no matter what I did. I still can't accept that Leon died to protect trash like me. Hearing this, Leon was bewildered. She had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Ruth quickly took it back. Looking at the bright moon, he thought to himself, "It's not meaningless, it's just excruciatingly painful." Leon was overwhelmed by this unbelievable information. Leon died protecting Ruth. He chased after her swordsmanship. She thought he was talking nonsense. Ruth answered coldly, "It's not nonsense." He wanted to say more, but Pharoah suddenly appeared. He told him to stop. Ruth didn't listen. He repeated that Leon died to protect him and left a will. Then he looked at her and smiled. "I'm talking about you in my past life, you bastard." Leon was shocked by the words past life. She couldn't process it. What past life? What is this about a past life? She still thought Ruth was talking nonsense. It's all meaningless. Ruth was adamant. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have nothing to prove it. I've returned from the past, and this is my second chance." Leon remained in the same position. Her face was filled with questions. "Ruth returned from the past?" Ruth continued. "You'll feel something is off soon, unless you're an idiot. A person with such perfect mana control that they surpass the level of a martial arts genius. An ability that cannot be achieved without experience. Skills and natural talent of people Ruth had never met. That was the evidence Ruth presented. It proved these things were impossible without prior experience. Leon still couldn't believe Ruth was from a past life. It was ridiculous, but all the feelings of discord and doubt she had experienced could be explained by it. She began to wonder if those ridiculous and illogical words were all true. Thinking this, Leon asked Ruth if he knew about her as an adult, things she didn't even know yet. Ruth sat on a rock. He calmly replied that the adult Leon was what he was talking about. He sat there. "In my past life, you lived only for revenge. You treated me like a roadside trash can, no matter how desperately I tried to beat you." Then Ruth closed his eyes, as if recalling a sad memory. No matter what he did in the past, Leon never paid him any attention. He got angry. Damn it. Even so, you still died to protect me. Do you know how pissed I was then? Hearing that, Leon still asked doubtfully, did I really do things like that? Ruth's answer completely surprised her. In the past, Leon was so strong and ruthless that he had risked his life to fight her. The atmosphere froze. Ruth looked in another direction while Leon stared at him. Leon was still confused. She never expected the person he always trusted, the person Ruth yearned for and saw as a shining star to follow, was actually her? So she had misunderstood all along. She thought she was just a substitute for someone else. After thinking carefully, Leon asked, so that's why you picked a fight with me the first time we met? Ahem. At that time, Ruth simply wanted to fight Leon for a round, but he didn't expect her to be much stronger than he thought. Leon suddenly realized something interesting. So Ruth was much older than her. Yet he still hated her enough to treat her like that. Hearing that, Ruth bluntly admitted it. That's the reason I was able to get this far. Then Leon suddenly asked why he apologized to her. This question made him freeze for 5 seconds. He couldn't answer quickly. Leon continued, if you hate me, why didn't you just ignore me? Ruth stood up. He tried to end the situation as quickly as possible. Because Leon had caused a commotion in the academy corridors. Leon also stood up. You even taught me wrestling skills. If you hate me so much, why did you do that? Ruth turned away. He didn't dare face her. He slowly replied that defeating Leon when she was stronger would be more worthy. Seeing Ruth about to leave, Leon chased after him and asked again, what about the time you took me on a tour of the capital during the weekend? Ruth seemed startled. He turned around and yelled, what are you trying to say? Do you still not understand what I've been saying? In the past life, you looked down on me and treated me like a dog. It was a demeaning relationship, that's all. Leon argued that was what happened in the past life. But now, things have changed. Ruth himself said this was his second chance. Before Ruth could answer, Leon gently placed a clean cloth on the wound on his cheek. This startled him and he shied away a bit. Instead, she told him to stand still. The two of them stood there in that intimate position. Leon wiped the wound while speaking. This is the cloth you lent me when I was crying on the stairs. But the tender moment didn't last long. Ruth pushed her hand away. He gritted his teeth. Do you have any idea what the hell you're doing? Then Leon apologized. She apologized on behalf of her past self. This action caught Ruth completely off guard. Leon continued to apologize. I'm sorry for always calling you trash and ignoring you, Ruth shouted. Are you stupid? Why do you think I rambled on about my past life to you? Ruth hoped she wouldn't apologize to him. Everything he did was to get rid of the lingering, exhausting regret that he couldn't let go of this whole life, even after being reborn. And it's all over now. Everything is enough as long as this burden is carried. Ruth thought to himself, that should be enough, right? Ruth yelled, you're not even the one at fault here. Why are you apologizing? Aren't you angry? One past life was enough suffering. Now don't make it feel like hell again. Please don't make me more miserable. Leon didn't back down either. She grabbed his collar, then headbutted him. She screamed at him to shut up. Did Ruth think she easily accepted the current situation? Leon knew that Ruth was the one who should apologize. Because he couldn't let go of the past even after returning. She didn't care how hurt he was. The current her knew nothing about the past life. But this time, she would specifically apologize to him first, Leon explained. Because the past her he's talking about is not the same as the current her. Because she believes her feelings and thoughts right now are correct. Leon couldn't help him, no matter how much he hated her. Regardless of their past life relationship, it didn't matter to her now. Saying that, she tightened her grip on his collar. She forcefully pulled him close to her. And then, completely defenseless, he was kissed by her. Leon gave Ruth a sweet kiss. Ruth's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what Leon was doing, but she seemed to be enjoying it. After a while, she finally let him go. The young man was still completely dazed. Before Ruth could understand anything, his brain seemed to have shut down. His eyes were wide open. Then Leon, blushing happily, confessed to him. Ruth was asleep, but he was dreaming about what happened yesterday. Leon had actually kissed him. This dream woke him up in terror. His face was full of fear. He screamed loudly. Ruth tried to comfort himself. This is just a dream, right? But Faroa's answer was like a slap in the face. He couldn't believe Ruth would do that. He should be ashamed of himself. Ruth was now in complete turmoil. He covered his face and kept muttering, "Damn it." Faroa continued to provoke him. After behaving like that, can you still call this your second life? He asked Ruth what he planned to do now. What he did last night wasn't something he could just ignore, even though he just stood there, looking like he'd been struck by lightning. Then running away to escape the situation was also quite funny. In his past life, Ruth had suffered because of his hot temper. Damn it. In the end, he hadn't improved at all. Pharaoh consoled him. Isn't Leon past the age of consent now? Maybe Ruth can get along with someone who crashed into his lips before they even dated. Ruth loudly denied it. Shut up. Dating? Nonsense. Don't say another word. I'm not that free. I'll just pretend it never happened. Why would Leon kiss some idiot who said he didn't like her, fought with her, and then told her he was a regressor? Despite Ruth covering his ears, he continued. You did all those things. So even though I want you to bury those memories, you can't. Pharaoh asked doubtfully. But isn't today the day Ruth receives his prize for the selection contest? Hearing that, Ruth suddenly remembered. He asked what time it was. Then he quickly got ready and rushed to the award ceremony. Luckily, Ruth made it in time. He slowly walked into the award venue. Seeing his tired look, Headmaster Graham asked with concern, Didn't you get enough sleep last night? With an extremely tired expression, Ruth said he was just a little anxious about entering the treasury room. Graham laughed heartily at that. He could understand. Anyone would be the same. Because inside the Iridium treasury are the ancient relics of the Dragon Slayers, including holy relics and weapons. All of these items are priceless treasures. Even if Ruth won the tournament, the door to the treasury would only open with the consent of the headmaster and most of the professors. So Headmaster Graham was honored to open this door after a long time. Ruth thought to himself, I once held the weapon my brother and Leon took from this treasury in my past life. But in this life, is there no one to replace my brother's position as a promising youth? After a long walk, he finally arrived at the legendary Iridium treasury. As Headmaster Graham opened the gate, he reminded Ruth, You won't regret taking anything from this place. But remember, this treasury is not just limited to Iridium, it is also tied to the history of the Dragon Slayers themselves. Finally, the gate opened. Just being able to step inside is a great honor and a source of pride. Ruth stepped inside with a confident air. He could feel that the flow of mana in here was different. He explained that this was a subspace. Ruth seemed to understand why. Headmaster Graham continued, Like the floating island of the Void Dragon, the coordinates here are not fixed. It is something that mortals must reach, at least the level of an archmage to create. A magnificent, resplendent room appeared before Ruth. To maintain so many weapons like this, they must have had the help of archmages. Headmaster Graham said that everything here seemed to be in the best condition. Is Ruth looking for anything specific? He held a sword in his hand and replied that he already had something in mind. Pharaoh suddenly appeared. The thing Ruth wants to take must be the weapon he used in his past life. Ruth denied it. That's not what I'm looking for. But if there's nothing better, I'll choose that. After looking around and searching everywhere, he finally saw what he wanted. It was the heaven-defying sword, Demaios. Ruth held it up high, observing it with an excited expression. Pharaoh said this was the sword that the first Dragon Slayer, Vanna, once used. It was said to be an ink-black sword. It could sever the flow of mana, and the sword could also reflect any high-level magic skill. After analyzing it, he asked, If so, did Ruth choose that sword because he wanted to follow in the hero's footsteps? Ruth replied no. Although he had heard the legend of Vanna countless times, he didn't want to follow in his footsteps. If I have to save this world, then instead of sealing them, I will kill them all. And the reason I chose this sword is simple. Because in my past life, my brother used this sword. And this sword's ability is perfect for confronting any high-ranking dragon. Pharaoh saw that he chose quite quickly. So this was the choice he had aimed for from the beginning. As he was leaving, he suddenly stepped on something shiny on the ground. This made him stop. He couldn't help but wonder what it was. Ruth picked it up. This wasn't a weapon, and he didn't think it had a protective spell, but suddenly it changed. It reflected Ruth's image inside it. He remembered in his past life asking his brother if he knew why Professor Damien committed suicide. At that time, Ruth felt the professor's death was strange. He suspected something was up, but it seemed his brother wasn't listening to him. He just kept staring in one direction. Then he told Ruth to look at the sky. There seemed to be something up there. Seeing it, Ruth blurted out, "What the hell is that thing?" Then it suddenly exploded without any warning. All the students fell into a state of panic from the explosion. People ran in all directions. A giant dragon appeared after the terrible explosion. Remembering that, Ruth was certain that it was the core stone of the Thunder Dragon Hama. Remembering his past life, the first time Ruth learned of the Seven Dragons' existence was when he lacked skill and determination. Even after decades, he could never forget the terrified screams and the foul stench of burning flesh. And now, the core stone of the Thunder Dragon that caused the tragedy in his past life had appeared here. Pharaoh was just as curious. He didn't understand why the Thunder Dragon's core stone was in the Iridium treasury. Ruth was still trapped in the fear of his past life. He didn't know how the core stone appeared here, but he was sure it didn't belong here. Everything in the Iridium treasury had a protective spell, only this one did not. Ruth cautiously speculated. What if the Thunder Dragon never attacked Iradium? But what if this core stone was here from the very beginning? Hearing that, Pharaoh asked, if so, who brought it here? The Thunder Dragon has been sealed for 700 years. Ruth fell silent. His eyes were thoughtful as if he was pondering a complex issue. Then he asked Pharaoh if he knew when the Thunder Dragon would awaken. Pharaoh's answer was that it might be in 1 to 2 years. The current seal wasn't holding up well. Ruth thought carefully. In his past life, from this point, the Thunder Dragon's invasion would begin in about half a year. Just a few months after Professor Damien's death, it was clear that the Myriad Forms Dragon's core, which Jeremy stole, had prompted the Thunder Dragon's actions. Thinking about his past life made Ruth grit his teeth. Anger radiated from him. Every breath became heavy. After Ruth turned away from the treasury, Pharaoh wondered if he was concerned about it. Ruth replied firmly, of course. This is like the seed of a disaster. I must proceed with the plan quickly. Hearing that, Pharaoh hesitated for a moment. He said Ruth once claimed he would kill all the dragons in the world. So if a good dragon existed somewhere in the world, would Ruth change his mind? Hearing him say that, Ruth found it ridiculous. If there was a good dragon in this world, then it would probably be dead by now anyway. Ruth didn't hope for anything. After saying that, he placed his hand on the door to leave. He couldn't interfere with the sealing stone. In about half a year to 2 years, the seal would be completely broken, so it was best to prepare for any possible incidents. Ruth felt lucky that he still regularly contacted Professor Damien, but it had been a while since he attended any guidance classes, so the current atmosphere was a bit relaxed. But why was Professor Damien so quiet? Finally, the professor spoke up to break the silence. He asked Ruth if anything was wrong. Ruth sheepishly replied that nothing was wrong. The coffee smells great. Professor Damien was glad to hear nothing was wrong. However, he had a question for him. He saw that Ruth's dagger skills far surpassed his own, so he kept wondering why he continued to attend this class. But now he knew. It was because he liked coffee. Next time, he would find better coffee beans for Ruth. Ruth denied the reason Professor Damien gave. He attended because he still had much to learn from him. He wanted the professor to share more of his experience. He thought the professor deserved respect as a former dragon slayer. Hearing Ruth say that, Professor Damien hesitated. He didn't think he was that deserving. Ruth wondered why he was so silent and didn't continue. He guessed that perhaps Professor Damien was feeling guilty. Ruth was sure he knew he was from Dyson. Maybe it was because the professor had the heart of the Myriad Forms Dragon, the dragon that destroyed his hometown, but he thought that was fine. Based on Professor Damien's cautious personality, if he could take this opportunity to stir up his guilt, he could get the desired result. Thinking this, Ruth asked Professor Damien if he had heard of Dyson. It was a village in the outskirts of the Calavan Kingdom. Though now destroyed, it was his hometown. Seeing Professor Damien's expression, Ruth's suspicion was likely correct. Ignoring the professor's desperate expression, he continued. Dyson was a really great place, peaceful and quiet. During the hunting season, Ruth and his father would set traps for wild animals. His mother would cook hot stews for the family's dinner. He once thought he was the happiest child in the world. Then the appearance of the dragon completely changed his life. The entire peaceful village was destroyed. Only he and his brother survived. Hearing this, Professor Damien couldn't stop his hands from trembling. He asked Ruth if he had a brother. Ruth confirmed it for the professor. He and his brother should have left right away. But at that time, his brother, Ruth kept repeating the word brother but couldn't continue. Remembering the past also made Ruth suddenly break down. Maybe if it wasn't for him back then, nothing would have happened. And in the end, Ruth couldn't continue. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Professor Damien could see Ruth suffering. He didn't force him to continue. He stood up and asked if Ruth could tell him the rest of the story next time. Ruth also stood up. He refused to continue. It was just a boring story. Before leaving, Ruth added, a hollow story about losing everything and a journey of revenge to take it all back from the dragons. Then he walked down the hallway with heavy steps. Finally, Ruth couldn't hold on any longer. He had to place his hand on the wall for support. Pharaoh appeared instantly. Seeing Ruth's expression and actions, he could see that he looked tired. He thought he would be fine. He didn't expect to be so overwhelmed by guilt. But luckily, it was almost successful. Now all he needed was to make Professor Damien talk. Pharaoh was skeptical. What if Professor Damien refused to speak? What if he was an evil person with the heart of the Myriad Forms Dragon? And what if Ruth's story was completely meaningless to him? Ruth was surprised by Pharaoh's question. But if that happened, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Despite saying that, Ruth still denied it would happen. Even though Pharaoh couldn't believe it, Ruth was confident because Professor Damien carried too much guilt to be an evil person. Just as Ruth said, after he left, Professor Damien was in great pain. He kept apologizing and felt completely unworthy. It was another peaceful morning at the academy. Several days had passed since that conversation, but there was still no news from Professor Damien. It's been a long time. Ruth thought things would gradually reveal themselves. He had to find a way to deal with it. Currently, his maximum capacity is 4 cubes. Although inspecting and using the subspace has become possible, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with the Thunder Dragon. Pharoah wondered if Zhangchun's 6 reports mentioned subspace. As Ruth entered the subspace, he said, "A part of the heavenly spirit. It's a private space for the air." He took out his sword. In his past life, his brother freely used many weapons through this space. This was the ability he needed most. Pharoah asked if it could be used for defense in an emergency. Ruth wasn't sure, but he thought it was possible. While they were talking, a loud shout of "Don't take it off" made Ruth turn his attention that way. It turned out Leon was scolding Balak for not wearing a shirt while exercising. He was worried because he couldn't take off his shirt. Seeing this, Ruth asked if they were arguing again. Leon said they were practicing jujitsu, but the smell next to her was unbearable. Balak, hearing he was being called stinky, denied it. "No one else around here is complaining, are they?" Heinrich, who was covering her face with a book, had to put it down to speak. She had to use a clothespin on her nose to not be affected by Balak's smell. And finally, with a final blow from Ruth, Balak reluctantly admitted it. Then Ruth mercifully used some magic on Balak to make him smell better. Heinrich was quite surprised by this. She didn't know when Ruth had learned spirit magic. Ruth said he just learned it recently. Then he told everyone to stop arguing and get back to work. Hearing that, Leon asked Ruth, "You said you came here to train, but you're not helping us?" Ruth coldly walked away. He refused and said maybe next time. He had to do his personal training now. Leon grumbled. Ruth wouldn't even give a clear answer. She didn't know what he was so busy with. Hearing Leon's complaint surprised Hennis. She didn't know what Leon was talking about. Leon debated whether to tell the truth, but saying it was a bit embarrassing. In the end, she boldly told the truth, that she had confessed to Ruth. Heinrich was completely shocked. She couldn't believe her ears. She thought she had misheard. Leon got closer to Hennis. She firmly said it again. "I told Ruth I like him." She shouted so loudly that Ruth, who was leaving, had to stop. Seeing Ruth and Balak staring back, she waved her hand, telling them to go away. Then suddenly, a loud noise from outside once again drew their attention. Leon was the first to ask if that sound came from outside. Balak thought so too. In the end, the 3 of them, Leon, Hennis, and Balak, curiously hid behind the door to observe the situation outside. Brett was bullying a fellow student. He sneered. "You're still not awake after being beaten like that?" Parfen was not afraid. He demanded that Brett apologize. Observing from their side, Leon still didn't know who that person was. Luckily, the know-it-all Hennis explained it to her. Balak turned to ask Ruth if he was going to do anything. Hearing that, he refused. "It's just kids fighting to grow up." As he was acting nonchalant, he suddenly heard his name. The bullied student once again shouted, demanding Brett apologize to Ruth for bad-mouthing him. Parfen supported his trembling body and continued, "Ruth is my rival. You have no right to curse him with such filthy words." Before he could finish, Parfen was punched again by Brett. This powerful punch sent Parfen flying and crashing to the ground once more. Brett rubbed his wrist, sneering. "Oh, you know each other? Who knew a beggar orphan would win?" Parfen still didn't give up. Even while being grabbed by the collar, he refused to submit, repeatedly telling Brett to apologize. Brett couldn't believe how stubborn this guy was. He even dared to talk back to him. He was going to wake Parfen up, teach him to stop being so arrogant with his senior. As he was about to hit him, his hand was easily stopped. His attack was simply restrained by Ruth, leaving him completely surprised. Ruth smiled at him and said he was the beggar orphan he was talking about. Then, as quick as a flash, he turned and punched Brett, messing up his face. Ruth started beating Brett senseless. He kept letting out pathetic screams, but no one came to his rescue. Parfen, witnessing this heroic act, was deeply moved. He never expected Ruth to stand up for him. Balak praised Parfen for taking a good hit. He was worthy of being his friend. Hennis said he was more like a punching bag than a friend. After being beaten up by Ruth, the bully A was now kneeling there, hands on his head. Ruth coldly asked them why they, who weren't thugs, were bullying a kid. They also insulted and threatened to beat him. Seeing Ruth's expression, Leon wondered who the real thug was. A boldly pointed at them. They said Ruth was a rude and disrespectful bastard. Hearing that, Leon thought they weren't wrong. Balak and Hennis also agreed. Ruth wouldn't let them laugh at him like that. Even if he was a bastard, he still had morals. The terrified bully A agreed, even flattering Ruth, saying he was always praised by the professors. "Good. If you're so understanding, why do you do these things?" The 3 of them looked at each other and began to tell Ruth everything. Brett said he heard a first-year student had been rude and aggressive toward the student council president. Hearing the mention of the student council president, Heinrich couldn't understand why a first year would do that. At that time, in his office, Jeremy probably already guessed what was happening. He was sure Ruth would come looking for him, but it seemed a bit later than he expected. Ruth was stopped outside. They asked why he was coming to the student council office. Ruth didn't bother to answer and pushed them all aside. He arrogantly walked into the room. Unable to stop Ruth, the girl had to turn and tell Jeremy that Ruth insisted on forcing his way in. Jeremy pretended to be polite, saying it was okay. Ruth was his guest, so he would receive him. Jeremy wore an incredibly fake smile and asked Ruth a polite question. He said Ruth arrived later than he thought. But anyway, Ruth should sit down first. Ruth didn't even sit down. He kicked the chair 10 meters away. Jeremy watched in surprise. He spoke coldly. "Cut the crap. Get straight to the point. Why did you call me here?" Jeremy didn't answer. He put his hands on his head. He acted flustered by the damaged property. Ruth didn't care. He couldn't understand why Jeremy had that bastard Brett curse him. Jeremy gave a fake smile. "What are you talking about? It must be a misunderstanding. I'd never do something like that. I did complain a little to Brett. But you were very harsh to me that day." Ruth slammed his hands on the table. He asked if Jeremy wanted an apology, but Jeremy just smugly said he only wanted to talk. Ruth clenched his fists. He couldn't stand the way Jeremy initiated things, but since he was here, Jeremy should just speak his mind. Hearing this, Jeremy pretended to sigh. He acted disappointed. Then he asked Ruth a question. He'd seen him contacting Professor Damien often. He had already warned him. Professor Damien was dangerous. Why was he still in touch? Ruth scoffed at that. "Did you say something, Jeremy?" "I don't remember a damn thing." Jeremy just continued. "You're so hot-headed, Ruth. You don't fully understand Professor Damien." Ruth cut him off. He confronted him. "Is it because the professor has the heart of the myriad forms dragon?" Jeremy was shocked. He couldn't believe Ruth knew, and he was still contacting Damien. He finally stood up. He remembered Ruth was the heir to the celestial void arts. He must have heard it from the immortal celestial sword. He turned away. He didn't understand. Why would Ruth contact Damien after knowing everything? Then he turned back with a standard smile. "Ah, I see. The immortal celestial sword must have ordered you. You have to report any threats immediately, right?" Ruth felt annoyed with Jeremy, especially the way he talked. He acted like he knew everything. He continued. "Of course, the immortal celestial sword will be the one to kill him. So you were probably just told to keep an eye on him. That's why you're in this tight spot." Ruth moved closer to Jeremy. He knew what he was thinking, but he was wrong. "Professor Damien won't die like you want him to." Ruth walked past him coldly. He made a firm declaration. "I guarantee it." This made Jeremy tremble in fear. Meanwhile, in Professor Damien's room, the professor decided he couldn't hide anymore. He had to tell Ruth everything. He'd tell Ruth about the myriad forms dragon's heart. This was a very difficult decision. Not only that, he would also reveal why he possessed the heart of the myriad forms dragon. The professor recalled his childhood. It was a day like any other. He asked his grandfather about the book he would read to him. He had to choose between two books, The Demon Behind the Mountains or The Primordial War of the Gods. He chose the story about the dragon slayers, because when he grew up, he wanted to be one too. Just like his grandfather, Professor Damien's best memory was the rich taste of coffee, and his grandfather's large hand gently patting his head. His parents were both dragon slayers. They died when he was young. His grandfather was the one who raised him. Thanks to his grandfather's tireless efforts, Damien grew up without ever feeling the sadness of his parents' absence. And like his grandfather and parents, he thought he could become a proud dragon slayer. But the mana hypersensitivity he contracted that year changed everything. It's a rare disease. The body overreacts to mana, the very source of life. Even the slow natural flow of mana in his body was enough. It caused him agonizing pain. It felt like he was being torn apart. He saw countless doctors and talented mages, but Professor Damien remained bedridden. He lived a fragile life without any hope. He'd even forgotten what the outside world looked like. Then one stormy night, his grandfather returned from somewhere. At that time, he lay in his sickbed. He looked at his grandfather and tried to call out to him. He didn't know why his grandfather had to go out in such weather. Suddenly, his grandfather asked him a question. "Do you want to live?" Hearing that, he immediately nodded. Who wouldn't want to live? He still had so many dreams to fulfill. His grandfather reached into his coat. He pulled something out. It was a terrifying purple mass. He told Damien to swallow it quickly. Its shape and color made Damien hesitate. He asked what it was, but his grandfather didn't answer. He just coldly told him to swallow it. He said he would get well immediately. Then his grandfather forced Damien's mouth open. He shoved the myriad forms dragon's heart into his mouth. He tried to resist, but he couldn't. How could a child's strength compare to an adult's? Plus, he was already sick. His grandfather kept apologizing as he forced him to eat it. Perhaps he had no other choice. He did it to save his grandson. Remembering the past caused Professor Damien immense pain and fear. He muttered to himself. He didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted to save his grandson. If you must blame someone, blame me. I was the one who carelessly borrowed the dragon's heart. 3 people had to die just to prolong my life. Professor Damien began to apologize over and over. He just kept repeating the words, "I'm sorry." And so, Professor Damien bravely told him everything. Ruth listened to the entire story. The story of the myriad forms dragon's heart inside the professor. In the Alchemy Club office, Magic Research Building B. Hennessy had her face on the table. Leon's words echoed in her mind. She had actually confessed to Ruth. Suddenly, someone kept calling her name. It snapped Hennessy out of her thoughts. Her senior asked her a question. Didn't she have training today? Hennessy always left 30 minutes early to meet Liana. Hennessy rubbed her forehead. But my mind is too preoccupied right now. I don't think I can focus. That's why Liana told Hennessy to take the day off. She said not to waste her energy. When Hennessy said she was worried, her senior thought it was about something else. She thought she was worried about convincing members to join the special event. Hennessy rested her chin on her hand. Aren't you busy writing your thesis? Usually, only 1 out of 2 students graduates. You must be working really hard. The senior still didn't understand. If it wasn't about the festival, what was Hennessy worried about? Finally, Hennessy confessed her worries. She was afraid that if Ruth got a girlfriend, he wouldn't hang out with her anymore. It made her so upset and sad she couldn't sleep. The senior finally understood. Hennessy was worried about relationship issues. The senior started teasing Hennessy. Is it really just a simple friendship? She thought Hennessy didn't understand her own feelings. As they were talking, a voice interrupted them. Someone had appeared. Ruth suddenly showed up. He asked if this was the Alchemy Club. Hennessy was surprised and shouted, "Why are you here, Ruth?" He looked confused. "I'm here to join the club, of course." The senior realized Ruth was the one they were just talking about. She started teasing Hennessy again. "Go on, go make your move." Then the senior left. She handed the club tour over to Hennessy. This gave the two of them some private time. Ruth finished the application form. He gave it to Hennessy, but she felt extremely annoyed. But she still took the form. Ruth's appearance here made Hennessy feel embarrassed. Hennessy looked at the form. No prior experience in alchemy. No knowledge of magic. Desires to create potions, like mana potions. That's a unique reason. Ruth didn't understand what was so unique about it. Hearing his question, Hennessy shyly turned away. She told him to wait while she found some research notes. While waiting, a tall stack of books on a table caught Ruth's eye. He approached it. The title, Research on the Symptoms of Heat Shock, intrigued him. Ruth remembered. Mana. The world's power that flows through all living things. This mysterious force was still a subject of research centuries after its discovery. Because of this, some special mechanisms remained, and some unique diseases had not yet been deciphered. Heat shock was one of them. A large amount of mana is expelled from the body. The body can't handle it. The person develops a high fever and dies. It had similarities and differences with Professor Damien's mana hypersensitivity. Ruth remembered his past life. Hennessy had dedicated her life to researching a cure for her sister's heat shock. Her sister, Layla Hapulia. And finally, after so much research, she succeeded. She found a cure, but it was too late to save Layla. She couldn't hold on until Hennessy arrived. 4 months after Layla's death, Hennessy still couldn't overcome the shock. She wouldn't eat or drink. She just locked herself in her room and cried. Losing a loved one was tragic, but the position of head of the Don Hoa Guild had been vacant for too long. It caused internal dissent. Hearing that, Ruth acted coldly. Balach didn't understand what he was planning to do. Ruth went to Hennessy's room. Without hesitation, he kicked her door down. Hennessy was kneeling by the bed. The same bed her sister Layla had died in. Seeing Ruth appear so suddenly, she asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Ruth angrily yelled at her. "How long are you going to keep crying? You can't abandon your responsibilities to Doan Hoa and the Dragon Slayers just because your sister died. How long will you give up on revenge against the Bakhtiam Empire? You're the heir to Don Hoa." Hennessy was furious at Ruth's constant questioning. She wouldn't allow him to speak like that. But Ruth ignored her warning. He kept provoking her. "Are you going to go cry to your sister now?" Hennessy couldn't contain her rage. She unleashed her ultimate technique on Ruth. Outside, Lenya and Balak weren't surprised by what happened. They probably expected it. Inside the room, Ruth was beaten down by Hennessy. He sat on the floor, panting. Hennessy told him not to provoke her. Not if he couldn't even beat her. Ruth said there was a hot-headed crybaby acting like an idiot. He wanted to check if her brain was still working. Ruth smiled in satisfaction. But you're still strong. I can still accept you in the team, so stop crying like a loser. Rejoin us tomorrow. Hennessy was surprised by his words. Then she bonked him on the head. Finally, she smiled. It was the first time she had smiled in 4 months. Back in the present, Hennessy saw Ruth reading her research. She scolded him again. Ruth nonchalantly replied, "You left it open. It's like you wanted me to see it." He feigned ignorance. He asked why she was researching that disease. Hennessy answered, that's precisely why she had to study it, because it was an incurable disease. She thought all the famous pharmacists, doctors, and priests were idiots. None of them could find a cure. Now her sister was just living as if she were dead. Suddenly, Ruth told her something. It wasn't an incurable disease. He had seen patients cured before. Hennessy was shocked to hear this. She threw all her documents aside. She kept asking, "Really? Where? How?" Ruth slowly explained. He knew a very hot-headed girl who also researched this cure, but she was dead. He didn't know much about alchemy. He only learned a little from her. Ruth scratched his ear. "If you find the right ingredients, making the cure won't be too hard for you. If you want to do it, I can help. But you'll have to buy me the herbs. I'll need a lot." Before he could finish, Hennessy suddenly rushed forward. She hugged him tightly. Ruth was flustered. Caught by surprise, he didn't know where to put his hands. With tears in her eyes, Hennessy hugged Ruth. She sincerely thanked him. Ruth decided not to push her away. He hoped she wouldn't be too late this time, not like in his previous life. The late spring festival at Iridium began as usual. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. It was an annual ceremony, important not just for Iridium, but for the entire country. It commemorated the age of humanity, the age that began after the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragons. Because of this, outsiders were allowed into Iridium. Countless visitors from inside and outside the empire flocked there. They formed a massive crowd. Only Leon was sitting alone. She was sulking because Ruth wouldn't go sightseeing with her for the festival. Leon didn't understand why Ruth was so busy lately. She didn't think he was avoiding her, but it was so hard to even see his face. Leon's lonely mood was interrupted. Hennessy suddenly appeared beside her. Both girls sighed in unison. Then they both looked at each other in surprise. Leon spoke first. "It's a festival. Why are you alone?" Hennessy stammered. Sweat dripped down her face. She couldn't answer the question. She never expected to meet Leon here. This was crazy. Even though she'd explained the hug, she still wasn't ready. Hennessy ruffled her hair. Why did she have to explain anything to Leon? She'd thought about it over and over. It wasn't like she was dating Ruth or anything. After thinking for a moment, Hennessy didn't answer. Instead, she asked Leon, "Why are you sitting here? Don't you have any friends?" Leon quickly denied it. "I have plans. I'm not alone." Hennessy sighed. "Really? Good for you. Damn it, my friends all bailed on me. Now I have no one to go to the festival with." Leon laughed. She didn't expect Hennessy to be so frank. She admitted to being at the festival alone just like that. Then she finally confessed that she had lied. "Actually, I don't have any friends to come with either." Hennessy stared at Leon, as if sizing her up. She paused, unsure of what to say. Finally, she spoke. "I'm not that weak. You can call me Hennessy." Hennessy crossed her arms. "You and I don't get along. But we're both talented. Like it or not, we're going to see each other often." Leon complimented Hennessy's directness again. Hennessy thought she was just picking fights. Leon denied it. She looked at Hennessy sincerely. "I'm genuinely complimenting you." Hearing that made Hennessy a little embarrassed. She wondered if she should tell Leon everything. She was about to open her mouth and explain. But someone's appearance cut her off. Lenya approached Leon and Hennessy's spot. She asked them friendly, "What are you two doing here?" But Hennessy just responded with annoyance. It had been a frustrating day. Seeing Hennessy's mood, Lenya turned to Leon. She asked, "You're Ruth's friend, right?" Leon simply introduced herself. Then she asked who was standing before her. Lenya introduced herself as well. "I'm your senior, but if you're Ruth's friends, you're my friends too." Hennessy cut Lenya off. "Why are you here? You didn't just come to chat. Did Ruth send you?" Hennessy's question caught Lenya off guard. She quickly said, "No, Ruth didn't send me. I just saw you two looking lost at the festival. You didn't have any friends with you, so I figured you were free." That set Hennessy off. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" Leon quickly stepped in to de-escalate. Hennessy was angry. "Hey, you're new here, so wise up. Don't you know about the school rumors? They say we're a group of lunatics. This group already gets enough attention. We have a genius, a rich kid, a musclehead, and the first-year representative. Now we've even got someone who grills meat on the roof." Lenya told Hennessy to quiet down. Everyone was staring. Meanwhile, Leon thought, "My family isn't a mob family." While they were bickering, Another voice cut through the tension. Balak appeared, looking very tribal. He told Hennessy to lower her voice. Hennessy didn't understand why Balak was so scantily clad, but it was a tradition of the Steros clan. They always dressed up like this for festivals. While Hennessy was criticizing him, Parfin appeared. He was endlessly praising Balak's physique. He excitedly bragged, "On the way here, 6 people wanted to take a picture with us, and 8 wanted an autograph." Balak, the muscle god, the lord of muscles. Balak and Parfin had quickly become friends. They both worked out together and talked about muscles for weeks. Leon couldn't stand the smell of sweat spreading through the air. Balak smiled. "We are gentlemen, and gentlemen must escort ladies. Since we've met, why don't we all go together?" The 3 girls quickly walked away. Not a moment of hesitation. They arrived at a spot. While eating a pastry, Hennessy started complaining again. "I don't understand why that person thinks like that." Leon heard her and asked, "Are you talking about Ruth?" Hennessy suspected Ruth was gathering people for some plan. Then he'd divert attention elsewhere. A few days ago, Ruth had bought a lot of mana potions. Mentioning the mana potions, Hennessy realized her slip-up. She chose to stay silent. Lenya lowered her head. "Are you talking bad about Ruth behind his back? You say you're his friend. You shouldn't see him as one anymore." Hennessy got angry. "Don't you start. What do you know? Are you trying to slander everyone around Ruth?" Unable to stand the noise, Leon stood up to leave. She needed to get some rest. On her way back, Leon thought about Hennessy's words. Ruth must be focused on something. Ruth once told her he saw a terrible future. He must be preparing for that uncertain future now. Leon didn't want to stop him, but she hoped he wouldn't have to carry everything alone. At the same time, at the Alchemy Club, Ruth was diligently reading all the relevant documents there. After a while of hard work, he finally finished reading everything. In the quiet room, Ruth sat silently at the desk. The dim light from the lamp fell on the neatly arranged documents. He sighed softly. His eyes showed relief after hours of burying himself in work. Finally, everything was done, and Ruth felt immensely relieved. Ruth looked at the document on the table. Suddenly, the voice of the Spirit King, Pharaoh, echoed. It was a mix of teasing and reproach. "You certainly took your time studying." Ruth frowned and replied, "You're so noisy. Who knew I had to learn all this? I feel like I'm constantly being pushed." The Spirit King's voice was cold and mocking. "It took you hours to digest just that much knowledge. Your slowness is incomprehensible." Ruth couldn't help but feel annoyed. He replied in his thoughts, "Don't compare human intellect to a Spirit King's. This knowledge isn't easy for me." Pharaoh casually agreed. "If you know you're human, you should also know your limits." The Spirit King's words echoed. A hidden reminder, making Ruth question himself. Ruth was surprised. "What are you saying? I know my limits." But Pharaoh just replied mockingly, "You know nothing. You weak human." Those words stabbed at his pride. Pharaoh continued in the same tone. "Even if you strengthen your body to increase your mana, your body's endurance has its limits. All the techniques you're using are hard to withstand with a normal body. How did you solve these problems in your past life?" Ruth felt his frustration rising. "I didn't solve anything. I just let things happen. And I became a demigod. A part of both worlds, but belonging to neither." Ruth remembered those moments. His limbs felt like they were breaking. Sharp pains shot through his body as he coughed up blood. But even then, he fought well. Without hesitation, without worry. Pharaoh was skeptical. "That can't be all there is to it. Especially when you used your power to the extreme." He emphasized, "You forced your senses. That surely had side effects." These words echoed in his mind like a warning. Ruth confidently declared, "No matter the side effects, the enemy is just the damned 7-colored dragon. A horse in the shape of a dragon." He knew that even if he risked his life, there was no guarantee of victory. Pride and determination swelled within him. Ruth felt that with a strong will and thorough preparation, he could overcome any challenge. Ruth continued to think. At that time, one of his eyes was blind. His sense of taste was gone. Even as a demigod, he no longer felt pain. That loss was not just physical, it was a part of himself. Ruth thought to himself, if he could kill all the dragons in this world without his brother, he would stop at nothing. That determination burned like a fire within him. As these thoughts filled his mind, he walked towards the door. His heart was filled with steely resolve. As Ruth reached the door, Pharaoh called out to him. His voice echoed in the quiet room. Ruth turned back, his eyes firm. He said, "If I give it my all and it's still not enough, there's still one last resort with this body." He walked on, thinking to himself. He was actually very curious. Would killing all the dragons in the world be faster? This idea excited him. As the thought crossed his mind, he stopped. Then he walked up the stairs of a building. His heart was full of determination and excitement for what was to come. In the room, Zeratogram was sitting at a desk. His face showed complete surprise when he saw Ruth Donatos walk in. The shock was clear on his face. He couldn't believe he was here. The atmosphere in the room suddenly tensed. Ruth continued to walk in. He thought to himself, would it be faster if he became a corpse? Gerald D. Graham was the slaughterer. He had slashed the necks of many dragons. He survived the expedition against the Skywing Dragon. His fame resounded throughout the world, a living legend among hunters. Due to injuries from that battle, Gerald D. Graham returned in hiding. But now, his contributions were recognized. He had become the headmaster of Iradium Academy. This position brought him not only fame but also power. The power to train the next generation of warriors. Seeing Ruth, Jera asked, "What brings you here?" His eyes were filled with suspicion and curiosity. Ruth thought to himself, so this is the old bastard who stole the Skywing Dragon's heart. Anger and helplessness rose within him as he remembered the stories of the heart's power. Ruth approached with a confident look. He said he came to check on Jera's health and to apologize for his rudeness. Jera smiled slightly. He replied that he was always welcome. Jera asked him, "Did you enjoy the festival?" His eyes showed concern. He seemed to want to know more about Ruth's recent life. Ruth replied, "Not at all. I was too busy to see much." Jera shook his head. "That's not good. Aren't you still young? Even a Dragon Slayer knight needs time to put down their burden." Ruth laughed at being called young. He replied, "I'm not foolish enough to talk about youth in such an urgent situation." His voice held a hint of sarcasm. Jera was surprised by the urgent situation he mentioned. His expression quickly turned serious. He realized this wasn't just a social call. There was hidden danger. Ruth said, "I've been talking a lot with Professor Damien lately. For example, the Academy's headmaster is Professor Damien's grandfather." He couldn't help but smile at the complex relationship. This statement made Jera uneasy. He asked, "Did that child reveal that?" His eyes reflected surprise and worry. Ruth said casually, "Yes, and many other things, like the professor's long-term illness. His special constitution is because of that." He felt relieved sharing this information. The secrets were slowly being revealed. He saw the concern in Jera's eyes, and the special heart. As soon as he said it, Jera asked in a panic, "What?" He gripped the table tightly. The tension in his body was visible. Ruth's words had touched on something sensitive and hidden. Ruth smiled cheerfully. "The older you get, the harder it is to hear, I suppose." His voice was slightly mocking. Ruth said, "I'm talking about the Skywing Dragon's heart. The one you gave your grandson." His voice remained cheerful, but with a serious edge. He watched Jera closely, waiting for his reaction. Jera angrily slammed the table. Everything on it flew off. His rage exploded like a storm. His eyes burned. In that moment, he lunged to grab Ruth by the collar. Seeing this, Ruth thought to himself, he has nothing left to say, so he attacks. In that brief moment, he felt the tension skyrocket. He gripped Ruth's neck tightly. The strength in Jera's hand made it hard to breathe. Ruth stared right back at him. Jera thought to himself. After returning, he had worn a kind face for a long time, but he was prepared for any situation. As he spoke, he drew a greatsword from his back. The light glinted off the blade. It reflected his determination and power. Jera spoke coldly. "I don't know what you were thinking." Saying that in front of me, he held the sword, looking straight at Ruth. His eyes were as cold as the blade. He said coldly, "You must be ready to die." His voice was like a death sentence, devoid of emotion. Ruth was not afraid. He said, "Do you want to be a headmaster who kills his own student?" As he spoke, he drew his sword with confidence. His eyes were resolute, unwavering. Jera heard this and said, "Maybe I should cut off your arms and legs to shut you up." Ruth thought, "Arms and legs? How ridiculous." He readied himself. And then, everything became a blur. Jera's rage exploded. He charged at Ruth like a wild beast. Facing that power, he gripped his sword tightly. He thought his body would shatter. Low-level wind spirit art. In that moment, he held a cigarette and thought. If he hadn't blocked that attack and jumped, he wouldn't have escaped the sword's pressure. His back would have been broken. The cold reality hit him. A single mistake could lead to disaster. He thought to himself, "It's hard to deal with a level 4 slaughterer. His magic power is on another level." Each of Jera's techniques wasn't just an attack, it carried destructive power. Jera saw this and said angrily, "Using a potion in this space? You really want to fight?" His voice was cold and full of disdain. Ruth laughed and said, "I came to inform you that I'll be taking your grandson's heart." Of course, I had to prepare. His words rang with confidence. He seemed unafraid of Jera's fury. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter. He wasn't the one who would fight him anyway. Confidence surged within him. He knew his plan was well prepared. He wouldn't be alone in this fight. Jera was surprised to hear the word inform. He was confused and enraged. The tension in the air grew thicker than ever. He could feel the storm brewing from Gera. His eyes burned with fire. They were filled with rage. Just then, Anne appeared. He said, "Your favorite student is a bit disrespectful. Every word he says makes Gera angry." Anne's sarcastic tone made the atmosphere even more tense, and smiled mischievously and said, "Long time no see, Gera." His tone was light, but it carried a taunt. It made the room even more tense. A few days earlier, Anne sat quietly on a grassy field. His eyes watched the peaceful cityscape before him, and sat on the grass, thinking. This was all part of his plan, and smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Then he said, "Actually, my favorite student is more generous than he looks," and continued nonchalantly, "That bastard is nothing but a remnant of the Skywing Dragon, and it seems you don't really understand who he wants to kill." Anne's eyes were sharp. He reminded him that his real target was the Skywing Dragon, not Professor Damien. He thought that even though this was a hassle for him, he had to face it, because a greater goal lay ahead. Someone standing beside Anne spoke. "Please consider it a childish game by your disciple." The implication was that Ruth's actions weren't important in the grand scheme. Hearing this gentle suggestion, Anne burst out laughing. His laughter echoed as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. Back to the fight, and faced Gera. He coldly declared, "I can't understand your intentions. Daring to make such a request, to a celestial sword master like me, that instead of finishing off the slaughterer, I should just stall for time." Ruth thought to himself. Those cold eyes. There's no mistaking them. Anne looked at Gera with a smirk. He said softly, "It's been a while," Gera calmly replied. He implied that many had sensed unusual activities around here. "Have you been watching this academy, Anne?" Anne just curled his lip. He replied, "What you said is both right and wrong." Anne turned his sharp gaze to Ruth. Then he smiled faintly. He remarked that the kid had indeed set up an interesting plan. Then he advised Gera to cooperate obediently. It was the only way to save his grandson's life. However, Gera just sneered arrogantly. He replied with a mocking taunt. "That's all just nonsense." He continued, "If the heart is destroyed, Damien will die. The boy will suffer terrible pain. I can't let that happen." Gera said to Ruth, "You yourself said it. The day I took that heart. If Damien couldn't bear it, you would kill him directly. And I'm telling you, Damien is still living just fine. Are you trying to go back on your word?" Ruth replied, "I won't kill him. I'll just take the heart." This statement was like an arrow to Gera's pride. He shouted in anger, "Shut your mouth." His face was contorted with rage. His eyes blazed with indignation. Suddenly, Anne grabbed Ruth's collar. The tension in the air became thick as he tried to stop him. He said, "Don't make things worse." His voice carried anger and worry. "Why did you say such harsh words?" His eyes showed frustration and displeasure. He wanted to emphasize the importance of staying calm in this dangerous situation. Ruth explained he was just trying to clarify the plan, and angrily protested. He couldn't accept letting a kid like Ruth take over. Ruth admitted the situation had become too tense to handle gently. His words were a sign that things were about to explode. And sighed. He realized that to stop things from getting worse, he had to act now. He decided to tie Gera down. Meanwhile, Ruth would deal with the Skywing Dragon's heart directly. Ruth quickly agreed. He told Anne, "Just buy me some time, and don't kill Gera. That's the most important thing right now," Gera angrily declared. "I will absolutely not hand anything over to you." His eyes burned with fire. They showed his strong resolve, and smiled sarcastically. He replied, "Your words sound simple, Gera, but it's not that simple." Instantly, the air grew more tense. The two clashed. Every blow was filled with fierceness and determination, and thought confidently to himself, "With the wind of the heavens, nothing is impossible." This confidence made him unafraid of Gera's power. Meanwhile, the battle between the two continued fiercely. Every blow was delivered with precision and power. Neither intended to back down. The sound of clashing swords and shattering air created a suffocating atmosphere, a place where life and death were separated by a single sword's edge. Ruth stood on the sidelines. His expression was calm. He said, "Everything is still within my expectations." He looked inside and thought about the Skywing Dragon, Mai Lin, a character from the past with a wicked nature. She was killed, but this time, things seemed more complicated. Ruth's shadow froze. His eyes looked up with a growing sense of doubt. He thought to himself, maybe things aren't going as planned. Maybe something unexpected is about to happen. The scene changes to a crowded place. Hurrying footsteps mix with the loud chatter. In a small alley, the surrounding walls made the space tight and suffocating. Damien leaned against a wall. He slammed his head against it in despair. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He sobbed uncontrollably. Pain washed over him like a storm. The intense headache made it impossible to stay conscious. His thoughts became chaotic. He realized that the overwhelming guilt was the cause of this pain. It came after he was told to kill himself, a request that struck his mind like a blow. Each slam against the wall was an attempt to wash away the haunting memories. But it only deepened the pain he was facing. Damien thought to himself, even after telling Ruth everything, the pain hasn't gone away. When the pain subsides, he must avoid people as much as possible. Jeremy Deville heard this and entered the alley. He saw Damien standing there. He didn't hesitate to say, "How pathetic." He continued to taunt him. "This pathetic look really suits this filthy alley. Are you still clueless?" he continued. "Before you become even more pathetic, you still haven't realized the truth." But before he could finish his sentence, a strong hand gripped his neck. It pinned him against the cold wall behind. A feeling of suffocation spread through his body. Jeremy's eyes filled with panic. He realized his contempt had turned into deep fear. Even with his throat gripped, Jeremy smirked. He looked at Damien with disdain. Death is still better. In his mind, Damien was just a remnant of the Skywing Dragon, a symbol of failure and shame that he couldn't accept. Damien tried to shake off the monster label Jeremy had given him. He insisted, "I'm not like that." But Jeremy Deville, with a cold and mocking expression, pointed at Damien's pathetic state. "Then what is this look of yours right now?" Damien looked down at the puddle of water. His reflection was faint and pitiful. Jeremy Deville's criticisms echoed in his ears like a wake-up call. He couldn't help but think about the harsh reality. Did he really want to live such a pathetic life? To drag it on until he became a symbol of evil? This thought filled him with confusion and despair. Damien slowly released his hand from Jeremy Deville's neck. The tension in the air subsided. Jeremy Deville pulled out a knife. He said, "If you're tired, let me help. Just stand still." His sarcastic words made the alley even more tense. Jeremy Deville asserted that this was the right choice. Damien nodded in agreement. He thought, "This is enough." As a slaughterer, he realized he was truly a monster who deserved to die. This seemed to be deeply ingrained in his mind. It created an unbearable pain. Damien remembered Jira's words. "Do you want to live?" And in his mind, Ruth's words echoed. "If you truly feel guilty, then live a good life." These memories were like knives cutting into his soul. They made him feel the deep torment of life and death, and the choices he had to face in this life. Damien refused to accept his fate. He quickly grabbed the knife from Jeremy's hand. Instantly, the power of the Skywing Dragon within him erupted. A brilliant purple light illuminated the area. It made Jeremy Deville squint. He thought about the damned monster standing before him. The worst-case scenario had arrived. The high moon was stained blood red. It signaled the return of the Skywing Dragon. Purple light flashed, carrying destructive power. The night seemed to be filled with fear and chaos. Leon sensed something was wrong. "That's right." She turned her head to check. A sense of danger rose within her. It was a sign that something bad was about to happen. Then suddenly, a storm hit unexpectedly. Strong winds blew, catching everyone off guard. The atmosphere became tense and chaotic. Everyone knew it. The people were in an uproar. A storm had suddenly appeared. They wondered why it was raining now. But its color seemed a bit strange. This was no ordinary rain. The rainwater was purple. This made them feel worried and suspicious about what was happening. Leon thought this was mana radiating from someone. Its structure was very unique and unpredictable. Even she couldn't identify its source. However, she could feel something terrifying lingering in this mana. This weighed heavily on her heart. She was anxious about what was to come. A giant black hole appeared in the purple sky. It looked like it wanted to swallow everything around it. It made the air suffocating and tense. Then she looked at a sword case nearby. She felt uneasy. She prepared for what might happen next. Under a roof, people were waiting for the rain to stop. They whispered to each other about the unusual phenomenon. A little girl saw the scene. She was terrified. She kept calling for her father. Her calls echoed in the gloomy air. The father thought the rain had stopped. He was unaware of the impending danger. A black circle fell from the sky. His daughter spotted it. She cried out, "Dad!" A black circle gradually transformed into ferocious wolves. They looked towards the father and daughter. The two were terrified. They hugged each other in fear. But luckily, Leon appeared. She held a sword and blocked the way. It was a beautiful sight. Her image appeared amidst the storm. Her sword gleamed in her hand like a torch in the dark night. She told the father and daughter, "If you want to live, run now. Run as far as you can." She advised everyone to run. She would stay and fight the pack of wolves. A young man with blonde hair saw this. He fell to the ground in fear. Leon turned back. She said to him, "Don't be afraid. Get up. Are you students of the academy?" She told them, "Stay and fight them, or run. Make your choice." Then they all grabbed their weapons. Bows, arrows, and swords were raised, ready to fight, while a boy was directing civilians. This girl, the pink-haired girl, drew her bow. She yelled, "Be careful!" An arrow flew and hit a wolf. It died instantly. Leon thought to herself, no matter how she attacked, these hellhounds couldn't be killed. She quickly shouted for everyone to get down. Immediately after, an explosion roared. It shook the entire area. She thought to herself, if their regeneration ability is high, then not giving them a chance to regenerate is the best way to end this fight. A young man asked his friend, "That was an iron sword, right?" They were relieved. The wolves had turned completely to ash. There was nothing left. They couldn't regenerate anymore. Even giants don't have such strong regeneration. Are these things monsters? Leon thought they weren't demons. They were a part of mana separated from someone's thoughts. The black rain's shape changed erratically. Its ability to consume was terrifying. She suddenly realized, this was the sky-winged dragon. She thought, I have to get to Ruth. Before leaving, she reminded the others, spread out and protect the civilians. Take the injured to a safe place. A blue-haired girl spoke up. She warned Leon, be careful up ahead. Leon saw a black mass gradually forming into human legs. This transformation made her more anxious than ever. She remembered Ruth's words. The Skywing Dragon's ability to transform meant it had many copies of the targets it had swallowed. Its form was ever-changing. The stronger its victim, the stronger it became. That black mass slowly turned into a person. It approached Leon with a terrifying presence. She thought to herself, no matter what form they take, their end will be the same. They will be destroyed by her own hands. The sky gradually turned black. A black hole appeared. It made Ruth panic. Fear took over his mind. It was as if the future was being brutally changed, and it couldn't be saved. Jera was horrified. He realized the terror that was approaching, and felt a surge of worry. He thought someone had beaten them to it. Unease filled his thoughts, but Ruth stated he knew who it was. His eyes showed determination, but also worry as he faced the coming danger, and declared, I will kill him. Determination burned within him, but Ruth quickly stopped him. He said no one was to act outside the plan. At that moment, the people around were still wondering. They were searching for someone named Damien. The atmosphere was restless with worry and curiosity, but Ruth had already found Damien's trail, so he announced that the search was over. When he saw the Skywing Dragon, Anne exclaimed, looks like it came to us. His eyes were full of suspicion and caution. He readied himself. The Skywing Dragon let out a deafening roar. It shook the very space around them. Jera felt his worry overflow. He called out his grandson's name. Damien! Fear surged as the monster's presence destabilized everything. He remembered his daughter's words. Though she was angry, she didn't hate him. Because he had chosen to protect the world, the path that cost her mother her life. She had begged him to promise her, to protect her son, Damien, no matter what happened. Jera couldn't hold back his tears. His heart was filled with emotion from his daughter's plea. The pain and heavy responsibility weighed on his shoulders. Back in the present, he cried again. In the end, he couldn't protect anyone. Looking at the monster before him, the old man realized with pain, that was his grandson. But this monster now only wanted to destroy everyone. It charged directly at the old man. Did it want to send him to the next world? Then a loud explosion roared. Purple liquid splattered on the ground. It left Jera completely bewildered. Immediately, Ruth charged forward with his sword. He was determined to fight the monster Damien. Every slash injured it. Old Jera saw this. He quickly tried to stop him with his voice. He pleaded urgently, don't kill Damien, my grandson. Two streams of power collided. It created a thick cloud of smoke that billowed everywhere. It obscured everything around them. Ruth's master, Anne, immediately rushed in. He angrily stopped him. He yelled, you damn brat. Are you insane? Do you have a death wish? Ruth replied, should I just let Damien kill himself? I can't just stand by and watch. Master Anne retorted that this was all old Jera's fault. He had meddled with the Skywing Dragon's heart. He should have known he would pay the price one day, even if it meant dying at the hands of his monster grandson. Ruth held his blood-stained sword. He declared, no one has to die. Master Anne heard this and asked, are you causing trouble again and making me clean it up? Ruth replied, that's right. I just need you to handle that heart. Master Anne reluctantly agreed. He promised to do as Ruth said. After all, Damien's transformation into a dragon was still ongoing. Master Anne also said, that regeneration ability, along with that dragonoid form, it won't be long before he's completely taken over. When that happens, it'll be too late. Ruth confirmed he knew that already. That's why he needed Master Anne's help, and sighed and advised, "It's best we don't meet in the afterlife." Then they both got into their stances. They were ready for battle. Ruth thought to himself. He was out of time. The moment to hunt the slaughterer had come. His eyes locked onto Damien. His gaze was as cold as a dragon preparing to strike. Damien let out a roar. It was like rolling thunder. Then he charged at Ruth. It created a fierce battle between two entities with opposing powers. Ruth thought to himself, even though the Skywing Dragon has taken over, this body is still Professor Damien's. And he still uses his familiar fighting style. He was all too familiar with the professor's attacks over time. It was like a well-memorized song. Seeing Damien's fighting style, Ruth thought to himself, this level of defense is enough. Now I need to aim for the main target. The fight was unfolding dramatically. Ruth seemed to have realized something important. He thought that being overly defensive was a mistake. The Skywing Dragon's heart was still in Damien's neck. It hadn't completely taken over his body. If he destroyed that heart, everything would end. The Skywing Dragon would have no chance to regenerate, but if he did that, the host would suffer the same fate. However, Ruth quickly regained his composure. He knew this was not the time to worry about that. First, he had to fight. With that thought, he gripped his weapon. He charged into battle with fierce power. The two sides clashed again. Two streams of power collided. It created a gloomy atmosphere like dark clouds spreading. Suddenly, Ruth realized Damien was defending. He thought maybe the host was still conscious, which is why he blocked. But he was still confident. "You're still lacking, you know?" he shouted loudly, reminding Damien, "You still have more to learn." His words were filled with confidence. Then Ruth rushed in. He punched him hard in the face, causing him pain. He said confidently, "When using fists, you can't just block with brute force." And his punch made the monster's mouth bleed. He thought that if he continued this way, he might be able to force the soul out, but the Skywing Dragon's power erupted. And Ruth knew that outburst was futile. He frowned, watching the monster's fighting style. He realized it had managed to injure him. Ruth felt that he had caught onto his attack patterns. And the more possessed he became, the more terrifying and cunning his attacks grew. Ruth knew he had to end this fight soon, before he did something foolish. Damien spoke. The gnawing hunger after a long sleep made him more agitated. The blood-red moon shone down on the gloomy scene. It created a vibrant, blood-like picture. He looked down at Ruth on the ground. The monster spoke with satisfaction. Like a wonderful dinner was waiting. He floated in midair, preparing for an attack. Ruth's confusion was clear. He could feel the increase in mana from Damien. But he didn't know what move he would make. A dark atmosphere enveloped the academy. Damien, with his terrifying face and electric eyes, appeared like a nightmare. Damien suddenly created a forest of thorns. It surrounded Ruth. It made the sky dark and gloomy like a nightmare. The battle took place in a tense atmosphere, and Ruth was shocked. He realized what Damien had created. It was hypersense, a terrifying type of magic. Even so, he quickly found a way to escape the confinement of the sharp thorns. In his mind, Ruth hesitated. He didn't want to use the celestial sword shift. He was worried about consuming too much mana. But with determination, he immediately summoned a band of power. It shot straight towards Damien. That power was so strong it shattered the forest of thorns. But it also left a painful wound on Ruth's face. The system, through a mental link, asked about his condition. He slicked his hair back and replied, "Things are terrible." The system continued to explain. These thorns could absorb energy from those they consumed. And it was unbelievable. Damien could use such powerful magic without having devoured his victims yet. Ruth pulled a potion from his pocket. He muttered that it wasn't surprising. 10 years ago, he had devoured hundreds of civilians. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured the potion on his head. This made Damien scowl in annoyance. How troublesome. To deal with a mere human I consider food. Ruth's anger flared. Damien saw him as a hard-to-swallow meal. Ignoring Ruth's discontent, Damien drew his sharp claws. He charged at him, growling, "I will devour you." The fight between the two rivals continued. The sounds of battle echoed in the dark space. As the battle raged, witnessing his power, Ruth couldn't help but be surprised. In just a short time, his movements had become unbelievably skilled. The Skywing Dragon's ability to transform was truly impressive. It was something far beyond what Ruth had imagined. While the two were fighting fiercely, Ruth pondered the reason the headmaster stole the Skywing Dragon's heart. This power had overcome his mana sensitivity. It made the host's body nearly perfect. However, Ruth also realized that Professor Damien's abilities had surpassed normal limits. With that thought, Ruth decided to charge forward. He told himself that this realm had been closed off since his previous life. At the same time, he launched a powerful attack at Damien. The blow hit its mark, causing Damien pain. His eyes suddenly flared with indignation. Then he created another source of intense, green power. The sky grew dark. Blackness enveloped everything as the fight became more intense than ever. Ruth felt that even if he used the celestial sword shift to block, it would be hard to deal with this sudden, high-level magic attack. In that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe he should use a truly powerful blow. Standing tall in the middle of the fight, Ruth prepared for what was coming. Ruth suddenly remembered the bald professor's words. "Your spear skills are nearly perfect. This level needs to be applied in real combat." He had promised to act as his guiding professor. He would come to help Ruth unlock his power. The power of a skill called Lightning Spear. Those images flashed in his mind. Like a burning fire, they gave him strength and determination. Feeling a surge of energy, a sigil appeared on Ruth's hand. He channeled power into his spear. He was ready for the lightning spear throw. He focused, feeling the energy flow along the spear. Then he decided to unleash it. When the spear left his hand, it carried a magical power, like a bolt of lightning tearing through space. Elsewhere, Balak sensed a very terrifying power. His disciple stood beside him. He worriedly asked if his master could feel the hellhound's power sucking at his butt. Balak was startled. He turned around and saw the hellhound. Without hesitation, he punched it in the face. He thought to himself, "What can this do? How could it leave a scar on Asteros?" His disciple witnessed his master's powerful action. He couldn't help but feel excited and proud. Hennessy created a ring of fire. The flames blazed brightly. She angrily told everyone not to just stand there. They had to stop these dog-like things. She emphasized that if everyone left the academy, this village would fall. Lenya stood beside her. She waved her hand in the air, creating ice. She said calmly, "They're not just dog-like. They are dogs." Hennessy grew even angrier. She screamed, "I know that. But the hellhounds keep charging, and that guy is fighting so slowly. You call this a hunt?" Lenya was surprised. "A hunt?" She stepped forward to where the hellhounds were raging. Seeing this, Hennessy was bewildered. She quickly asked Lenya what she was doing. The hellhounds were crazily charging at them. Hennessy kept calling Lenya's name in worry as she watched her senior face danger. Lenya immediately performed a magical ice technique. She froze the hellhounds in an instant. Everyone around stared in amazement. After she was done, Lenya turned back and announced, "I've gathered them. Now just kill them." Hennessy angrily pointed at Lenya. "You kill them yourself," Lenya calmly said. "I don't want to. I just used up all my mana." Hennessy called Lenya a fool, but Lenya insisted she had done her part. Helpless, Hennessy thought that a Circle 3 mage like Lenya couldn't possibly destroy all these hellhounds. But then an idea sparked in her mind. What if she used multiple Circle 1 magic spells? No sooner said than done. She created a circle of fire and announced the coordinates were locked. An explosion roared. A blaze erupted. It destroyed many of the hellhounds. However, because there were too many, Hennessy couldn't kill them all. She sat down, exhausted. Lenya criticized Hennessy. "I gathered them for you, and you still couldn't finish them off." This made Hennessy angrily retort, "You talk too much. The hellhounds didn't just stand still." Suddenly, Balak appeared. His muscles bulged. He said, "You two recover your mana slowly. I'll handle this." Hennessy immediately objected. "Why are you showing up now? You didn't do anything before." Balak's disciple defended his master. He explained that Balak was just observing from behind so they could focus. He then told Balak to rest. But suddenly, a stronger monster appeared. Balak couldn't even sense it. They rushed at each other. The air was tense with battle. "I see you, bastard." Balak retreated. The purple creature raised its fist. It threw a barrage of punches at Balak. Balak was hit so hard he coughed up blood. The purple creature clenched its fist. It then swung its leg high. Balak clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth. The creature threw another powerful punch. Balak raised his own fist to meet it. Suddenly, a foot appeared. A girl's hand blocked the purple creature's fist. Her other hand stopped Balak's punch. He was surprised. The girl angrily corrected him. Professor Claire flung the purple creature away. Then, Claire tapped on Balak's sturdy chest. Claire then turned to the others. The purple monster was reforming from slime. More and more slime gathered together. They split apart just as quickly. Professor Claire wasn't worried. For this professor, it would only take a few seconds. Professor Daniel appeared. Seeing Professor Daniel, Hennis looked relieved. Before she could finish, a troop of knights charged in. Professor Daniel Unkarn turned to Hennis. A man pointed his sword down and called out. He was the captain of the Black Wolf Knight Order, Levin Edolf. Professor Daniel helped a student up. Captain Levin turned away. "Even if it's a royal order, unless I see the variant dragon." Leon cut him off. Levin angrily raised a hand to his face. Ignoring the furious Levin, Leon walked past. Hearing this, Levin clenched his teeth. He cursed, "Arrogant little girl." But another hand stopped him. It was Professor Daniel's hand. Levin shook off Professor Daniel's hand. He turned to his knights and ordered loudly, "All units, attack!" A huge explosion erupted. The explosions grew louder. Elsewhere, Ruth gripped his sword. "You're finished." The variant dragon panicked. Memories flooded its mind. A massive explosion erupted. The blast made Ruth spit blood. Standing before the variant dragon was Headmaster Zero de Graham. He shouted, "I will protect you at all costs." On the other side of the battlefield, a figure rushed forward. Headmaster Zero de Graham stood silently. The headmaster lovingly called out, "Damien." He knelt down and said, "I will protect you, my boy." The variant dragon, in Damien's form, seemed moved to tears. But then, a sinister laugh echoed. It bared its sharp teeth, and witnessed the scene and charged in. But the headmaster used his own sword. They stood shoulder to shoulder, facing each other. Meanwhile, the variant dragon devoured the headmaster's arm. It shamelessly said, "You just fed me." It was now extremely arrogant. Suddenly, it held its face and lamented. Its eyes then turned toward Ruth. Ruth was just getting up from the blast. A voice called out, "Ruth, the potion." The variant dragon used its wings. It extended its sharp claws. Ruth quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. Ruth raised his hand. Suddenly, Ruth started to cry. He angrily slashed his sword to block the attack. "You think you would have won if you had more physical strength?" He gripped his sword tightly. Then he clenched his fist. "If the one standing here." He remembered his brother's back. But Ruth quickly regained his composure. "This is enough." Ruth's sword struck its neck. Whether it's speed or physical power, this body is superior. Ruth attacked relentlessly. Instead, his own body was being torn apart. Ruth's eyes were filled with fury. He remembered what Leon once said, "And try to see further into the future?" The environment I grew up in was also a mess. Purple streams of mana rushed toward him. Back then, I couldn't see it. Muscle tension and relaxation. Subconscious habits. Realizing this, Ruth gripped his sword tighter. He seized the opportunity. He slashed with his sword. He felt like every muscle in his body was being torn to shreds. My body has reached its limit. The chains began to wrap around Ruth, but as long as he had the strength to hold a sword. 1 month later, the sword thrust upward. "This time, I did it." Ruth frowned, his eyes cold as ice. The variant dragon coughed up blood in agony. Ruth pulled his sword out. He swung his blade. Ruth was surprised. The sword in his hand had returned to normal, and the wings on his arms had lost their light. His slash reached the variant dragon's heart. Ruth was shocked. Has hit rock bottom. Professor Daniel, Professor Claire, and Leon rushed to the scene. Leon stopped to catch her breath. Her eyes stared resolutely toward Ruth. Ruth noticed her. Ruth was on one knee. Leon called out his name. She remembered asking Ruth once, "Aren't you scared?" Leon had replied, "I'm not afraid of dragons." Back in the present, she saw Ruth facing danger. Leon was terrified. In response, Ruth gave her a determined look. He signaled for her to stay put. Leon gripped her sword. Ruth gritted his teeth and pushed the sword deeper. Blood burst from his shoulder. A deep chunk was torn from Ruth's shoulder. He pressed a hand to the bleeding wound. He looked at the variant dragon before him. He looked closer at where the sword was embedded. The sword had been pulled out. The variant dragon laughed triumphantly. "You mediocre fools. All hope is lost. All that's left is to eat." It raised its sharp, clawed hand. Suddenly, a few drops of purple blood dripped onto the ground. This shocked the dragon. Blood began to pour from its mouth. Ruth struggled to his feet. He looked up at the variant dragon with a scornful smirk. Varroa appeared, puzzled. The variant dragon roared in agony. "The special blood of the Donatos. That's how we discovered our blood is extremely toxic to dragons." Ruth reached out and picked up his sword. He pointed his sword at the variant dragon. "My existence is a curse upon your race." Varroa couldn't help but marvel. Ruth replied calmly, "But if I hadn't stopped it, Professor Damien would be dead." The tip of Ruth's sword pointed right at its heart. Just then, Professor Daniel and Professor Claire rushed over. A swirl of blue energy appeared, blocking the two professors. A voice came from the sword. It was Anne. The variant dragon's hands unconsciously gripped the sword. Its eyes filled with tears. Damien's will had surfaced. Then, he ended his own life. The heart was pierced. Subscribe to Guillen Migon so you don't miss any amazing videos. So were Balak and Professor Claire. The headmaster screamed in agony. "Damien." He had returned to his normal form. Ruth spoke coldly. "I told you, if you're truly sorry." He shook the vial. A stream of sparkling blue light flew out. The light went straight to Damien's wound. Varroa watched and commented. Varroa continued. "It's a different story if you understand mana distribution, blood vessels, and anatomy. Healing him is simple. This can't just be explained by coincidence. He decisively pointed the tip of his sword at Damien's abdomen. A scream rang out, "Stop!" But it was useless to stop him. Professor Claire closed her eyes and turned away. The headmaster pleaded helplessly. Ruth stopped. "No one." He looked straight at Damien. Ruth continued to speak. He struggled to finish. Seeing this, everyone rushed over. Scene change. He remembered the verdict of His Majesty. Anne, a key figure in the variant dragon incident, had acted decisively. At that time, a courtier spoke up. His Majesty cut him off. That was what Anne had just experienced. Now, Anne stood outside a hospital room. "And yet you two are flirting in a hospital?" Leon blushed and covered her face, smiling. Anne was exasperated with the pair. Before she left, Leon turned back to Ruth. As soon as Leon left, and teased, "You're still young and energetic, huh? I'm thinking of finding a new student." Leon hadn't left. She closed her eyes tightly, blaming herself. "Calling myself his colleague is a joke." Leon stood outside for a long time, lost in thought. Then Leon turned and walked away. Inside, Anne sat in a chair, reminding Ruth. Before he could finish, Ruth replied, and paused, and placed his hand on Ruth's head. He ruffled his hair and praised him. Hearing Anne's praise, Ruth was a bit surprised. He quickly pulled his hand back from Ruth's head and seemed unfazed. Ruth replied flatly, "I'm not crazy enough to do that," and crossed his arms thoughtfully. "Zero, Damien." Those two crossed a line. Ruth said calmly, "I know." 4 weeks later, a carriage was on the move. Inside was Ruth. It wasn't entirely my own power, but the blood of Donatos. That's why my brother is called a hero, not just a man. The carriage traveled for a while before arriving. A knight quickly came to greet him. Ruth followed the knight. Varroa replied, "This isn't a place I haven't visited." Varroa wondered, "Why did they summon you here?" Ruth guessed, "I hope it's the latter." Before him was His Majesty. Ruth stepped inside and surveyed the room. Actually, that's even better. Before Ruth stood the heir to the Alpia Empire, Gleam Bernstyle. The hero's full name was Banna Bernstein. Ruth bowed respectfully. The Crown Prince asked cheerfully, "Ruth Donatos, you know why you were summoned here, don't you? I commend you for destroying the seal and defeating the last Dragon King, the variant Dragon Kyanan." Ruth bowed humbly. Hearing this, the Crown Prince smiled. "If so, may I request one thing?" Ruth answered directly. Hearing this, the two women from before were shocked. Even the Crown Prince was stunned and conflicted. The one who shouted was Levin. Those are words only someone who knows nothing of the seven-form dragon would say. The Crown Prince raised his hand, signaling Levin to stop. He replied softly, "Ruth Donatos, I'm afraid that is difficult." Ruth took a step forward. Then he reached into his pocket. He pulled something out. All eyes turned to Ruth. In Ruth's hand was the seal of the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon, Hanma, was one of the 7 dragons. It was ruthless enough to retreat without hesitation when at a disadvantage. With the efforts of my brother and everyone else, it was finally defeated. Everyone knew the consequences. When Ruth held up the lightning dragon's sealing stone, everyone pointed their weapons at him. Levin angrily raised his sword. Seeing the situation, the Crown Prince ordered sternly, "Everyone, lower your weapons." The people around him ignored the order. The Crown Prince looked at Ruth. Ruth answered directly, "If that were the case, I wouldn't have brought it here in the first place." Ruth continued, "You can tell just by examining it." The white-haired woman held the stone. She used her power to sense the stone. Ruth added, "It will backfire. So this is my proposal." The Crown Prince put a hand to his chin. Ruth stated firmly, "I will destroy the lightning dragon." Hearing this, the Crown Prince was astonished. Next will be the martial dragon and the phantom dragon. But he remained serious. Hearing Ruth's words, Levin scoffed. "Do you think you're a dragon slayer?" Ruth asked in a low, cold voice. "Are you scared?" Levin gritted his teeth in anger. "So scared you can't do anything but sit and wait to die, right?" Levin was furious. The Crown Prince finally spoke, and 10 years later, the variant dragon destroyed the entire southern continent. Ruth smiled confidently. "First, I need a space to lure the dragon into." Hearing this, the Crown Prince wondered, "A space? The only way to fight the lightning dragon without sacrifices is to lure it into a place with spatial magic." At this, Liana Generika crossed her arms and spoke. Ruth continued, "I will finish the lightning dragon there. Second, besides your majesty, everyone present here must participate." After hearing this, the Crown Prince fell into deep thought. The leader of the Moonlight Guild spoke up. Ruth replied, "That's a possibility if things go horribly wrong." Another guild leader spoke. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and thought for a long time. The Crown Prince stood up, thinking to himself. He looked straight at Ruth. Perhaps this boy will not only destroy the lightning dragon, but also change the entire southern continent. With that thought, the Crown Prince approached Ruth. He stood before Ruth, drew a sword, and cheerfully called his name. "I will pardon Damien Gray and Ciro the Graham." Ruth was now kneeling. The prince placed the sword on Ruth's shoulder. The scene shifts to a prison. The sound of a cell door unlocking echoed. The lock clicked open. Damien didn't believe what he heard. A familiar voice called out, "Damien." Zero de Graham walked in from outside. Damien couldn't believe his eyes. Jero de Graham ran forward and hugged his grandson. Jero de Graham let go of his grandson and spoke. "It's all over now. You can live on. You were only trying to keep me alive." Tears also rolled down the old man's cheeks. "If you commit a sin trying to save someone, you should have a chance to be forgiven. So live on, and atone for your mistakes." 1 month after the variant dragon attacked Iradium, Ruth, the young hero who inherited the Sky Art, was credited with defeating the variant dragon. The Emperor appointed him leader of the Lightning Dragon Expeditionary Force. He made an unprecedented decision. In another scene, Hennis and her friends were discussing the news. It seems he wants to fulfill the dream of restoring the South from the previous treaty. The southern continent became a forbidden land after the variant dragon incident 10 years ago. Balak heard this and raised an eyebrow. Hennis said with some frustration, "Ruth takes on everything himself." But just then, Lenya cut in. Back then, Ruth almost died. Hennis slammed the table at these words, but she remembered the day she asked Leon where Ruth was. Leon had given her 2 words, pathetic. "Ruth helped me." Balak knew this well. We're still weak. That way, they could help Ruth when he needed it most. Elsewhere, Jezemy stood in a room, laughing. He guessed it was because of him. The person he was talking to was Ruth, but his face showed no joy, only anger. In the next moment, he rushed forward and punched Jezemy. Jezemy was caught off guard and sent flying. Ruth looked at him coldly, his voice filled with rage. To cause such a huge incident and still try to run from responsibility. He grabbed Jezemy by the collar. Jezemy calmly said he had keen eyes since childhood. This time, Jezemy told the truth, especially when observing the flow of mana. Damien's mana flow was very chaotic. Grandson of Jero, a child who suffered from mana sensitivity. Hearing this, Ruth knew this was why he manipulated Damien into suicide. Jezemy admitted it without hesitation. Before he could finish, Ruth cut him off coldly. With a soft laugh, Jezemy shook his head, denying it. He just wanted to witness a hero's story. Glancing at Ruth, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Standing by his side was enough to satisfy him. However, Ruth cut through his fantasy. The stories in the papers were just sensationalism to sell more copies. At this moment, he finally understood why the Jezemy from his past life was always so annoyed with him. People failed to realize one important thing. He was human. He made mistakes. Thinking this, he spoke coldly again. Ruth sighed after speaking. Jezemy frantically tried to stop him. He rushed forward and hugged Ruth's leg, begging him to become a hero. At that moment, Jeremy suddenly said something strange. Ruth frowned when he heard it. It shared borders with the Alpia Empire, the Muharrem Kingdom, the Fama Magic Kingdom, and the Pernica Spirit Kingdom. Jezemy's voice trembled slightly as he spoke of this nation. But how could Ruth not know? He remained silent and continued to listen to Jezemy. Jezemy wasn't begging for sympathy from Ruth. Ruth was tired of his rambling. Jezemy wiped the blood from his mouth and said he would talk. When his father died, he went down to the basement to sort through his assets. Perhaps to a father who had spent all his money chasing women, it was just junk. Inside was an old book, a few paintings, sheet music, and a manuscript. There was even a diary from the chest's owner. The diary's owner was named Alan. Hearing the name, Pharaoh immediately jumped in. Jezemy continued, saying it was the diary of his ancestor from 700 years ago. The diary in Jezemy's basement was the record of the first dragon slayer. Jezemy happily said Alan was his ancestor. The diary recorded every detail of their journey. Ruth spoke with Pharaoh, the hero who saved the world and the bard who sang of his deeds. As the descendant of the person who wrote the diary, he truly believed this was destiny. Also, the sealed lightning dragon was hidden in Iradium. No one would have guessed it was in the treasury. Hearing this, Ruth was startled. After telling his story, Jezemy looked at Ruth with pleading eyes. Ruth coldly told him to shut up. What lunatic would place the lightning dragon's sealing stone in Iradium's treasury? If you tried to take it, you would definitely be detected by the triple magic security system. After a long moment of thought, Ruth finally spoke, asking Jezemy about the diary. Were there any specific details about the lightning dragon? Hearing this, Jezemy shook his head. Ruth narrowed his eyes at him, a bit skeptical. He also said if Ruth didn't believe him, he could come see for himself. He just wanted Ruth to acknowledge him as the hero's companion. At this, Ruth let out a helpless sigh. He frowned at him and repeated once more that he had no interest in being a hero. Even if the royal family had decided, a hero's recognition lies with the Pope. The only reason he let him live was because his foolish eyes might help him take down the dragons. Jezemy smiled happily at him. If he wanted to live, he had to obey him. Jezemy didn't hesitate to agree, because his goal was half accomplished. After talking with Jezemy, Ruth ran to find Anne to tell him everything. Ruth wasn't sure either. and frowned slightly and asked in return, "So the inheritor of the sky art is doubting his own ancestor?" Ruth pouted slightly. Anne didn't answer. But why didn't they pass down the location or method of the seals to their descendants? The hero Vanna must have been incredibly strong to defeat the 7 dragons. As a result, humanity escaped the dragon's rule, but the threat still loomed. After Anne finished speaking, both fell into deep thought. After a moment, Anne sighed and said, "It was all our ancestors' will." Just then, Ruth saw a group of students passing by and told Anne to change the subject. He spoke about student affairs and thought for a moment before laughing. Ruth didn't hide it and replied that he would finish his first year. The bald old man who just became headmaster promised him a full-scale investigation into the matter. After that, Ruth planned to spend 2 years interning at various guilds. Hearing this, Anne raised an eyebrow. But the master of the Moonlight Guild was more persistent than he thought. The condition for joining the Lightning Dragon subjugation was a 1-year internship at their guild. Anne was indignant upon hearing this, saying the condition was a bit cunning. He sighed in resignation. He had also thought it through carefully, and suddenly asked cryptically, "When you say dragon-slaying corps, you mean the Kyoha clan, right?" A moment later, Anne said seriously that he would have to go to Fama for 6 months. Ruth nodded in agreement and looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Isn't it too late to learn magic now?" Seeing her get angry, Ruth laughed and said he was just kidding. Anne was a bit surprised. He said he had to check a few things, and that thing was in the basement of a house there. At the same time, in the Deauville residential district, in a house in a remote area, the place was quite deserted, as if no one had lived there for a long time. But in a basement, a figure in a black cloak appeared, seemingly searching for something. He rummaged through all the empty chests, but what he needed wasn't there. 6 months later, it had started to snow. Hennis was studying hard when she suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Balak heard her and showed concern. Balak didn't say much more. Hennis looked at him, a little surprised. Balak chuckled softly. Balak was a bit sad and took the cup away. After he left, Hennis continued to read. But would it be enough? He helped her find a cure. It felt like he intentionally brought it up because he knew about her sister. But what she wondered was how he got such a large amount of magic medicine so readily. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warmth on her cheek. Hennis jumped and turned her head. Ruth frowned at her, asking what she was doing that made her so distracted. She shyly said she was just startled. She thought the cup of tea in his hand was for her, but he was drinking it with relish. Hearing this, Hennis grew even angrier, scolding him for coming here to cause trouble. While he was gone, she should study hard. As he went outside, he ran into Balak. Meanwhile, Hennis was still in the library, thinking about Ruth. Hennis thought for a moment, then clutched her head and cried out that she had to study. With that, she buried her head in her books again. Not just her. Balak and Lenya were also training relentlessly. Ruth didn't know about their efforts. Pharaoh sneered that he had been given a magic cloak and was still cold. Pharaoh coolly told him that as someone who had made a pact with the Spirit King, he shouldn't be ashamed. Ruth pouted at him. While he was talking to him, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. It was Leon's voice. Ruth was horrified to hear this. Leon shivered slightly. Seeing her shivering from the cold, Ruth became angry. Leon's head was tightly wrapped by Ruth, with only her eyes showing. Leon looked at him with an arched eyebrow, asking how he knew she caught colds easily. Ruth secretly chuckled to himself, and when he laughed at her, she threw him into the lake, nearly killing him. But then her expression changed, and she said that was enough. Ruth looked at her, a little confused. Leon said flatly that he had experienced the past, but it hadn't happened yet in the future. "I'm serious. Your comrades, including me, didn't die because of you." She wanted to say more, but Ruth flicked her forehead, causing a sharp pain. Ruth raised an eyebrow at her, reminding her that even if he wasn't there, she had to do her best. Leon held her forehead where she had just been flicked, pouting that it wasn't her fault. Just then, the carriage arrived to pick up Ruth, and they stopped talking. Ruth saw it and started to leave. Leon watched his retreating back and just sighed. Ruth was startled and turned his head, looking at her in confusion. Leon suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly. A moment later, she looked up at him, her eyes red, and said she would miss him a lot. Ruth was a bit awkward and pushed her away. With that, Ruth got into the carriage to leave. Ruth sat inside the carriage, watching the scenery slowly pass by, lost in thought. Remembering Leon's words, he couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't forget what happened in his past life. He felt guilty for being the only survivor. If stronger people had survived, this cycle wouldn't have repeated. Now he couldn't ask why he was saved, or why he wasn't filled with rage. Thinking of this, Ruth's eyes grew even more resolute. Ruth's carriage then left the area. This time, he was determined to find the answers himself. It was a half-hour carriage ride from the capital to the school. The journey from the border to the capital's transfer gate took another 3 hours. The capital of the Ypres trade kingdom was a bustling city. It was the heart of the continent, but he was smart. The city's bright lights only illuminated its center. The slums on the outskirts were still trapped in poverty. Ruth arrived in this place. He wandered through the empty streets. As he appeared, beggars huddled in the corners noticed him. Pharaoh popped out, laughing at him to just admit it. Ruth, startled, asked him what was wrong. Pharaoh mocked him. Even with a map, he'd still get lost. Ruth stubbornly denied it. He gritted his teeth, saying Pharaoh was talking nonsense. He knew Ruth was great at finding his way. Hearing this, Pharaoh scoffed. He reminded Ruth of getting lost on a snowy mountain and wandering in a forest for a whole week. Ruth still denied it. He wasn't crazy enough to mistake a volcanic dragon's mouth for a cave. Pharaoh coldly replied he wasn't bad at directions. He was just an idiot, Ruth angrily argued back. It looked exactly like a damn cave. The two continued to bicker as they walked. Pharaoh was frustrated. At this rate, they'd never find the right way. Ruth suddenly frowned and glanced behind him. His expression turned serious. He told Pharaoh not to worry. He might not know the way, but the guy following them definitely would. Before Ruth could even ask, the man approached him. He threatened him, saying the town collected taxes here. Wandering around could get him beheaded. He demanded Ruth hand over everything he had. Only then would he let him live. Hearing this, Ruth didn't hesitate. He kicked the man hard. The man was caught off guard. Ruth's speed was immense. Fear flashed across his face. Ruth again! He glared at him and asked where the Duville estate was. Though terrified, the man tried to stay calm. He asked if Ruth knew who he was. Ruth snorted coldly. He shot back. And who are you? Seeing his attitude, the man exploded with rage. He pulled an axe from his back. He coldly warned that Ruth would regret his foolish words. He then charged forward to attack. He revealed his identity. He was Von Witt of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. But Ruth wasn't fazed. He calmly stomped his foot down, pinning the axe to the ground. He sneered. So it was them. Von Witt's hand trembled uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free his axe from Ruth's foot. The boy didn't even budge. Ruth looked down at him, frowning. He finally spoke. It seems he owed them a small favor from a while back. In terms of seniority, he was practically a veteran. At that moment, Von Witt understood. He got it. He had definitely picked a fight with the wrong person. Seeing his expression, Ruth let out a soft chuckle. He then asked if he would lead the way. He even called him Junior twice. Von Witt had no choice. He had to lead him to the Duville estate, right? It didn't take long to arrive. Staring at the mansion, Ruth sighed. So this was it. He had been walking in circles the whole time. After showing the way, Von Witt quickly fled. Once Ruth was alone, Pharaoh appeared. He asked if Ruth really knew the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. Ruth nodded slightly. Before coming to Iradium, he had been a mercenary. Their names sounded cool, but they were just a bunch of unskilled posers. Speaking of which, he wondered if the leader of that rabble was still alive. Ruth spoke as he pushed the door to the mansion open, but then, he noticed the cutlock and the broken window pane. He let out a cold snort. That bastard was still alive. Ruth pushed the mansion door open. Inside, there were clear signs of entry. It seemed he wouldn't need a key after all. Ruth quietly tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. Cautiously, he slowly descended into the mansion's basement. But what he saw left him stunned and speechless. He saw a corpse lying on a bed right in front of him. It was the body of a woman. But strangely, she had very long ears. She didn't look human at all. Ruth approached for a closer look. She was indeed an elf. But Pharaoh told him she wasn't dead yet. She was only slowly turning into a corpse. He'd heard this practice was being condemned. The powerful were enslaving a race that was becoming more common in Ypres. Ruth looked at her legs. They were rotting from a curse. It was too late to save her. Pharaoh believed a dark wizard caused this. It was a miracle she was still alive. Just then, Ruth suddenly detected movement behind him. A second later, a figure lunged from behind. A dagger aimed straight for him. He calmly created a protective barrier. His attacker couldn't harm him at all. Ruth looked up at the person before him. He realized it was just a child. The child had the same long ears as the decaying woman. She was also an elf. She told him not to touch her mother. The moment she finished speaking, she let out a cry. White and blue energy suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the basement erupted in an explosion. But the girl was thrown backward by the force. She was thrown backward by the force. She was angry. Why did it backfire? Her spirits weren't obeying her. Ruth stood there calmly, watching the girl. He spoke coldly. It seemed she knew the terrifying consequences of fighting a superior. But as he was about to warn the child, Pharaoh told him she was also cursed. Ruth nodded slightly. Yet she could still jump around like that. It seemed she was enduring the pain, but her pain would soon be over. Meeting him was her lucky day. With that thought, he drew his sword. His target appeared to be the little girl. Seeing this, the child cried out for her mother in fear. Ruth heard her and felt annoyed. He gritted his teeth in frustration. What a pain in the ears. Seriously. He complained for a moment. Then he pointed his sword at the shackle on her leg. A stream of black energy suddenly swirled around them. Moments later, the shackle cracked in two. The strange patterns on her leg began to fade. The girl could clearly feel her leg had been healed. After finishing, Ruth sheathed his sword. He then spoke casually. Luckily, he could reverse the curse. He'd saved her little life. That curse wasn't strong enough to challenge him. He then turned to leave. The little girl hesitated for a long time before speaking. She feared he would sell her somewhere. Ruth frowned, asking why he would sell her. Was she useful for anything? Besides, this wasn't his house. He didn't care about her situation. As long as she didn't bother him, it was fine. He would leave as soon as he found the book he needed. Hearing this, Pharaoh couldn't help but tease him. He acted so cold, even after just breaking her curse. He must be feeling quite flustered, right? Ruth, as if hit a nerve, angrily told him to shut up. The little elf girl was still in shock. Her leg was completely healed. She glanced at her dying mother on the bed. The girl seemed to make a decision. A moment later, she approached Ruth. She carefully asked if the book he was looking for was this one. As she spoke, she pulled out a book and handed it to him. At first, Ruth found the girl annoying, but his expression changed when he saw the book in her hand. Before he could say anything, she continued. She asked if his sword could really reverse curses. Ruth narrowed his eyes, watching her. He wanted to see what she would do. Suddenly, she ran towards the fireplace. She was using the book to threaten him. If he didn't save her mother, she would burn it. Her eyes pleaded with Ruth. She truly wanted him to save her mother. Ruth narrowed his eyes and spoke plainly. A curse is just a type of mana. Mana circulates through the heart and body. The curse spreads slowly, eventually damaging the heart. Once that happens, no potion or magic can help. In other words, no matter what he did, her mother couldn't be saved. The girl didn't believe him. If the curse was broken, her mother could live. Just like he had saved her. Seeing her stubbornness, Ruth felt a surge of annoyance. He really wanted to just knock the kid out and take the book. What a pain. Pharaoh sensed his intent and stopped him. She's just a child. That was his point. The kid had to learn to survive on her own. It was better to face reality at a young age. Ruth wasted no more words. He snatched the book from her hand. He sneered. She couldn't even hold the book properly, and she thought she could threaten him? Why do something so boring? Ruth told her the harsh truth. No matter what he did, her mother was going to die. She shouldn't threaten the person who just saved her life. She needed to find a way to live on her own. The girl wouldn't give up. She begged him desperately. She could do anything. Cooking, cleaning, other chores. She could even be his slave. Her mother was everything to her. But Ruth remained unmoved. He pushed her hand away. He spoke coldly. Did she think all her troubles would vanish just by begging? Relying on others' pity for a lifetime achieves nothing. She was just a nameless child. Even as a slave, she would be useless to him. He told her the reality bluntly. Her mother was dying. She had to live alone. If she wanted to live, she should spend her time getting stronger instead of crying. Hearing this, the girl gritted her teeth. Then she yelled furiously. She didn't want to be like this. How was she supposed to get stronger? She wasn't big like him. She couldn't use a sword. Her magic was weak. He wouldn't know what it's like to be a weak child for 100 years. She wasn't even fully grown. What could she possibly do? He was a strong adult. That's why he could say such things. She claimed he could never sympathize with a weak, ordinary person like her, because he was born that way. Ruth frowned, lost in thought. She was wrong. He had been just as useless once, but he didn't want to argue with an ungrateful child. He left her with one last sentence. Stay stuck like this for the rest of your life. Then he left the basement. The little elf girl could only watch his retreating back. She was left completely speechless. She fell into absolute despair. Just stay calm. She covered her face and sobbed loudly. Alone in the vast basement where no one could hear. Meanwhile, after getting the book he needed, Ruth found a room in the mansion to read it. Pharaoh looked at his expression, wanting to say something. But Ruth cut him off. Whatever that kid does is her business. His only goal was to read this journal. Just leave her be. He couldn't handle that much. Putting the girl's matter aside, he began reading the journal of the bard from Van High's party. The bard recounted his adventures through plays, poems, and music. His experiences involved many different people and the flow of time, rather than inner thoughts. The chronicler had to remain dedicated to his work. If the story wasn't simplified, the entire narrative would be ruined. In this life, while he was reading, down in the basement, the elf girl was still kneeling by her mother's bed. Her silhouette was filled with sorrow. Ruth, of course, knew nothing of this. He remained focused on the journal. The bard's experiences were worthy of being recorded, and he hoped this story would be passed down for a long time. One day, fate led the bard to a desert. He was with a merchant caravan when they were attacked by a dragon. While everyone panicked, one man bravely fought the dragon with a single sword. From that day on, he decided to follow that man. The two men traveled together for a long time. The bard realized the nickname Dragon Slayer suited him perfectly. He was a master of many things: swordsmanship, magic, soul arts, and courage. 6 people could be considered close to him. Besides Belian and Yelin, 4 were strong enough to be Varna's comrades in arms. Those 4 were Diana Habala, Killian Staros, Rainan Bernstein, and Arcania. Ruth frowned as he read this. He knew most of those names. But the name Arcania was unfamiliar. He turned to the next page. Perhaps there would be more information. But the next line was just a cryptic sentence. All of them were insane. Ruth was a bit surprised, then continued reading. The 4 had very different personalities. Arcania was the strongest, but no one understood her intentions. She often said strange things but never did anything evil. On another day, they successfully sealed the Thunder Dragon. Venin, leading a city to freedom, laughed even as one of his eyes was crushed. He wanted a world where all dragons were extinct. That same year, the remaining dragon lords were the Martial Dragon and the Black Dragon. These 2 were incredibly powerful. The nameless ruins at the edge of the Great Forest was the chosen battlefield. The bard also mentioned a path there leading to a floating island. During one battle, everyone's strength was fading. Only Varna and Arcania still looked fine. After the battle raged on for some time, the heroes returned. Humanity had won. The war was over. They were ready to spread peace across the continent. Everything went well after that. But a few things still puzzled the bard. Varna didn't destroy the 7 dragons, he only sealed them. Furthermore, instead of killing the remaining dragons, Varna just exiled them. What he couldn't understand was why no one questioned Varna's decision. What had happened in the dragon sanctuary that left them with only this option? The group then began to disband. Killian started a family in the northern snowfields. Deanna returned to the Red Tower. Venin founded a kingdom, and Rainan established an academy to train dragon slayers. The whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. The bard returned to his own home to live a normal life. Until one day, Varna suddenly sought him out. The journal ended there. Faroa was surprised, but Ruth didn't mind. It wasn't that important. He asked him about Alain Duville, the 7 dragons, and the nameless White Dragon. Faroa said he witnessed the moment the empire was founded, and when the imperial palace was built. If he was there at that time, that means 700 years ago. He was beside the first dragon slayers. And was Varna the one who made a pact with him? Considering he didn't know about the sealing stones, he must have been with that person up to that point. That means he was with him in the dragon's sanctuary. The one who made him regress. It seems the ancient pact that endangered humanity's existence was made back then. Ruth voiced his speculation, but Faroa only listened without answering. He couldn't tell him. Ruth continued to press him about the events of 700 years ago, but the answer was the same. Faroa couldn't tell him such things. His words made Ruth slam his fist on the table in anger. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Ruth looked up. It was the little elf girl. He asked what she wanted. She peeked her head in, apologizing for before. She wanted to ask for one more favor. Ruth snorted coldly. He stated bluntly that he couldn't help her mother, but this time, she wasn't here for that. She had a different request. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. She was hungry. She wanted to ask him to take her mother to a place where she could see the green forest. Although slavery had long been abolished on this continent, the mother's body leaned against her daughter in the green forest. But because everyone wanted the beautiful and talented singing elves, they easily became targets for illegal slave hunters. The girl hugged her mother's arm tightly, her eyes tearing up. To avoid being captured, they hid deep within the forests. They avoided contact with other races. They lived a simple life. Their lifespans are long, and they mature very slowly. It takes 150 years to reach adulthood. They had left the spirit world, their original home, long ago. They came to live in this world. Ruth watched the 2 of them from a distance. Perhaps that was why, in an elf's final moments, when her mother was brought back to the forest, specks of spirit light appeared on her body. Mother and daughter leaned their heads together. The weak mother spoke. "My dearest Ren." She raised a hand to caress the girl's face. "It's all right, my child. I will always." Their bodies and souls dissolve without a trace, returning to the spirit world, and be with you." With her last words, she breathed her last. Her body and soul turned into specks of spirit light. They vanished into the spirit world. Ruth and the girl watched as her mother faded away. The girl was filled with sadness and self-blame. "If only we had escaped that hell a little sooner. If only I had grown up faster." She turned to Ruth with a smile. "My mother protected me her whole life, but I couldn't protect her even once. But it's okay. She'll be with me forever. So I can't keep crying." Ruth stood in silent contemplation. He remembered his previous life. The elves chose to flee and remain silent rather than fight the dragons. They chose to live peacefully until the end, only to die anyway. Frankly, he didn't like their race, but the specks of spirit light still covered everything. From the grass to the tall trees and the sky above. You can't just cry and wait for someone to help you forever. And yet, there are some things you just have to cry out. He and the girl looked toward the light of the spirit specks. The girl clutched her clothes, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears soaked her hands. One more time. A while later, the girl was trailing behind Ruth as they left the forest. Suddenly, she called out, Sir?" Ruth heard her and turned his head. The girl introduced herself. "My name is Ren Nastya of the Nastya tribe. Forgive my intrusion, but I currently have no name or place to go to escape the hunter's eyes. So, may I stay here for just a little while longer? I promise I won't be a bother. I'll do whatever you ask. So please." Hearing this, Ruth thought to himself, elf slaves with no place to go are prime targets for hunters. There's no way they'd let her go so easily. Besides, this was probably the only place she could go. Then he spoke up. "Come to think of it, you attacked me with magic, so teach me magic." Hearing this, Ren was astonished. She said anxiously, "I can't do that. I'm only a second-tier mage. Besides, you're already very strong without magic," Ruth replied to her. "The more you know, the better. And since I have to learn from the basics, a day or two probably won't be enough. Just teach me the basics for now, and we'll see where it goes. In return, I'll find you a place to stay. Oh, and don't call me sir. I'm only 17, you know." The girl thought for a moment. Then she scampered to catch up with Ruth. As she ran, she asked, "Then what should I call you?" Ruth replied, "Just use my name, Ruth Donatos." The girl responded, "Yes, Sir Ruth." Ruth sighed. "I told you not to call me sir." "Hello." The next morning in the forest, Ren sat cross-legged on a wooden crate. "All right, let's begin the first lesson." Ruth sat opposite her on the grass, chin in hand, waiting. The girl put a fist to her chest. "From now on, I am your teacher, so please behave yourself." Ruth agreed, but thought to himself, there's no way she's okay after just one night. Is she just pretending to be fine? At that moment, the girl coughed once. She lowered her voice and began to explain. To put it simply, magic is like painting a picture, but instead of paint, we use mana. You create a spell by defining the nature and properties of the mana. So is it like choosing colors when you paint? No, the difference between magic and painting is that you can create a spell by defining the nature and properties of the mana. You can change the spell as many times as you like, even after you've completed it. The girl held out her palm and began to create magic for Ruth to see. Of course, as the magic level increases, arranging the spells becomes more complex, and adjusting them becomes more difficult. But there are rumors that an 8th-tier archmage can freely arrange and adjust spells regardless of the magic's level. The girl explained while casting the spell. In a flash, a magic circle appeared from her hand. The girl looked at the seated Ruth and asked, "What tier do you think you are, Sir Ruth?" Ruth replied, "I don't have anything like what you're talking about." The girl asked in surprise, "What?" Ruth held up the back of his hand. 4 glowing wings were on it, "Because my mana is right here." The girl gasped in astonishment. Isn't that the legendary Heaven's Mandate art, passed down by the first hero? How did you get it? Ruth clenched his fist. "I'm quite talented, you know, and a teacher shouldn't get sidetracked during a lesson." Hearing this, the girl snapped back to reality. "Oh, right. Anyway, it seems you have enough mana, and you don't have any trouble controlling and using it. So let's move on to the practical part." As she spoke, the girl turned away as if looking for something. When she could, the girl turned back, now wearing a pair of glasses. She held up 3 fingers. The 3 elements of magic are mana, art, and incantation. Simply put, you release a sufficient amount of mana, create a spell formula, and chant the incantation to manifest it. Although, during that time, you also need to stabilize the mana, structure the spell step by step, and then manifest it. Ruth spread his hands apart. Mana, technique, create the spell formula. The girl observed from a distance, watching him chant the incantation. Magic began to form in his hands. The girl exclaimed in amazement. She praised him cheerfully. "Sir, you truly have a gift for magic. That spell is absolutely perfect. Even though this is your first time, you've perfected it to the point." Before she could finish, Ruth sighed. Chanting to cast magic takes too long. The girl heard this and put her hands on her hips. Too long? Even a talented mage would find it hard to cast a spell in 2 minutes. Ruth replied coolly. "The guys I know don't even need to chant." Ren took off her glasses and crossed her arms. "Today is just the first lesson, so it's still very difficult for you to do that. It's obvious that although chanting is a supportive means to shape magic, casting magic just by imagining it in your head is only possible if you reach the level of the White Flame Queen." Ruth looked bored. He leaned against a tree with his hands behind his head. "Should I just give up?" The girl heard this and raised her voice. "No. I told you, you have a gift for magic, okay? Casting your first spell in such a short time is not easy," Ruth replied. "But attacking with sword aura is much faster than using a magic spell." The girl encouraged him. "It's too early to give up. I'll help you no matter what." Ruth sighed and replied nonchalantly. "No, you really don't have to go that far." The girl was resolute, clenching her fists. "There are many good books in this house. Hey, I'll go do some research and find some textbooks. So just wait here." Ruth watched Ren's retreating back as she hurried away. He sighed. That kid sure tries hard. Suddenly, Pharaoh appeared. She could have chosen a different path, but she chose to work hard to live. Ruth was enjoying the forest breeze with his eyes closed. He replied in surprise. "Huh? This is the first I've heard from you since yesterday's incident," Pharaoh continued. "Ruth, magic is imagination. I'll lend you a hand, so try again now." Ruth closed his eyes and raised his hands. "It's useless. No matter how much I rack my brain, casting magic without chanting is impossible." Before he could finish his sentence, a stream of blue magic appeared, startling him. He had activated magic with the aid of imagination. Pharaoh continued speaking to him. "If I just help you with the spell formula creation and imagery, you won't have any problem controlling the mana, right?" At this point, Ruth was thrilled that he had succeeded. He looked at the magic he created, his eyes shining. "So, sharing imagination is the way? I thought you were just talking in my head, telling me the secret was in my mind." "You said the secret was in my mind. Are you doing this to make me less angry because you can't answer my questions?" Ruth turned to ask Pharaoh. Pharaoh replied vaguely, "Not exactly." Ruth didn't press the matter. He looked at his hands, which were still creating magic. "But still, well, since you're willing to help, I'll accept. This should be enough for combat." A moment later, Ren came running with a stack of books. "Sir Ruth, these are magic textbooks." Ruth turned around and said, "Oh, the teacher's back." His hands were still forming a large magic circle. Seeing the magic Ruth was creating, the girl was utterly shocked. "What happened while I was gone? What are you doing?" Ruth replied, "I'm practicing the spell over and over to get used to it. I think I can make the spell a 3D shape instead of a flat one." Hearing this, the girl jumped in shock. "What? What kind of crazy thing are you trying to do?" Then she immediately ran towards him. She yelled as she ran. "If you lose control for even a second, it's very hard to understand." He realized the spell he just created was expanding rapidly. His face filled with fear, turning pale as sweat poured down. "I'm dead." With a loud bang, the smoke was so strong it blew Ren's hair back. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted. Ruth screamed. There was nothing left to cry about. The scene shifts. 2 weeks later, in Ypres, at the mansion of the wealthy Julian. Inside the magnificent mansion, a voice boomed. "So, a muscular man was yelling at a subordinate kneeling on the floor. So that bastard has a little elf following him?" The subordinate trembled and replied, "Yes, I'm sure of it, head manager. I've been following him for a few days, but I didn't realize he was the warrior in the article." The man asking was a scar-faced, fierce-looking man. He was Ditchy, the captain of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. After hearing the subordinate's report, a nobleman wearing many glittering gems slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Impossible! No one is allowed to mess with my precious property. My dear CRL must be there too." This nobleman was very fat, lounging on his chair. The fat man then gave an order. "Ditchy, if you are my loyal dog, you must do it." This fat man was the millionaire Julian. "Ditchy," he gritted his teeth in anger. The name Ruth Donatos echoed in his mind. Ditchy touched the scar on his face, smirking. "All right, you don't need to be so tense. I have a score to settle with him anyway." Another person holding a newspaper interjected. "Ditchy, I don't know what your relationship with that guy is, but our opponent's skills are recognized by the royal family and widely reported by the media. So, be careful." The man holding the newspaper was the Dark Sorcerer, High Man. Ditchy swatted the newspaper from Highman's hand and sneered. I don't believe those stupid rumors. A warrior? That's hilarious. That guy is just. He then stomped on the newspaper on the ground, grinding it to shreds. He then turned and walked away, leaving the other three behind. As he walked, he cursed. Just a psychotic murderer. The dark sorcerer Highman crossed his arms, frustratedly watching Ditchy. He never listens to me. Millionaire Julian loudly asked the sorcerer, Is that guy strong? Highman reached for his staff. He replied, The rumors have probably exaggerated his strength. But no matter how strong he is, you don't have to worry. We'll have everything prepared before Ditchy arrives. At the same time, at the Duville residence, Ruth was training diligently in the courtyard. He thought to himself, I've gotten much better. Even first-tier magic is useful if I can master it and use it fluently in battle. I need to learn higher-level magic from a higher-level mage. Lost in thought, he heard Ren call out from the porch, her hands on her hips. Ruth, Ren. Ren walked down the stairs and asked, What are you planning to destroy today? No matter how much I clean, the whole area will just get messy again. She reminded him, Don't ruin the clothes I bought for you, okay? Just take it easy and learn today. Suddenly, Ruth's eyes widened. He spotted purple magic circles appearing behind him. Ren was running towards him. He yelled, Get down! The girl was completely unaware of what was happening. By the time she realized, something was right behind her. A series of explosions erupted one after another. As the smoke and dust cleared, large craters littered the ground. A part of the house had been destroyed. Ditchy appeared, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, that was close. Ditchy and his subordinates were now inside. He warned them not to be careless. One subordinate carefully observed, Sir, he really is a genuine six-circle mage. With this kind of destruction, not even a body would be left. Ditchy, behind him, also glanced over. Ditchy gritted his teeth, looking around. If that elf died, it's going to be a problem. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. As the smoke cleared, it was Ren. She spoke up. Sir Ruth, what happened? That sword. She looked at the sword stuck in the ground. Isn't that the sword that reversed my mother's curse? She looked at her hands in surprise, thinking, I don't even have a scratch on me. Did the sword take all the damage? Then, Sir Ruth, Ditchy was now standing near the girl. He asked, You're still alive? The girl looked at him, terrified, and recoiled. He grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up and growling, Where's your mother? The girl screamed. Let me go, you monster. Ditchy angrily slapped the girl. While hitting her, he yelled, Shut up. When an adult is talking, don't interrupt, you annoying brat. He continued to hold her by the collar, shouting, Where is your mother? Speak up. Ren replied defiantly, You'll never catch my mother. She has returned to the forest. Hearing this, Ditchy got angry. Damn it, you're so annoying. He threw the girl to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. Looking at the girl writhing in pain on the ground, Ditchy continued his questioning. Well, let me ask another question. Is Ruth Donatos dead? He moved closer to the girl, raising a foot to stomp on her. He growled, continuing his question. Why aren't you answering? Did that bastard go back to the forest too? He didn't notice Ruth had appeared behind him. And then, a collision occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air while Ren covered her head, dodging. Ditchy sneered. There you are, you little rat. Seeing Ruth, he cursed. Traitor. Ruth's face was injured. One side of his face had scratches that were still bleeding. Seeing that Ruth was safe, Ren weakly called out. Ruth instructed the girl, Don't come over here, stay where you are. Faroa appeared and asked him, The curse is corroding your flesh. Do you need a healing potion? Ruth replied, Thanks to the overlapping artifacts, I only got a scratch. The curse has stopped, so it's fine. Ruth glared at them with sharp eyes. He growled, You break in here and start barking nonsense. You're just a bunch of uneducated trash. Seeing Ruth's sword still stuck in the ground, Ren thought, Oh, his sword is still there. She called out, Ruth, over here, but the sword was already in his hand, making her think. He already has it? I didn't even see him pick it up. Ditchy's subordinates also shouted in anger. Uneducated? You bastard! How dare you mock the Mastiff Mercenary Corps? As soon as he finished speaking, the man was blown to bits. He only had time to let out a single cry before he was gone. Ditchy was completely shocked. A bomb explosion? This definitely wasn't magic. Ruth appeared coolly through the smoke and dust. His sword was stained with fresh, red blood. The subordinates spotted Ruth and shouted, He's here! There he is! Let's get him! They all charged forward to attack. Another massive explosion erupted. Ditchy laughed arrogantly. Haha, so everything about you was a lie. How dare you be so arrogant in front of an elite team like this? The charred bodies of his subordinates fell to the ground. This left Ditchy utterly horrified. What? A subordinate behind him warned, "Captain, behind you." Ditchy was certain it was magic this time. He tried to calm his men. "Don't be afraid. It's just level 1 magic bullets." But every single subordinate was hit by a magic bullet. This made Ditchy wonder, how are there so many magic bullets? Moreover, the explosions obscured his vision, making the trajectory hard to predict. Ditchy helplessly shouted, "You idiots, open your eyes." A voice came from behind. "You're the one who needs to open your eyes." Ditchy felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat poured down his face. Ruth's voice spoke again. "It's been a while." Ditchy glanced back slightly. His face was now filled with terror. "Ditchy." Ruth had already placed his sword at his neck. With sharp eyes, he gave a slight, cold smile. The sword was still pressed against Ditchy's neck. All of his subordinates lay scattered on the ground. Ren looked at the two of them and thought, he took them all out by himself. Looking at the blood-soaked sword crackling, Ren wondered, identity. What is his true identity? Ruth was still pressing the sword firmly against Ditchy's neck. Ren thought, that red sword explodes whenever it touches blood. He also has a sword that nullifies curses. Just how many special swords does he have? Ren stared intently at Ruth. Ruth spoke. "I should have cut you into 100 pieces instead of using the bloodlust sword. No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand. Why are you the one who's angry after ambushing me 5 years ago?" Hearing these words, Ditchy gritted his teeth and shot back. "Ambush?" He turned his face and cursed at Ruth. "You ungrateful fool, I treated you like my own son. How dare you set foot in Ypres again after killing half the mercenary corps? You're no different from a monster in human skin." Ruth heard his curses but didn't understand. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He continued to curse. "You killed your comrade just because he did some dirty things to a nameless refugee child. And then you destroyed my handsome face." Hearing this, Ruth paused and thought, something's not right. In my past life, I never killed half the mercenary corps or was treated like his son. I was the nameless refugee child. He recalled his past life. Back then, the mercenary corps was made up of weaklings who only knew how to fight on the streets. Of course, there were scumbags and perverts among them. After losing my family and wandering aimlessly, when we arrived in Ypres, 3 vicious faces with savage smiles appeared in his memory. The so-called Mastiff Mercenary Corps was no different from any other. At that time, he was a weak child, holding his head and screaming in pain. Luckily, at that time, my brother was so strong that they couldn't help but respect him. On the other hand, I was seen as a freeloader who just clung to my brother. When we were together, he always protected me. However, he was also favored by Ditchy and was often sent on missions. Right then, it just so happened to be a day when my brother was out on a mission. An image of him being beaten appeared. Tired of being bullied, I stood up to them, but was beaten half to death. His memory replayed the image of his brother, seeing the men beating him. Their feet stomped on his face. My brother accidentally saw that scene and killed half of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. Yes, the one who killed half the Mercenary Corps and left a scar on Ditchy's face. The scene of Ditchy being slashed across the face flashed in his memory. Wasn't me, but my brother, Aesir Denethor. After killing them, his brother's face was covered in blood. At that time, Ruth was stunned and asked, "Why? Why? Why did you do that? You didn't have to do that to everyone." His brother patted his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, Ruth. They're just scum who deserve to die. Even if I have to leave you because of this, it's all for you." He turned his back and left. Soon after, an order was issued throughout the land, so his brother had to leave after entrusting him to a man. That choice was probably the right one at the time. However, after a few incidents, I ended up living alone. He recalled his past life with a heavy heart. I only heard news of my brother after many years had passed. The truth is, this guy is acting like this in this life while my brother is missing. Does that mean everything my brother did in the past is now my responsibility? His brother's back appeared behind him. Can you see it? He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Yeah. Do I always have to end up in such a crappy situation? Black. Black. The blood on the sword made it crackle. Ditchy saw the sword and was horrified. Then he was hit by a painful blow from Ruth and screamed loudly. Ditchy was sent flying and fell sprawling on the ground. Ruth's sword landed right between his legs. The man stuttered in fear. "Wait. Now that I think about it, you must have had your reasons." Ruth didn't let him say more. He shouted, "Shut up! Even after all this time, the Mastiff Mercenary Corps is still a bunch of bastards doing dirty things to kids." Ditchy sat on the ground, his face down, gritting his teeth. He looked at the sword stuck between his legs and said fearfully, "What time? What the hell are you talking about?" Ruth coldly replied, "A dead man like you doesn't need to know." Then, a loud explosion echoed. Smoke billowed high into the air. As the smoke cleared, Ruth rubbed his forehead. He sighed. That hurt. A moan was suddenly heard. Sir, the girl was running towards Ruth from a distance. He raised his voice to stop her. Don't come here. Go somewhere safer. Ignoring his warning, the girl ran up and grabbed his shirt. She looked behind her in panic. You have to run. He's the one hired by Jillian. He's the one who tormented me and my mother. He still has more mercenaries at his mansion. The girl, still terrified, tightened her grip on his shirt and continued. And that's not all. He even has a dark wizard there. Because I'm the one they're after, sir. You have to. Before she could finish, Ruth grabbed her by the shirt and lifted her up, leaving her confused. Ruth sat the girl on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, All right, take me there. The girl still looked at Ruth with a dazed expression. When she understood what Ruth had just said, she became furious. She grabbed his hair and pulled hard. She yelled, What are you talking about? You should be running away. The hair pulling hurt, but Ruth still shot back. Wait, if I go alone, it'll take more than half a day. Ruth proposed a deal to the girl. Since you taught me magic, I'll teach you a few things. There are 2 things that must be returned. First is kindness. The girl watched him intently. And last is oppression. After hearing this, the girl fell silent for a long time. Then they both looked towards the mansion in the distance. Meanwhile, at Julian's mansion, the fat nobleman and the dark sorcerer Haman were watching everything through a crystal ball. Julian's face was filled with horror, sweat pouring down endlessly. Through the crystal ball, they had witnessed Ditchy's death. It was a painful death. Ditchy's body had been torn to pieces. Seeing this, the fat nobleman began to panic. His legs trembled so much he couldn't stand. He collapsed onto the floor, his whole body shaking, face still covered in sweat. He stammered, Ditchy is dead? He was so strong, yet he couldn't even fight back against that guy. The dark sorcerer Haman was still observing the situation through the crystal ball. He said, He's coming. That sentence made the fat man scramble to his feet and run. He yelled, No! Listen, gather all 11 slaves and lock them up. Don't miss a single one. The fat nobleman pointed a finger straight at the dark sorcerer Haman. Hey, Haman, do you know why I spend so much money to support someone exiled from the Magic Kingdom? Go kill that monster for me, and don't leave a single scratch on my treasures. Hearing these words, the dark sorcerer Haman thought, I don't want to use my precious creation to save this fatso, but I do need funding for my research. After thinking, the dark sorcerer replied with a confident expression. Don't worry, Sir Julian, we have that. The fat nobleman, as if grabbing a lifeline, shouted with joy, That's right, we still have that. Haman, your research is a masterpiece. It seems the thing the dark sorcerer was referring to was a dragonute, bound by chains. A glowing yellow stone was embedded in its chest. Inside Jillian's mansion, there was a lot of shouting and noise. You bastard, do you know where you are? Is this the place? Ruth asked Ren. The girl replied, Yes, this is Jillian's mansion. The guards were heavily injured by Ruth and lay scattered around. Ruth wondered, He must be swimming in money to have so many guards. Ren asked, Are you okay, sir? Ruth didn't answer and asked back, Why do you ask? Ren looked down dejectedly. Even if there are enemies, they're still human. Just like you, sir. He explained, I warned them, but those bastards still attacked me first. The girl replied with a sad voice, Yes, that's true. The guards ran out of the mansion one by one with panicked and terrified expressions, making him think, They're trying to attack me again. One of them even had a scratch on his face, which confused him. The guards weren't attacking him. They were fleeing. A clawed, hairy foot stomped on a guard's head. A beast with wings on its head and a yellow beast appeared. They growled menacingly. Ren's eyes widened in shock. And more beasts are coming. They're charging. Magical beasts? No, I've never seen any magical beasts like these, Ren said. Ruth looked at them and thought, It's a chimera, created from many different animals using magic. Creating it is definitely illegal. Let's just call them chimeras. They were biting and killing even the guards. But why would they release monsters that can't distinguish between friend and foe? The chimeras continued to slaughter the guards. Ruth gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. Ren was hiding behind him in fear. He told her, Go hide somewhere. The shadow of a winged, half-human, half-beast figure holding a spear appeared. He exclaimed, Well, the beasts of the forest attacked. They even cloned a dragonaut. This dragonaut was covered in grotesque stitches. Ruth charged forward, thinking, It's made from parts of dragons, monsters, and magical beasts. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Ren, chasing after him. As she ran, she called out, Sir Ruth! Ruth yelled, Hey, I told you to hide. It's dangerous here. He was raising his sword, preparing to fight. The girl grabbed his arm tightly, stammering, "I know, but that thing." She remembered that monster once protecting her. "Little Ren, it's dangerous to go alone. That's the guardian of our tribe, Rota Nastya." Faroa appeared. They must know each other. I sense that one of the parts of that chimera is a living elf. A tribe's guardian is quite strong, but his memories and consciousness are likely long gone. While lost in thought, the Dragonute suddenly attacked. Ruth grabbed Ren and dodged backward. Looking at the creature, Ruth noted that, compared to the others, it was on a different level. The Dragonaut, having failed its attack, prepared its stance for another fight. It then charged forward with its spear. He activated his barrier, creating a shield for defense. Wood thought to himself, "This is good. I've been wanting to try the method I used in my previous life." He continued to defend and dodge. Unlike Heaven's mandate art, this is a lesser-known method. It's a method I developed myself while fighting on the battlefield. That method is Devour. He activated his magic. Hundreds of magical birds flew towards the Dragonute. The Dragonute was relentlessly attacked by the magical birds, causing it to lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, flying towards it. He used his sword to pierce straight through the Dragonute. It used its spear to block his sword. It thought, "I can't dodge this," so, as quick as lightning, it flipped over. Then it leaped high into the air. Ruth's sword, following its momentum, stabbed straight into the ground. The monster, having escaped a fatal blow, sneered. The immense pressure from the sword caused the ground to crack, releasing energy outward. Blue energy waves spread from Ruth to the Dragonute. The energy pierced through its body, creating holes. This method was called Avalanche. The Dragonute, hit by the attack, coughed up blood and cried out in pain. Ruth turned to look at the Dragonute. It now had wounds bleeding profusely. It reassured itself. The wound from the sword isn't that deep. I can still fight. As it charged towards Ruth, he clenched his fists and cursed for not remembering the skill's name. Damn it. What was that skill called? Ah, I remember now. It's Charge. Sparks of electricity shot into the Dragonute's body, making its face turn pale. Witnessing this scene, Faroa commented, "You absorbed the sword energy from the previous attack into your body and then released it? And what's with the skill names?" Ruth snapped, "Shut up! I named them when I was young. Names should be interesting and easy to say, right?" Then he charged at the paralyzed Dragonute. Suddenly, a staff with a purple light, carrying magic, flew towards him. It formed magical thorny vines, blocking Ruth from reaching the Dragonute. He looked up at the sky. It turned out to be a mage controlling the magic. He created a large circle above his head. From the circle, thorny vines shot down. Ren peeked out from behind a tree. "That's the dark sorcerer, Haman." Seeing this, Faroa offered to help Ruth. "Oh, do you need help?" Ruth refused, his hand gripping his sword. He looked up at the sky, darkened by the dark sorcerer's magic. He was extremely confident. "This time, I've left him far behind, right?" His eyes gleamed with lightning. The three elements of magic are mana, skill, and casting. This level of magic can be easily destroyed if its structure is broken with the remaining mana. Ruth swung his sword towards the dark sorcerer's magic. "Take this." The energy released by the sword seemed to envelop the magic, as if to devour the dark sorcerer's spell. The dark sorcerer was horrified, in disbelief. "What? No, it's not possible." It felt like his magic was being completely swallowed. He stared at the energy from the sword in astonishment. He wondered, "What is that sword?" and began to chant a spell. Ruth looked up from below and asked, "What are you doing now?" At that moment, he was holding his sword tightly, preparing to throw it at him. "Get down here, you bastard." He threw the sword at the sorcerer. It pierced through his body, causing him to scream in pain. The sorcerer, hit by Ruth's attack, fell freely from the sky. He cursed, "Damn it." As he cursed, he created another magic circle. The sorcerer grumbled, "He made me use healing and flight magic with just one attack. I've run out of mana from taking such a strong hit and using healing and flight magic." So, the dark sorcerer landed gently on the ground. But his face was not okay. Sweat poured down his face. A wave of nausea hit him. With mana sickness in his chest, he grimaced in pain and threw up. Ruth stood before him contemptuously. "A six-circle mage? So what? Your body is weaker than a 6-year-old's. He looked weakly at Ruth, thinking, he dealt with a 6-circle magic attack in an instant. Damn it. Even if he's the next hero, how could he do that? Luckily, I still have enough mana to cast a teleportation spell. I have to escape now. Ruth seemed to know what he was planning. He quickly stomped on the man's hand, preventing his escape. He asked him, "Where are you going?" Ruth raised his sword high. "Let's finish this quickly." The sorcerer could only let out a single cry. In the distance, the dragonute started to stir and wake up. Ren, hiding behind a tree, saw it. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she screamed, "No, Sir H.R.O.T.A." It turned out the dragonute had used its last bit of strength to block the blow for the sorcerer. The sorcerer, seeing he was shielded, looked up and smiled happily. "This is my chance. Take this, you failure." He pushed the dragonute forcefully towards Ruth's sword. With the force of the push, the dragonute lunged forward. Seizing the opportunity, he chanted a spell to teleport and escape. The dragonute took the full force of Ruth's sword. Ruth gritted his teeth in anger. Its core has been destroyed. It won't last much longer. The monster lay there with a large hole in its body. Seeing this, Ren ran out crying. "Sir Hoda!" Ruth saw this and grabbed her shirt to stop her. "Stay back. It might still be dangerous. If it's still alive, it must be very strong. Not just anyone has the honor of being a tribe's guardian." The dragonute was slowly turning into specks of spirit light, floating up to the sky. The girl watched and thought, "I can't believe he fell for a dark sorcerer's trick." Ren could only stand and watch, her heart filled with sorrow and her eyes with tears. She was filled with sorrow and her eyes with tears. She was filled with sorrow and her eyes with tears. She remembered the happy times with her mother and the guardian. She turned to Ruth and asked, "Where did those people run to?" Ruth replied, "Not far. They're quite badly injured." Ren clenched her fists and asked, "Are you going to chase them?" Ruth replied decisively, "Of course. Do you want to come with me?" At that moment, Ruth held a blue sword that was creating a teleportation circle. The girl, with a determined look in her eyes, replied firmly, "Yes. My mother would be disappointed in me, but I still want revenge. Get out. Get out and guard the mansion, you useless bastards. Don't let a single ant get into the underground basement." The voice came from a dark basement. "Is Haman here? Why hasn't he come?" Just as Jillian mentioned Haman, he suddenly fell from nowhere onto the floor and cried out in pain. Jillian saw him, both startled and confused. Denzillian asked Haman in panic, "What's wrong with you?" Haman, his eyes wide, shouted, "Shut up." Then he thought to himself, "I have to escape. Damn it. What the hell is that brat?" Then he ran for his life, leaving Jillian screaming behind him. "Are you trying to run away? Are you going to leave me and my treasures? What? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? The catalysts, resources, and everything needed to support the research for creating chimeras?" The sorcerer didn't even look back. He replied, "I'm about to die. Why are you even talking about research?" As he packed a "Why, you pig," he pointed a finger and cursed at Jillian. "I'm in this mess because of you, you pig. Your head is full of fat, so you can't even think straight, can you? Give me the key to the stables, now. I'm out of mana, so we have to ride horses." Before he could run, the sorcerer was struck by a sword from behind. "Where do you think you're going?" a voice echoed. Ruth and Ren appeared. They looked at them with sharp eyes. Faroa appeared, asking, "What's with that sword? It wiped out the entire treasury?" In Vood's hand was Philia, the spatial Ren sword. It was a sword that could cut through space. The one Leon used in the previous life. It consumes a lot of mana, so I didn't want to use it. Denzillian witnessed Haman's death and ran for his life. "Monster. Someone, save me." He was probably too fat, because he didn't get far before tripping over the feet of the tied-up slaves. "Save me. Save me, you useless things." At that moment, a rope wrapped around his body. He might be able to find something cute. He fell to the floor, screaming pitifully. Ruth spoke up. "Hey, I have something to ask you." Ruth stared intently at his face. "I'll finish you off quickly. There's another one waiting." He approached the fallen sorcerer and asked, "The elf you used to create the chimera was quite strong. There's no way you could have tamed it on your own. Where did you get it?" The sorcerer stammered. "The elf you used to create the chimera was quite strong. There's no way you could have tamed it on your own. Where did you get it?" Dan Bell quickly replied, "The black market of Ypres. I traded with people wearing dragon head-like masks and white robes." Ruth thought, dragon masks and white robes. Could it be the Dragon Temple? A strange organization with the dream of making dragons the rulers of the world. If they destroyed Nastia and captured the tribe's guardian, everything would make sense. The fat man cried, "I've told you everything I know. My treasures. No, those slaves. I'll let you do whatever you want with them. Some of them are rotten, but there are still some fresh ones." Ren had now reached the slaves. They heard what he said and were furious. "You can take as much money as you want, so please." Ruth remained silent, thinking. Then he burst out laughing. "What was that? But I wonder if the treasures behind you feel the same way." The fat man's face turned to absolute terror. "Try to convince them." Then the fat man was clawed and torn by the crowd, his body covered in scratches. He kept screaming, "Save me! Save me!" Ren stepped forward. Her feet stepped into a pool of blood. He weakly called out to her, "Please, save me, Ren. My love, Sia Ren. Sia Ren wouldn't want you to become like this." Ren was holding a small knife in her hand, standing before him. "You know your mother protected you with all her love." He tried to manipulate her thoughts. "My mother definitely wouldn't want to see me like this." The girl spoke and then threw the knife to the ground. The fat man thought he had escaped death and smiled. "So, I'll do this instead." The girl stepped forward and sat down opposite the fat man. She continued coldly, "I'll poke small holes in your body and slowly blow air into them. The air will slowly travel through your blood vessels, into your eyes, your internal organs, and finally, your brain." Her hands had already formed a magic circle. His body felt like it was about to explode. "I pray your soul never finds peace. We will curse you. For hundreds of years to come." The explosions on the fat man's body continued. "Your soul." Then she smiled cheerfully. "It's not fair, is it? After all, you're an oppressor." Wood and Pharaoh, witnessing this scene, were at a loss for words. Pharaoh sarcastically commented to Ruth, "You taught that kid some useful things." Abel walked away with an angry expression, muttering that it was such a hassle. He grumbled about a person who illegally exploited slaves, and another who was a dark sorcerer conducting secret chimera experiments. Standing next to Abel was a young man, his face still showing signs of shock. Abel expressed his helplessness, holding his face in his hands and sighing. He said that the two behind this case deserved to be executed, even if it was to save the slaves.